Medea, New York, the city of the Big Apple. At the end of winter, the cold winter weather is sharp, and it turns warm and cold at first. It's not yet dawn, and it's just dawn. An apartment in a high-rise building in Queens, 3rd floor 303. This is a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment on the 3rd floor with a construction area of 75 square meters. The living room is 35 square meters, which is relatively spacious. There is a half-height partition wall as a platform, and a small part is divided into an open kitchen. In the bedroom, on the bedside table, the time on the screen of the music dock with the mobile phone plugged in changed from 5:29 to 5:30, and loud and continuous electronic sounds sounded at the right time. After a few seconds, a long and powerful hand stretched out, fumbled a few times randomly, and pressed the button on the music base. The ringtone disappeared, and the big hand retracted from the counter, like a sea monster's tentacles retracting. Reached sea level. After a few more seconds, the owner of the big hand let out a long groan, then stood up, scratched his somewhat messy hair with his big hand, shook his head, and finally woke up. The curtains in the bedroom were opened, and the bright sky barely illuminated the bedroom and the tall body of the owner of the bedroom. This is a tall and fit young man. He looks to be at least 1.9 meters tall, with a slender and perfect figure in golden proportions. His muscles are not as thick as those of bodybuilders, but are well proportioned, solid and explosive, with an 8-pack abdomen. Muscles, mermaid lines, every muscle is clearly visible. The man's face is handsome and masculine, with 2 sharp eyebrows, big eyes with brown pupils, a high nose bridge and high brow bones, a short beard, and healthy and shiny auburn hair. It can be described as tall, mighty, rich and handsome. The man walked from the bedroom to the bathroom, washed and tidied up, and became refreshed. The man was the only owner of this apartment. After taking a shower, he walked out casually wearing only a pair of boxer briefs, walked to the dining room, turned on the TV, and prepared breakfast while watching the news. He also took out a pulse electrotherapy massager, put the patch on his body, turned the switch to the maximum output, and seemed to shiver with pleasure. He also took out several transformers, plugged them into the plug board, and then the output head was held in his mouth. The style suddenly changed from a normal morning idol drama to nonsensical. The man seemed to be living a normal life, making ham and omelette casually. 10 eggs and a box of ham slices were put into a large frying pan. The news reported that Tony Stark, chairman and CEO of Stark Group, was named the American Person of the Year, and an award ceremony will be held in 3 months. In the lower right corner of the screen it says, February 1, 2008. The man watched the news, made breakfast, spit out the charger head, quietly finished a large plate of ham and eggs, tore into 20 Snickers bars, ate them all, and finally drank a carton of milk to dilute it. The taste in his mouth and throat made him burp slightly with satisfaction. The man rested for a while, then took out an unopened bottle of 1.5 liters of salad oil from a box on the kitchen floor. He unscrewed the lid without hesitation, took a full breath, and gulped the bottle into his mouth. After a while, all the oil in the bottle was poured in. The man was also a little uncomfortable, and his stomach was slightly bulging, but he seemed to be used to it. He just wiped his mouth, sat down, closed his eyes and hummed. However, after only a few seconds, the bulging his stomach suddenly deflated again and returned to its original shape, and the man seemed to be fine, as if the man who bravely poured a large bottle of oil into his stomach was not him. The man changed his clothes, wearing a V-neck sweater, jacket, jeans and hiking shoes, and his style changed from nonsensical to cool and stylish. The man pinned a police badge to the belt on the front left side of his waist. The police badge had the words NYPD and Detective Walker stamped on it. He then put his ID in his arms. The photo on the ID was of a younger man. Looks like his name is Michael Walker. The man walked to the entrance, pressed the number keys of the small safe on the wall a few times, and opened the small safe. The safe is divided into 2 layers. On the lower layer are several folders with a few rings of US dollars on them. On the upper layer are two pistols, one is a Glock G19 with a holster, and the other is an HK.P30L. The two guns each have two spare magazines and two boxes of ammunition, one box of 9mm for G19 and one box of .40s/U0026 amp, W for P30L. The man took out the holstered G19, put the holster on the right side of his waist, closed the safe, and walked out of the apartment door. The man went to the parking lot to pick up his car, a 80% new black Chevrolet SUV, and drove away. As you can see, the man's name is Michael Walker, because he has a quarter of Chinese descent inherited from his father's line. He also has a Chinese name Guolong. He is 21 years old this year and is a magical time traveler. The Earth has traveled to the American comic universe. Michael is now a rookie in the NYPD, the youngest detective in the branch. It has been nearly a year since he was promoted to detective. He is the youngest person to be hired and the fastest promotion record. The reason why Michael can do all this is not only due to the advantages of being a time traveler, but also because of his identity in this life after time travel. Michael's father Jason Walker, Guojia, and mother Elijah Walker in this life were both police detectives in Queens, New York. Both died when Michael was 13 years old. The answer alone received was that he died in a mission, but he had no way of knowing the specific circumstances. Michael lived with his parents in this life for 13 years and developed a deep relationship. At that time, he made up his mind to seek justice for his parents. Michael was then adopted by Police Superintendent George Stacy and lived in Stacy's house for 4 years. He took the SAT and college entrance exams at the age of 17. He earned enough credits and successfully defended his defense at the age of 19. After graduating from college, he passed the police exam. After graduating from school in 6 months, he joined Superintendent Stacy's branch and served as a patrol officer for 1 year. He performed well and helped solve several major cases. He was recommended and transferred to the police detective position until now. Michael's father is of mixed Chinese and German descent, and his mother is of mixed Irish and Spanish descent. Michael inherited the advantages of his parents. He is tall and strong as a white man and soft as a yellow man. His resolute yet elegant face is the appearance of a police station. Take responsibility. What's even more amazing is that Alone really has a time traveler plugin called the Invincible Lucky Tray Lottery System. You can draw character cards through the Wheel of Fortune, thereby obtaining bonuses to their physical attributes that are higher than those of ordinary people, as well as special skills they master. When he first got the plug-in, Michael was still as excited as when Charlotte traveled back in time in The Sorrow of Charlotte, My Buddy is Rich This Time. Until he saw a friend collecting Captain America character cards, and then I saw Stark Group and Stinky Mustache on the news, then I realized that my brother has become famous this time. Then Michael gave up all the ideas of letting go of his sexual self, and began to live a life of being honest, keeping a low profile and never showing off his extraordinary physical fitness unless absolutely necessary. Thanks to the book Friend for raising the time issue. The sun is out at 5:30, so I take it for granted. There are also typos and other problems pointed out, and I will try my best to modify and adjust them. The 29th Precinct of the New York Police Department, located near the edge of Northwest Queens, is the largest of the 5 precincts in Queens. Superintendent George Stacy is the chief executive of the precinct. The Fenghua team is the department in charge of various cases of bad manners, such as illegal friend transactions involving certain young ladies with indescribable professions, and illegal cases in Fenghua places. However, if it escalates to a major criminal case, it will still be handled by the serious crime team or the homicide team. Taking over, and then the FBI, it's similar to the one in movies and TV shows, it comes from real life. After Michael joined the New York Police Department, he was very diligent and focused on his work. He has always been single. He only occasionally finds young ladies to exercise with each other and relieve his loneliness. This gives Michael relatively plenty of time. At least he can go to bed early and get up early most of the time. Due to the plug-in, it doesn't affect him at all when he occasionally has fun. So Michael always got up early to go to work, bought donuts on the way, and went to the gym to exercise after arriving at the police station. At 7:30, Michael finished his activities, took the donut carton and walked into the office area of the manhwa group. There are a total of 12 desks in the office area, 2 by 2 combined, and a small room separated by a partition, which is the office of the leader of the manhwa group. Michael was the first one to arrive. He placed the cardboard box on his desk. After he came in, he opened the window to let some air in. He sat down at his desk again, turned on his computer, and tidied the desk a little. Michael picked up the box on the desk. There was a photo frame on display, and his eyes softened a lot. He carefully wiped the already spotless photo frame with the monitor cleaning cloth next to it, then put it back and put it away. In the photo frame is a photo of a young Michael, a boy and a girl, taken at a Disney amusement park. Little Michael and the young man and girl are similar, as if the two merged into one person. Then Michael opened the paper box. Inside were neatly arranged donuts of various flavors. Michael took a cranberry flavor and went to the rest area, looking for a cup of coffee. Suddenly he heard the sound of high heels tapping on the ground came from far and near. Michael's lips curled up slightly, he poured another cup of coffee, walked out of the lounge with 2 cups of coffee, returned to his desk, put down his cup of coffee, and picked up the carton again. Not long after, a good-looking female figure of medium height pushed the door in. She was dressed in flamboyant and exaggerated clothes, and her face was covered with heavy makeup. Her expression was only tired, but not a trace of dust. Her eyes were upright and focused, just to cover up. Constantly tired. When the young lady saw Michael, she gave a look that was true. She raised her eyebrows and said to Michael, "Hey, Michael, you're the first one here again." The young lady's voice was clear and sweet with a hint of sweetness, and a bit hoarse due to exhaustion, but it added a touch of charm. "Morning, Detective Tamblyn, thank you for your hard work." Michael responded with a smile, handed over the paper cup with coffee, and opened the paper box. "Coffee, I bought donuts and added some sugar." Bar. "Oh, you are the most handsome, Michael," the young lady said with a smile. It seemed that she was really hungry. She took a chocolate sauce strawberry sandwich and took a bite eagerly. "How was the mission last night? Did you catch any big fish?" Michael asked one after another. The young lady's full name is Cassie Tamblyn. She is also a very young and promising police detective. She is only 3 years older than Michael. She is the record holder for the youngest police detective before Michael. After knowing each other for a year, the two of them can be considered friends who can talk easily. The main reason is that Aaron is always the first one to come, and the young lady is always behind alone, so the two always chat like this for a while. New York's rookie police detectives, at first, were either in the anti-gang group, or anti-narcotics group. They were all small departments responsible for street cases. Not to mention that the anti-gang group and the anti-drug group all had very popular names. No, but they are all dealing with street gangsters, small and medium-sized gangs, drug dealers and the like, and they will not cause any harm to people. And this also has the influence of regional factors. If it is a place like Memphis where bosazozos run around and no one cares about grass cutting in the streets, the anti-narcotics team and the anti-gang team will rise to the same level as the homicide team. If it were Salt Lake City, then the police wouldn't be too important. The crime rate is the lowest in the United States. When a serious murder case occurs, the Major Crime Squad, the Homicide Division, and even the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration and FBI will be responsible. Then they will be assigned back to the Anti-Gangster Division to help with information research, searches, and other miscellaneous tasks. Most of them eat meat, and the small ones the department follows the soup and licks the plate. Rookie police detectives need to gradually accumulate experience before being assigned to important major crime teams and homicide teams. There is no formal promotion, but the change in work assignments also means that they are more valued and recognized. From the physical conditions at work, salary, welfare and right to speak have all been improved. As for fishing law enforcement, one of the main tasks of the manhwa team is to have female police detectives disguise themselves as young ladies involved in illegal friend trading to attract customers and catch perverts who want to illegally deal with hormonal perverts. The police station will organize such activities regularly to clean up the social environment, maintain law and order, and crack down on perverts, gangsters, drug dealers, and smugglers. The morale team is responsible for fishing and enforcing the law, or catching the smugglers of young ladies, and the anti-gangster team is responsible for catching young gangsters. The anti-drug team is here to catch the drug heads. And such a task requires physical conditions, so it will naturally fall on the new female police detectives. 3 years after joining the job, Miss Kathy Tamblin often took on such tasks because of her excellent appearance. The task is enough. Michael knew that the young lady was signing up to take the sergeant, which is also the superintendent, sergeant. If she could pass, even if there were no spare positions in the major crime team and the homicide team, at least her position would be improved and she would no longer have to take on such tasks. At this point, Casey thought a little bit, it's still the same. There are 2 or 3 kittens. They are so tired that they don't know what to do. As for you, the last case has just ended. I heard that you will be sent something, new task. Michael replied casually, I don't know. Inspector Holt, Lieutenant, will inform us during the morning briefing. At this point, Casey's beautiful big eyes were full of smiles, and he said teasingly, for 10 yuan, I bet your partner will be 10 minutes late. MIDI's police officers, those who do practical work, that is, patrol officers and detectives, are all partnered. Once they arrive in a department, they will be assigned a partner, and all tasks will be completed by the 2 partners until the job changes. Therefore, partners are the closest comrades. Some partners have been together for more than 10 years, or even 20 or 30 years. However, in less important departments, if they are either rookies or retired people, the cooperation time will be relatively shorter. Alone, a rookie, was assigned by the police station to be an old detective who was about to retire here leisurely. Haha. Speaking of his partner, Michael also looked a little strange, shrugged and said angrily, 20 yuan, 15 minutes. Hee, what's the point of betting? Hearing what Michael said, the young lady was also happy, and then said, forget it, I'll go to the restroom to take a breather, and I'll go back after the regular meeting later. Michael nodded and said, well, thank you for your hard work. The young lady took coffee and donuts and walked gracefully towards the lounge. Michael also started to do his own things and prepare for today's work. Sure enough, when the official working time came, everyone was almost here, but Michael's partner hadn't arrived yet. After waiting for a while, a short and fat figure hurriedly arrived. The short, fat man looked to be in his 50s. He was wearing an old and outdated suit and tie. His hair was a bit messy and he had a thick beard on his upper lip. He looked a little unkempt, but he was not ugly. He looks very happy and is happy to see everyone. Michael looked at the watch. The hour hand pointed to 9 and the minute hand pointed to 3, 9:15. Morning, Ma-en, you're on time. It's 15 minutes again. His partner was late, but Michael wasn't unhappy at all. He just teased his partner lightly and walked over to lean on his partner's desk opposite. Pass a cup of coffee and a cardboard box of donuts to your partner's desk across from you. The old fat man sat down in his seat, pulled off his tie, panted heavily and wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. After a while, he finally regained his breath. He picked up the warm coffee and took a big sip. He took a long breath and casually he said, I think, I am an old man, and I have to serve 3 little bastards in my family, so it would be nice if I could be on time. Michael's partner's full name is Main Tate. He is a veteran policeman who has been working for more than 20 years. He is a very popular, fat old man with a mustache. Michael has been partnering with Ma En for more than a year, and he knows something about this partner. It is not easy for this old man to have children, and they are triplets. But because of this, an accident happened, and the children he lost his wife when he was born, and then Ma En became both a father and a mother by himself. He had to endure all kinds of hardships to bring the child up to now for 7 years. The experience is really not something outsiders can understand. So Michael was only considerate, but not at all contemptuous. You must know that Ma En was also an elite detective in the serious crime team in the past. He had solved many major cases. However, his fate was unpredictable. He had to give up his career to take care of his family and took the initiative to transfer to a relatively quiet and safe department. He could do more, taking some time to take good care of your children, surviving until retirement safely, and receiving retirement benefits can also give your children a better life. There are choices and persistence. This is a strong man in life, ordinary but worthy of admiration. This is also the reason why Ma En is always late on time, but no one finds fault with him. This is also the reason why the entire police station now knows that Ma En is afraid of death and trouble, but no one despises him. In a high-risk profession like the police, it is often necessary to leave the backing to other staff. It is basically a consensus that everyone here has to be loyal, take care of each other, and be considerate of each other. After Ma En finished eating all the 3 donuts left in the carton, he let out a long sigh. It was such a mess in the morning that I didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Thank you for saving my life. Seeing Ma En gobbling up all 3 donuts, Michael, who didn't even have time to persuade him, said to himself, I'm still saving my life. Brother, please don't blame me for letting you get diabetes in the future. After Ma En had eaten and drank enough, he leaned comfortably on his chair and said casually, I don't know if there will be any case for us today. I hope it won't be too troublesome. The last case we solved was so troublesome. Look at it, Michael. Look, I've lost weight from running. Michael looked at Ma En, who was lying on a chair with a round belly, and said to himself that for the sake of your health, brother, let's do something more troublesome. Michael looked at his watch and said to Ma En, it's almost time. Let's go to the conference room. We'll know then. The Weathering Group conference room is a small room with more than a dozen sets of tables and chairs, and a small podium. Directly behind the podium is a whiteboard, and diagonally behind it is a 48-inch LCD screen. Colleagues from the weatherization team arrived one after another, and Miss Kathy Tablin also had some time to freshen up, take off her makeup, and put on a pullover with the words NYPD printed on it. Her whole person looked fresh and neat, and the fatigue between her brows disappeared. Everyone was bragging and chatting casually, waiting for the leader to host a morning briefing meeting for everyone, summarizing previous work, assigning new tasks, formulating a day's work schedule for the team members, etc. Not long after, a middle-aged and elderly white man wearing a blue-black police uniform with a golden horizontal bar on the shoulder straps, a police badge on his left chest, and a police cap in his hand walked into the small conference room with his head held high. This man is of medium height, slightly stout, with a majestic face. He is meticulously groomed and cleanly shaved. His hair is also very short and round. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell that he is Mediterranean. As this person entered the conference room, the whole room became quiet, and everyone who was doing things casually also straightened their postures. Michael looked at his watch. It was exactly 9:30. The person who came was none other than Lieutenant Raymond Holt, the commander of the customs unit. He was a very serious person who paid great attention to rules and regulations. He was very strict with his subordinates and the same with himself. Although he was not, he is easy to get along with, but because he leads by example and treats everyone equally, everyone is convinced. Inspector Holt walked directly to the small podium and stood up straight, nodding to everyone. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted and everyone was here, he stopped talking nonsense and started the meeting directly. This is a person who does not engage in formalism, is not fond of empty words, but values practicality. However, for a relatively small department like the Fenghua Group, there are few decent cases that it is directly responsible for, and the content of the meetings is also somewhat lackluster. Most of them are step-by-step routine. But when it comes to Michael, there is a slight change. Aaron and Maan had just completed a task, and a new problem arose. There was a new case that could be handed over to this pair of partners. Finally, something refreshing, Michael thought. To say that the attitude towards tasks here is nothing more than professionalism at best. People here are either working hard for qualifications or working hard for time. Even if they want to work hard and improve, their energy will not be used in executing tasks. They are just looking for pirated love. Dealing with action blockbuster DVD vendors, fishing law enforcement, improper drunkards, young ladies operating illegal businesses, young ladies operating normally but having disputes with customers and bosses, and other trivial things that ruin the situation. No matter how much you do, it is still your duty and it accumulates. Without meritorious service, one cannot be valued by the superiors. Just like Naruto, even if he has done 10,000 D-level missions, he cannot change from Genin to Chunin. If he wants to upgrade, he must do at least C-level missions to be eligible to take the Chunin exam. Michael silently bowed 3 times to the image of the lucky wheel in his mind. I hope it is an important task. At least it is interesting. My brother has no dragon-slaying skills now, but he can only refresh the new village. The wild monster cosplayer Shalipo Sword God will suffer from hunger and thirst sooner or later. Needless to say, Michael was actually slightly stunned when he listened to Inspector Holt's summary of the case. When Michael recovered his thoughts, he heard Inspector Holt say, "Recently, a suspicious person appeared near the Queen's Public Middle School. He repeatedly harassed female students with words and indecent behavior, and also had physical contact, which caused a lot of discomfort. It has a good impact, and many parents of students have already made reports, so we must take this issue seriously to prevent the situation from getting worse and the case from escalating. Detectives Marn and Walker, you will be responsible for this case." Boo, boo, ah. After hearing what Inspector Holt said, there was a burst of boos in the conference room. It was not booing Inspector Holt, but the case itself. It was so disgusting. What the police hate most is those who attack minors. Criminals, especially those committing crimes of violation, molestation, and abduction, are definitely among the best. They are basically on the same level as criminals who attack the police themselves. The police profession itself is a high-risk profession, and it places more emphasis on family, which is the most unacceptable. Many of the police officers are locals from Queens, and there are also several in the weatherization team. Some of them have children who go to school in Queens. The brothers are working hard outside, but their families are still likely to be harassed. How can we tolerate this? I'm just waiting to quickly open a case to investigate and catch that bastard quickly. Especially Gwen Stacy, the eldest daughter of Michael's adoptive father, Superintendent Stacy, and Michael's adopted sister, Gwen Stacy, also goes to school here. Yes, that is Gwen Stacy who has a close relationship with Spider-Man Peter Parker in the future. Michael, catch that bastard quickly and take care of him. That's right, this kind of person cannot be spared lightly. Everyone knows that Michael is a fierce general. Although Michael is very low-key, he knows that this is a world of superheroes, but it has not yet been exposed to the public eye. In the future, it will be a dangerous world where gods are everywhere and people with superpowers are not as good as dogs. As for the strength of the breast beauty team, it is better not to be too extravagant. Who knows what kind of gods will be provoked one day. Before the case of the parents in this world is revealed, it is better to avoid getting into trouble as little as possible. But no matter how low-key Alone is, no matter how restrained he is, he still needs to show his abilities, perform well in the police station, and join the major crime team as soon as possible. He also needs to get the approval of his adoptive father, Superintendent Stacy, in order to investigate the unsolved cases of the year and go beyond. Physical fitness within the ordinary range should be concealed as much as possible, but within the range that ordinary people can accept, it is necessary to show it without reservation. This is the record of the fastest promotion to police detective with excellent performance in all aspects. Therefore, this task was not given to the two of them because of Fat Beard Ma-en, but because of Aaron. It was not a small task that could be fished in troubled waters, but an important task that must be completed quickly and well. Don't worry, everyone. Michael nodded towards everyone, then looked at Inspector Holt, and said in a deep voice, "Inspector, promise to complete the mission with all your strength." Inspector Holt nodded to Michael. Ma-en, on the other hand, curled up his big mouth with an unconvinced look on his face, and said in a pretentious manner, "Hey, just leave it to Michael alone. Do you think you don't take me seriously? I'm here to help, so that's not it. Every minute." Cut. This time I really booed the old fat man. Alone, keep an eye on Ma-en. Don't let him be teased by the pervert. People would tease Michael when they tease her, right? How weird would it be to find an old fat man? Hey. Besides, this is a personal attack. Be careful of me getting angry. Although Ma-en has changed his attitude as an elite police detective and turned into an old guy waiting to retire, everyone knows what he is like and understands and supports him. They talk and laugh, and everyone gets along well. Good. Aha. Inspector Holt coughed, ended everyone's joking, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, the meeting is over. Let everyone do their own thing. If you have any questions, please inform me as soon as possible." At the end of the regular meeting, everyone dispersed to do their own things. Miss Casey also went home to catch up on her sleep. Michael and Ma-en also returned to their seats, ready to discuss how to implement the action. Midtown High School is a public school located in Queens, New York. This Midtown is not the Midtown of Midtown in Manhattan. It is called Midtown. There are different opinions on the specific reasons. Now there is no way to study it. This is a school that has been established for 35 years. According to the history of MIDI, which is only more than 200 years ago, it is considered to be very rich. The public schools here in the United States, as the name suggests, were funded and established by the United States government, and their operating funds also rely on funding from the United States federal government and support from local taxes and donations. Public school tuition is free. Depending on the conditions, in some places books, stationery, school buses, etc. are also free, and even a nutritious lunch is provided. Therefore, it can be said that parents only need to prepare an empty space when sending their children to school. A school bag is enough. In big cities like New York, public schools have very good teacher qualifications, learning atmosphere, etc. Compared with private schools, although the hardware resources are inferior, they can better train children in life. There are many white-collar and senior white-collar workers with good incomes. Even those with higher incomes are willing to send their children to school here. Just like Gwen Stacy from the home of Superintendent Stacy, the top chief of the Queens District Bureau, Liz Allen, the daughter of the family of small and medium-sized enterprise owner Wilson Allen, also the future super-villain Vulture, and even Oscar Harry Osborne, the eldest son of the group. Although Osborne is a bit special, it was proposed by Harry Osborne, but the parents must have nodded in agreement so that Harry could actually go to a public school, and it can also reflect the school's school spirit and environment from the side. But something very disturbing has happened recently. Every now and then, there is a pervert who harasses students near the school. This is the case that Michael and Ma-en are responsible for this time. According to the report, this is a thin man about 1.7 meters tall, wearing loose sportswear and sunglasses. He will appear in relatively secluded places and attack female students who are alone or in groups of 2 or 3, sometimes they would expose their bodies, sometimes lift up their skirts and grab handfuls of other things to harass the female students, and then they would run away quickly while the other students were panicking. I would say this perverted pervert is disgusting. He is indeed the kind that makes people want to shoot him with 10,000 yuan worth of bullets after being caught. But in terms of objective behavior, it really does not rise to the level of more serious crimes such as coercion or anything like that. That level is also the reason why it has not caused particularly bad effects. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, near the school, in an unnoticed corner, in Aaron's car. This is already the third day that Michael and Ma-en have been responsible for this case. TSK, it is said that the cover girls of last year's Game Boy all dated that evil guy Stark. They are really rich and can do whatever they want. The fat-bearded Marn sat in the passenger seat and watched idly. Gossip magazines, the kind that are a bit salty, gossip about alone from time to time. Michael was also a little listless. Sometimes he would respond with ums and ahs, and sometimes he would just look at a map and pretend not to hear. Alone thought it was hard enough for this old man. Although he had been relatively free from work in the past few years, he still had 3 babies at home that needed to be taken care of. In the past few years, Ma-en had not had many good dates, and one of his hands was full. Count them. Especially now, when the child is 7 or 8 years old and is annoying, he often causes chaos in the house and makes old Ma-en a head and 2 adults. Michael feels that his partner has not been suppressed into a pervert. Even if he masturbates too much in the middle of the night. At first, Michael was still in the mood to chat with Ma-en, but he didn't gain much in 2 days. Michael felt that he was growing hairy from squatting, and he had no intention of chatting anymore. Because this perverted pervert committed crimes relatively infrequently, and there was no time pattern at all. The 2 of them wandered around the school for 2 days, patrolling and squatting, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, not even a hair was found, and they didn't see it at all. What sportswear and sunglasses look suspiciously like. Moreover, this guy seemed to be very familiar with the terrain in this area, and he avoided all public cameras and buildings with cameras very well. Michael and Ma-en looked at all the surveillance videos in the area in the recent period, but found nothing. Michael wondered if he couldn't just wait for his luck, and should think of something to do. Michael glanced at his partner who was flipping through a magazine, sighed, and said, "I said, just try your luck. When is the end? You have to come up with an idea on how to lure this pervert out. Is there any way? That bastard is really disgusting. He's cautious, timid, and familiar with the terrain. He commits crimes at irregular times. He's so elusive. Even if he appears, there's no telling whether he can encounter him or not." Michael handed the map he had been looking at to Ma-en. Ma-en took it and took a look. It was the map of this area. There were several thick lines drawn on it with a blue ink pen, and there were many black dots distributed on the blue lines. Superior. Michael continued, "I've thought about this. We checked almost all the surveillance videos in this area and couldn't find this person. This means that this person is familiar with this situation and only acts in areas where there is no surveillance. Moreover, this person can always find the target to attack, and then escape quickly. This shows that this person is not only familiar with the terrain, but also knows the quick escape route to the crime location. Well, maybe he should also have a hidden hiding spot. Most importantly, I think this person should have his own monitoring system to be able to do this. Well, maybe there are certain problems within the school. And this person seems to have no pattern in the time when he commits crimes, but it just shows that this guy can seize opportunities very accurately. The time, location, and target all seem to be random, but they are the easiest choices for him to start." Ma-en looked down at the map, then looked up at Michael and said, "Well, that makes sense." Michael knew that this guy always claimed to be training Michael's thinking ability, but in fact he was just too lazy to use his brain. He continued, We may need a bait to move in these places to attract the target's attention and lure him to attack the bait. We can arrest him in turn. Well, we also need to find the surveillance method of this guy. Maybe we can find out his escape route, and even trace him back to his hiding place. Well, in the school, we can also, if you go there, you might be able to learn more about the situation. According to what you said, this guy is not just a simple pervert, but also has some special abilities. Tisk, it's not easy to handle. Ma-en touched his mustache, thought for a while and said, this is also a solution you said, it's much better than luck. I'm just looking for someone to be the bait, and I also need to find an electronics expert. Do we have to go back to the police station to ask for help? Then wouldn't it be very shameful for both of us? Michael knows that this guy just wants a peaceful retirement, but since Ma-en partnered with Michael, he not only takes good care of this little guy of the Walker family, but also thinks highly of Michael. After all, he also worked with Michael's parents. This is the police station's own child, and indeed has outstanding abilities. The two partners, Ma-en has experience, alone, who is comparable to the big-breasted beauty team, charges forward. Although he did not solve any big cases, the mission was completed. The efficiency is 100%, and he can still do it beautifully, and he is quite famous in the police station. So Ma-en has no other pursuits. He just has this hobby in the police station, partnering with Aaron to continue his perfect record, and making a small show of prowess from time to time. Michael rolled his eyes angrily and said to Ma-en, what should we do, brother, do you have any connections, or do you go into battle yourself and be used as bait? When Ma-en heard Alone choked, he raised his eyebrows, curled his big mouth, glanced at Alone angrily, and said very arrogantly, I am the bait. For what reason? If you want to be the bait, you must be the one, too. Look at you, TSK, 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 this thin-skinned and tender-bodied guy, although he is a bit taller, can disguise himself as a model, a basketball player, etc. Although his temperament is a little bit worse than mine, he is not as manly and majestic as I am. But it's just used to cover up. Fuck. Aaron leaned on Ma-en in a very exaggerated way, because the fat beard really had too many bad words, and he didn't know where to complain. He just ignored his brother's low-key and meaningful Yushu Linfeng temperament. You actually want to use your buddy as a contrast, and you are so impressive. How on earth do you think that authority is measured by capacity? Michael rolled his eyes angrily, stretched out his hand and patted Ma-en's round belly with a pia sound, and retorted, I think you are more suitable. Ma-en, although you are a little rounder, maybe others won't. Look at the appearance and the content, focus on quality and weight, maybe you like something that feels good in the hand. TCH, don't use your hands or feet. Don't you also like the feeling of your hands? Be careful, I will cut you with my deadly scissors. After saying this, he made two gestures. When Ma-en was young, he was in the crime unit. He was brave enough to fight, and he was also good at Sanda. Although he couldn't compare with the time traveler, he was still a strong member of the police force, even at his age now. I have gained weight, but when I am old and have children, the three little ones in the family are counting on him alone. He knows the importance of the body best. Not only has he given up smoking, but he has also not given up on exercise. He has taken good care of himself and is still flexible. Fatty. The two of them, old and young, are used to messing around. They are partners, not juniors and seniors, but young brothers and old guys. Ma-en didn't care. He gave Michael a cut and then said, hey, let's talk about this. It's my duty to reply to you, your Gwen is going to school here, so you can't even make this small sacrifice, right? Holy shit, what do you mean by my family? Although it is from my family, it is not from my family. After all, I am from other people's family. No, I am not from their family either. I am from our family. Damn it, do you understand me? What did you say? Michael subconsciously said a lot of tongue twisters, and he didn't even know what he wanted to say. Michael was adopted by George Stacy and lived in Stacy's house for 4 years. From the initial strangeness and estrangement to the establishment of a deep relationship, George and Helen also regarded Michael as their home. Michael respects both of their children very much. Stacy still has Michael's room in Stacy's house, and Michael goes there from time to have a get-together, and sometimes even stays overnight. But after all, I had lived with my parents in this world for more than 10 years before. It was a real family, but there was also the element of time travelers. I finally recognized the family again, but lost it again. Fortune played a trick on people, and in history the relationship between Daisy's family is very harmonious, but it is not. Michael wants to gain it again, but is more afraid of losing it again. Moreover, his parents' unsolved cases make it impossible for the dead to rest in peace and for the living to remain calm. In short, this problem is a bit complicated. It will take some time for Michael to truly open up his heart again. I understand. Ma-en was a worldly person, and he just patted Michael on the shoulder without saying much, but then the conversation changed and he asked Michael, "Then are you going or not? Drinking will choke the fire, right?" Michael raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Damn, you are trying to bully me. As brothers, why should I sacrifice you for you to watch? You can do it if you want me to join. If you have the ability, let's come together. If you come, I will come. Come on, let's hurt each other." Michael's expression was roughly like this. Ma-en curled his lips, winked, shook his head, and said cowardly, "Come here, I'm afraid of you. When I was feeding 3 little bastards, you thought I wasn't pretending. Okay, you win, you are willing to go out of your way to cheat. The most humble person is invincible. The ancients do not deceive me. Dang. Michael and Ma-en were still embarrassing each other when they were suddenly interrupted by 3 knocks on the car window. When they turned around, they saw a young and beautiful blonde girl looking at the two of them with a smile. February in New York is still the tail end of winter, and the weather has not yet warmed up. The blonde girl can still bring out some white mist when she talks. The girl wore a V-neck cashmere sweater, a short windbreaker, a short skirt, knee-high socks and boots, showing off her beautiful figure that has begun to develop, adding a touch of beauty to the cold weather. The girl is 17 or 18 years old, with fair skin that can be broken by blows, a beautiful natural long golden hair, combed into a high ponytail, bangs in front of her forehead, and a pair of charming, large, lake blue eyes. There are a few small freckles on the bridge of his nose. When he smiles, his big eyes narrow like the crescent moon. He is indescribably playful and cute. The girl is none other than Michael's adopted sister, Gwen Stacy, the eldest daughter of Superintendent George Stacy's family. Gwen's full name is Gwendolyn Maxine Stacy. She is 4 years younger than Michael. She is 17 years old this year. She is the eldest daughter in the family. She has 3 younger brothers, the oldest is 13 years old, the middle one is 10 years old, and the youngest is only 7 years old as the Marx triplets. It also shows from the side that old George's physical condition is still quite good, and he is still in great glory. Gwen is now 11 years old and has 1 year left to graduate from high school. Unlike someone who traveled through time and relied on lottery draws, she is a real academic master who is not cheating. She has excellent grades and is always among the top 3 in her grade. She is applying for Oscars. In turn of the group. Gwen leaned on the upper edge of the car window with one hand, looked down at Michael, and said to the two of them with a smile, "Hey, Michael, hey, Ma-en, why are you two here? What are you arguing about? It's so loud. What are you coming for? Hey, Gwen. Asterisk 2. Michael and Ma-en also greeted Gwen. Michael then said, "Gwen, are you out of school? It's cold outside. Let's get in the car and talk first." Gwen didn't see the two of them outside. She opened the back seat door and sat in. She replied casually, "Yes, it's Monday today. I have a big class in the afternoon. I'll be fine after I finish my club activities. Let's talk about you two. Why are you here? Gwen suddenly paused as he spoke, with a look of realization on his face. Then, as if he was connecting with underground intelligence personnel, he whispered mysteriously, "Oh, I know. Yes, it's because of that abominable pervert who appeared recently, right?" Michael and Ma-En looked at each other, and saw a little helplessness in each other's eyes. They both didn't want a little girl to get involved, but this was the only thing that caused a big fuss in the neighborhood recently. It's not like Gwen didn't know that Long and Ma-En belonged to that department. They couldn't fool them even if they tried to fool them. Gwen was not cute and silly, but rather smart and clever. He was just a ghost. How could he be fooled? Hearing Gwen ask this question, the subconscious reaction of Michael and Ma-En, the bad friends, was to blame each other. Michael gave Ma-En a look, which means you are the best at deceiving him, come on. Ma-En curled his lips, that means you let me come in your family, you two have a good relationship, why should I, an outsider, interfere, you come. Michael glared, hurry. Ma-En raised his eyebrows and glanced with his mouth wide open, looking like he was capable of biting me, hurry up. Little sister Gwen saw the two of them flirting with each other. She knew what it meant as soon as she rolled her eyes. She reached out and patted the back of Michael's seat with a squeaky sound. With a seemingly serious look on her face, she said in a deep voice, "Humph, Detective Michael, hurry up and honestly explain your problems, be frank and be lenient if you resist being strict, and cherish the opportunities given to you by the organization." Gwen actually said this sentence in Chinese. It can't be said that her words are correct, but at least she is fluent without stumbling. People can understand it as soon as they hear it, and they know that she really knows how to speak it, unlike MIDI movies and TV series. The person in it is a Chinese person, which makes you feel awkward when you listen to it. It doesn't feel like human speech at all. Michael covered his face, "When I coaxed you to play, I shouldn't have taught you Chinese and told you stories about the heroes of the anti-Japanese war. Who knew that this little girl was so smart, she just learned it as she learned it. This, generally speaking, is probably, in short, we do have a mission, but what is this mission specifically? In a nutshell, you know, that is." Michael was overwhelmed by Gwen and Ma-En, and while chatting a little, he was thinking hard about how to fool Gwen away. Little sister Gwen stretched out her delicate little hand, pinched Michael's arm, and said angrily, "Don't be careless, are you trying to resist being strict? It hurts, it hurts. The heroine has something to say and doesn't do anything." Michael was also scratching his head a little. If it were anyone else, Michael would be able to deal with it, whether he was perfunctory, glared, or anxious, but he was like this childhood sweetheart. The little sister has no idea. In short, let's talk selectively and see if we can deal with this little ant. Michael sighed and said, "Okay, you guessed it right, but we want to go to the campus to understand the situation first. You isn't school over? Let's go home first. I'll talk to you after we finish our work." "Yes, yes, little Gwen, you should go back first." Ma-En also advised as if, "The Earth is so dangerous, go back to Mars quickly." "Humph." Gwen wrinkled her nose playfully, and said to the two of them as if you both couldn't even think about it, "Why don't you go to school to find out the situation? Just come to me. I'll take you to whomever you want to find." "TSK, what you said is, it's hard to refute." Michael and Ma-En looked at each other, and they both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. "You said it's not good to meet anyone, but you met this little ant, and again whatever you can do, just wait. The Mark 6 lottery is not so accurate. By a time traveler who has been professionally drawing cards for 20 years but only drew 3 rare cards." Ma-En rolled his eyes and said first, "Now, I'll trouble you, little Gwen. You will take Michael to the campus to get to know the situation. As for me, I will continue to stay here, just in case. 1. But little Gwen, you must listen to Michael, do you understand? This unfaithful old thing. Michael gave Mayan a hard look, but when he saw Mayan's face, "How are you, boy? I'm taking good care of you, don't thank me too much. I'm so impressed with you." Gwen nodded and agreed with a smile, "Well, no problem, I will listen to Michael. Drink, you two seem to have a good understanding of each other. Don't you take me seriously? I, Michael, also have a bottom line. Even if I am disliked by my sister, blamed by my partner, and complained by the police officer, I still have to stick to my principles. Let's go." Michael took a deep breath and said to Gwen with a firm gaze. Michael then turned around and said to his partner angrily, "Marn, let me know if anything happens." Marn said with a smile, "Well, no problem, no problem. Michael, take good care of little Gwen." Michael felt that the fat beard's smile was getting more and more despicable, so he gave his unscrupulous partner a look that said he would argue with you later, and took Gwen away. Michael and Gwen were walking around the campus. The public school curriculum was relatively relaxed. At this time, the students had basically finished school and started participating in club activities. The campus was full of people. Alone looked at the busy young men and young girls, laughing, playing, flirting with each other, and some even hugged each other and gnawed on each other. It's great to be young. Michael felt this atmosphere of youthful vitality inside, feeling like he was in another world. Thinking about it, he hadn't been back here for 4 years. Gwen was in a good mood, putting her arm around Michael, as if she was back to the time when Michael played with her, jumping around like a cheerful deer, and humming a tune softly. I dot 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 the dot I dot of dot the dot tiger a dot fighter, dancing dot through dot the dot fire, cause dot I dot am dot a dot champion dot and dot your dot gonna dot here dot me. Roar. Gwen's voice is not sweet, but it is very magnetic, slightly hoarse, and mature beyond her age, but it gives her a different charm besides a little more youthful vitality. Listening to the little tune Gwen was humming, Michael's heart moved, but he didn't say anything and just walked quietly with Gwen. Do you know what song this is? Gwen asked instead. What song? Michael asked seemingly unintentionally. Gwen seemed to be a fan of this mysterious producer, and said to Michael with great interest, "Humph, it's a new song written for Fruit Sister by the mysterious producer, Misty, whose identity has never been disclosed. It will be released as soon as it is released. It's at the top of the announcement list." Michael replied casually, "Oh, I know, the author of the song What Doesn't Kill You has released a new song." Gwen said like a treasure trove, "Yes, yes, and poker face, some point one like you, hello." And mentioned all the works of this Misty. So go download or buy the EP disc. I highly recommend it. Michael thought to himself that there was no need to download it, so he mailed samples to him as soon as he made it. This song, which was supposed to appear 5 years later, is being produced now. Needless to say, it is naturally the original work of a certain time traveler. Michael was born in a middle-class family. His parents were both middle-class police detectives. In MIDI, the salary of a middle-class position is enough to support a family of 3, not to mention 2 police detectives. Raising a child can mean you have no worries about food and clothing, and live a rich and happy life. Michael is also a man who is content with the status quo and doesn't like to be in the limelight. He just wants to continue his carefree life, thanks God for giving him a second chance, and doesn't want to get into too many things. And even if something happened to her family later, she would still have the right pension from Medea and the care of Stacy's family. She would soon start working again and live alone again. It would be no problem to support herself well. If there is no time traveler plugin that requires charging to draw a lottery. The Lucky Wheel lottery is completely a game where those who have money can do whatever they want, but those who have no money can play. It's just that money is exchanged for energy. This energy is not just a touch, but must be limited to what Alone's body can accept. The absorption must pass through Alone's body, such as sunlight, such as weak electrical energy that Alone can tolerate, such as Alone can eat into his stomach. Things. This really made Michael feel quite cheating, but he was also a little lucky. At least he could bear it and he didn't force himself to touch the switch or even get struck by lightning. That's why Alone became a super big eater. He could eat more than 10 people by himself. He also drank such nonsensical cooking oil in buckets instead of buying dozens of buckets. He could be eaten by just touching it. After absorbing it, you can just hold the output head of the transformer in your mouth and cover your body with current pulse patches instead of touching the switch directly without thinking. The limitation of charging forces Michael to endure various discomforts, but the lack of a quick way to spend a lot of money also saves Michael's funds in a disguised manner, so that he will not have to worry about money issues. However, Michael cherished the hard-won second chance as a human being, and did not want to wrong himself in life. Then coupled with various expenses in normal life, Michael lived alone, and the expenses became higher than that of a family of 3, so Michael's salary alone sometimes feels a bit tight. The only good thing here is probably the physique that makes women all over the world jealous, so crazy that they can eat no matter how much they eat without gaining weight. Otherwise, the attribute values cannot change the body shape, and Michael is not a fitness fanatic who just spends time in the gym. How can he maintain a body fat rate of 3%? Michael's figure can't be seen with clothes on, but you can see it with his clothes off. Almost all muscles can be exercised to create obvious lines, which is even more contoured than Zac Efron's figure in Baywatch, is really the devilish muscleman like Mr. World Bodybuilder, but a normal-sized version. To be honest, Michael really looks a bit like a bigger Zac Efron with a bit of Oriental mixed blood. Oh, and there is also the idea of not getting drunk after 1,000 cups. This does not mention the benefits brought by physical attributes. There is no need for the body to break down the alcohol. Instead, the wine you drink can be used directly to recharge your energy. You can taste it no matter how much you drink. It smells like water in my stomach. So in order to live a more relaxed life, Alone resorted to the classic time traveler routine, original, to subsidize his family's income. It just so happened that Michael was a music lover in his previous life. He knew a little about music theory, could play a little piano, and played a few guitars. He also picked up the scores of many popular songs. In this life, he has a plug-in, and his intelligence attributes have reached the level of human beings. At the extreme value, the memory is greatly strengthened. Not only can it be remembered forever, but the memories of past lives can also be clearly recalled. So I put originality in music. Just because of the principle of keeping a low profile, Michael only made a little original to a limited extent. From before and after he moved out from Stacy's house at the age of 17, he maintained a frequency of original about 2 or 3 times a year, and he did not standing at the front desk did not cause a stir. Fortunately, MIDI attaches great importance to copyright. As a music producer, the income from song sales alone is no worse than that of popular singers. Alone's benefit from this is still in line with expectations. As a result, Michael's life gradually became more comfortable. Then he relied on the advantage of his past life memory to make small investments in the stock market, play sports betting, and master the time travel movement. As long as he was not doing big things, he was just enriching his small treasury. Don't be too relaxed. Therefore, the funds in Alone's account are also increasing, and now they are 8 figures. In New York, the largest city in the United States, where every inch of land is precious, they can be considered to be among the top elites, no better than those in big companies. The executives came to bad news. At least in the most luxurious prime location in New York, it is no problem to buy a luxury house in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Considering the current housing prices and consumption levels. If Alone traveled through time, a luxury house would easily cost tens of millions of dollars. For the price of the knife, it's just not affordable. The only fly in the ointment is that although living conditions have become better and the conditions for recharging energy have not changed, Michael still has to endure various discomforts. Well, okay, I'll download it and listen to it when I get back. Michael, who was a little embarrassed to use original to pretend to be a comparison, replied to Gwen. Gwen said to Michael again, how about I lend it to you first? I bought the CD. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Mom said I would make lasagna today. Michael thought for a while and realized that he hadn't visited Stacy's house for many days. It would be a good idea to go over and get together, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing that Michael agreed, Gwen smiled and took out a small and exquisite silver-white mobile phone from her bag and called her mother Helen. Stacy, hi, Mom, I met Michael today and he said he wanted to go back. It's time to eat at home. Gwen's mobile phone is a Nokia N82, which was launched in November last year. Michael bought it for her as a Thanksgiving gift. In this day and age, we are not yet in an era when Apple is invincible and lonely, and Android is struggling to compete. Apple has just released the iPhone 1. Its functions are much worse than the top-end mobile phones on the market today, and it does not even have 3G network. 3G, the latest version of iPhone 3G, will not be released until June this year, and that will be the starting point of Apple's road to world domination. The two of them chatted while walking. They met some friends who knew Gwen on the way. They saw Gwen, a female top student who always kept a certain distance from boys, walking with a tall, handsome and sunny boy, talking and laughing. They were still very close, and everyone was extremely curious. Michael and Gwen walked into the teaching building. There were various trophies in the school honor display cabinet at the door. The most conspicuous one in the middle had 2003 New York State High School Basketball Championship champion written on the base. There is a group photo of basketball players in front of the trophy. The tall and handsome young man holding the trophy in the middle stands out among a group of teammates who are at least a head shorter than him, smiling proudly. Gwen pointed to the trophy, smiled and gently poked Michael with her elbow, and said teasingly, "Alone, you were so cute back then." Michael followed Gwen's eyes and looked over, his brows filled with a nostalgic look. When Michael went to school here, he was considered a minor celebrity in the school. In order to make his resume look better so that he could apply to the prestigious New York University, Michael joined the school basketball team and soon became famous with his reputation on the wall. The same body became the absolute main force, leading the team to participate in the high school league. That year, he led 4 soy sauce players along the way and won the New York State High School Championship. But later, because he was too popular, he was selected for the McDonald's All-Star Game among high school students in the United States, and was also spotted by college scouts. Michael had no intention of doing more development in this area, so he quit the basketball team for academic reasons and became an all-star. He didn't go to the competition either, and he graduated early after that. The school basketball team also won its first championship in the history of the team, and it is also the only one so far. Michael has also become a small star and a man of the hour in the school. But when Gwen said that, Michael was a little embarrassed. He felt as if his friends had seen photos of his childhood. Michael had an exaggerated expression on his face and gave Gwen a fake look. How dare he make fun of your family? Brother, let's be bold, do you want to feel the anger of your brother? Gwen, on the other hand, didn't care about brother's anger. Instead, she was so amused by Michael's funny and evil appearance that she made a face at Michael with a smile. While the two were chatting and laughing, they suddenly discovered that for some reason, many people had gathered at the door of the classroom in front of them, forming a half circle and occupying almost half of the aisle. They were laughing, noisy, and no one knew what they were talking about. The two looked at each other. Gwen shook his head, not knowing what the situation was, and said to Michael, "Let's go over and take a look first." Michael's 5 senses were sharp, he listened carefully and distinguished carefully, but he heard a thick male voice yelling loudly, "Parker, this is what will happen if you disobey me." Michael frowned slightly. He didn't expect that he had not returned to his alma mater for a long time, and as soon as he came back, he encountered a bullying incident at school. The one who says we don't understand and pretends to understand, this body has been digitized, is it interesting for you to talk about human biology with a wall hanging? Michael protected Gwen. He was a tall man and squeezed into the crowd easily. Seeing Michael's tall, powerful, mature and social appearance, the students did not dare to say much and subconsciously went to they flashed to both sides, and when Michael and Gwen passed through the crowd's voice became much quieter. The two squeezed to the door and saw a scene that made people don't know whether to be angry or funny. I saw a thin and handsome young man, completely taped to the door, like a flying insect stuck in a spider web, unable to move. The boy could only move his head, and his mouth was covered with tape. He couldn't speak, but he still stretched his neck forward and groaned, as if he wanted to say something. His eyes were red and full. Feeling aggrieved and angry, but without any sign of surrender. Michael thought this was the Parker he heard just now. I wonder if it was that Parker. Standing next to the door was a tall and strong white boy. Although he was half a head shorter and thinner than Michael, he was still the tallest and strongest among the others except Michael. He was wearing the sports uniform in the movie. Male character wears a classic t-shirt and sports jacket. He has reddish-brown hair and a crew cut. He can be considered a handsome guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but his expression is full of pride and smugness. He raises his head high, as if he has just learned how to like a crowing cock. There were 4 students standing behind this athletic man. They seemed to be followers of the athletic man. They looked a bit pretentious. When facing others, they were majestic and proud, but when they looked at the athletic man, they were obedient and flattering. Michael's sharp eyes discovered that under the podium in the classroom, there was a figure that was even thinner and shriveled than the one clinging to the door. He was hiding in the shadows and shivering, making it difficult to see the person's appearance and gender. You could clearly see the man's eyes sparkling with tears, and the grievance and fear in his eyes when he looked at the scene at the door. There is a tattered one on the ground in the classroom that has fallen apart. It turned out to be the remains of a camera. Sigh. Michael sighed silently in his heart. This kind of campus bullying incident is really common. At the beginning, Michael himself also had European and Asian features in his appearance because of his mixed race. Although he was handsome, he did not look like the mainstream white people. Although he had always been loved by young ladies, he was suitable for all sizes, but he was right. Because of this, people of the same sex increasingly repelled each other, causing people to envy, and hate them. In the 1980s and 1990s, when white xenophobia was at its peak, there were not bad boys in the community who wanted to bully Michael at first. Although Alone has always been tall and strong among his peers because of the external plug-in, he does not have many friends because he is excluded from the group. When a child holds a ball in his arms, he is no longer afraid of body shape problems, but instead associates it with stories. In the plot where the protagonist's team fights monsters, bullying becomes a just game, and they want to beat Michael as the boss. Naturally, the bad boys were taught unceremoniously by Aaron what is meant by, you know nothing about the boss, and he severely punished the bad boys in the community before they stopped. And this kind of situation has always been with Michael. Every time he goes to a new environment, whether in elementary school or junior high school, there will always be a group of people at the beginning who don't like Michael, or want to use Michael to show his authority, or wanting to be subdued as his younger brother. In short, Michael seems to have a physique that attracts trouble, or he is just a bad boy who dislikes everyone. Michael has to repeat the routine of first becoming the boss and then becoming the protagonist. In high school, he quickly became the captain of the basketball team and became a popular figure on campus before he was targeted by the bad boys. I have to say that Michael chose to play basketball because of this factor. Now that Michael saw this scene, he was a little emotional, especially when he saw the logo on the sportsman's sports jacket. Michael frowned. Has the basketball team become like this now? Michael doesn't know that the school's basketball team has been disbanded due to insufficient numbers. Now there is only the football team, and the athletic boy is the star of the football team, but the logo still follows the basketball team's logo derived from the school emblem. Shut up. Parker. Be honest, do you want to be beaten? The sportsman was still feeling triumphant, but he saw that Parker's classmate was still struggling, woo woo woo, as if he was annoyed. A punch to Parker's stomach. Parker let out a loud woo, and his thin body suddenly became rickety. Even his neck and face were red, and the veins were exposed from his forehead. Then he struggled even more fiercely. He didn't know if he wanted to express, "What the hell? Your grandson has already been beaten." It probably meant something like this. Eugene Thompson. Stop. Just when Michael was about to intervene, Gwen couldn't help it any longer, shouted and rushed toward Sportsman and Parker. Michael was distracted just now. Someone who didn't pay attention didn't stop him, so he had to walk over quickly. He was sighing in his heart. He was really brave enough. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Gwen in this life, compared to my memory, the smart little girl in the movie who was very particular about methods, persuaded the sportsman away and saved Peter Parker in roundabout ways, is much braver. Hey, I shouldn't have told so many stories about revolutionary heroes, as well as novels about martial arts, fairy tales, etc. I also got a lot of Hong Kong and Taiwan costume movies for her to watch, which makes Gwen now have a bit of a heroine complex. Virtual among the characters, the most admired ones are Huang Rong and Sister Qingxia's version of the invincible Dongfang from the Legend of the Condor Heroes. If Aaron hadn't repeatedly emphasized that everything in the novel is fake, he would have had to learn from the movie, "I'll kill you on an empty stomach," so I still found a kung fu studio to learn Wing Chun. It doesn't matter whether it's powerful or not, but the posture is pretty good looking anyway. Let's put it this way, if Michael could draw Gwen's character card in the system, he would never have the skill Wing Chun. In short, it's just for fitness. Gwen is a good kid with both good character and academic performance, so the family doesn't object. It's just that Gwen's temperament is such that she is usually such a gentle, quiet and youthful young girl, but when she encounters such a situation, she yells at the injustice of the road. The big athletic man who was blocked by Gwen was none other than Eugene "Flash" Thompson. He was also a celebrity in his own right. He was a bully when he was young and often bullied the future Spider-Man Peter Parker. Later he realized his mistake. He changed his way of life and joined the army. He was seriously injured in a mission to save his comrades and had both legs amputated. Then he participated in a secret experiment of the army and was parasitized by an alien symbiote and turned into the third-generation Venom, Agent Venom. What a stupid name this unfortunate kid had, and why he couldn't call him Eugene. No wonder he has no friends and only followers, Michael thought to himself as he cursed the athletic boy's name. If nothing else, the poor Parker stuck to the door panel should be the future photography enthusiast, the most popular street hero in New York, and a good neighbor of New York citizens, Spider-Man Peter Parker. Hearing Gwen's sweet voice, Eugene Thompson was also startled. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the school beauty, Gwen Stacy, a female top student with both good character and academic performance. She also looked upright. Stared at him. Eugene Thompson suddenly seemed like a bad boy who was caught by a good student doing bad things, or like a big boy who was caught by a pretty girl and embarrassed him. He blushed a little at first, and then became a little angry. He was about to retort, but he noticed another one. A figure that was half a head taller than him and a strong figure followed closely behind Gwen. Gwen rushed to Eugene Thompson and asked, "Thompson, why are you bullying your classmates again? The monthly math exam is coming soon. Are you free?" Fortunately, I haven't pointed my nose and cursed, it's still the same Gwen who pays attention to methods. A certain time traveler breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the intellectual little beauty who didn't treat others well was completely misled. But Eugene Thompson didn't get angry because of Gwen's questioning, just because Michael was looking at him calmly behind Gwen. If it were normal, Eugene Thompson might scare him or say something, but Michael is taller and more powerful than him, with the appearance and mature temperament of a social person, and the calmness of Michael. There was a slight hint of coercion in the wind, which really put a lot of pressure on a young boy like Eugene. This is actually Michael's restraint of momentum. You must know that Michael is not only a being that has surpassed the physical limits of human beings, but also has a mental power that is twice the limit of ordinary people. He naturally has the kind of danger that can trigger people's instinctive vigilance. It's like the coercion of a tiger against a wolf dog. When Michael was a patrolman and assisted in solving serious crimes, he personally shot and killed gangsters at close range. He had really seen blood. Those eyes, when he squinted his eyes and stared at someone, on the street the hoodlums and gangsters on the street could not help but have trembling livers and trembling legs, not to mention a young boy like Eugene Thompson who had never seen the world and should have trembled in fear at the big boss. So now Eugene Thompson can still hold his neck and retort a few words to Gwen. It's completely because Michael doesn't take this bad boy's bullying farce seriously at all, and is just afraid that these boys can't control their hot-bloodedness. Because they were afraid that Gwen would suffer an immediate loss, so they followed her. So even though Gwen pointed at Eugene Thompson's nose and accused him, which made him feel very humiliated, Michael, a master who didn't look like a good person, stood behind Gwen to protect her. Eugene Thompson really didn't dare to be presumptuous. He blushed and stared with thick neck. After holding it in for a long time, he could only say, "What is bullying? If you are joking, can it be considered bullying? We are just having fun. That's it, don't you see everyone is happy? Come on," but didn't dare to shout to Gwen. That's right, that's right. The four bad boy followers following Eugene also started cheering. The bad boy with no eyesight also wanted to get in front of Gwen. I don't know if he wanted to show his loyalty to the boss or something else. Bad intentions. Michael turned his head slightly, let go of his momentum, squinted his eyes and glanced sideways at the bad boy. The bad boy shivered for no reason, and subconsciously met Michael's gaze, and he suddenly felt cold and weak for no reason. Only persisting for a short moment, like a mouse seeing a cat, shrinking and retreating. When Gwen saw that Eugene was not angry, she nodded slightly in her heart. In fact, if Michael hadn't been there, Gwen wouldn't have been so impulsive. This was just a rational choice to take advantage of the situation. Knowing that Michael was protecting him, she took the lead. They always come here with very smart little beauties, so it's nothing for a loan to worry about bringing something crooked. So Gwen didn't hold on to Eugene, nor did she ask the remains of what appeared to be a camera on the ground, or whether the stuck Mr. Parker agreed with the statement everyone was happy, or anything like that. She didn't insist on trying to figure out why. Come, but give the step slightly. Gwen said to Eugene, "Have you had enough fun? Go study when you have enough fun. If you get another D, the rugby team will ask you to take compulsory tuition, right?" Only then did Michael realize that this person was on the rugby team, not the basketball team, and he felt less uncomfortable. Eugene wanted to say harsh words but didn't dare. He looked at Gwen and then at Michael, hesitating for a while. "Humph, you don't have to worry about it. Let's forget about it. Let's go." After saying this, Eugene waved his hand and started to walk out with his four followers. When passing by Alone, he took a careful look at Alone and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. As Michael grows older and changes his appearance, his attribute values also change. There is still a big difference between Michael and the young boy in the photo in the showcase. There is also a difference between a real person and an image. If you don't think about it carefully, there is still a big difference. I really can't think of anything to do with it. Eugene did not dare to stay any longer. He angrily led four followers and pushed away the crowd angrily. Gwen did not rush to rescue Parker. Instead, she went over to persuade the onlookers to leave. Michael looked at him and nodded. Gwen was a careful girl. This was because she took Parker's face into consideration. If Parker does it in front of people, the little guy will feel even more embarrassed and unable to cope with himself. Michael also went over to help Gwen, smiled and gestured to the crowd to disperse. With Michael's momentum and the bonus of the charm attribute value, the crowd dispersed subconsciously, but many girls turned around every step of the way. This appearance made Gwen glance at Michael a little unhappily and intensify her aggressive actions. Most of the people who were watching the bustle and eating melons had left. Only then did Michael notice that there was a petite and exquisite girl with black twin tails wearing glasses, looking at Parker with concern. Gwen then said to Michael, "Michael, let's get Parker down quickly. Have you brought any tools?" Michael nodded, took out a black matte tactical folding knife from his trouser pocket, shook it at Gwen and said, "Leave it to me." The girl with glasses came over, apparently wanting to help. After hearing what Michael said, she opened her mouth, but stopped talking. "Hey, Jessica." "Hey, Gwen." Gwen walked up to the girl with glasses and greeted each other with a smile. It seemed that the two of them were at least talking friends. "Aaron, this is my friend Jessica. Jessica, this is Michael." Sure enough, Gwen introduced Michael. "Oh, hello, Jessica, nice to meet you." Michael smiled and greeted Jessica, but the little girl with eyes, who was very introverted and shy, just nodded in response. Michael walked up to Parker. Their heights meant that even though Parker was tied up and his toes were glued to the door more than 30 centimeters above the ground, the two of them were still looking at each other. When Parker saw Michael's calm and kind eyes, there was neither contempt nor pity in his expression. Instead, he felt much more comfortable and gradually calmed down. Michael put his left hand next to Parker's cheek and said harmoniously, "Young man, bear with it, it may hurt a little." After saying that, without waiting for Parker to react, he quickly and lightly tore off the tape stuck to Parker's mouth. "Ouch!" Parker yelled subconsciously and moved his cheeks. In addition to the burning feeling in his mouth, he felt much better. Michael asked casually, "Are you okay?" Parker, who was still a young boy, said a little embarrassedly, "Well, I'm fine. Thank you, sir. Don't move, I'll put you down and you'll be fine in a moment," Michael said as he pressed the safety lock of the tactical folding knife with his right hand, and the black matte blade popped out with a sound, with only the blade part shining with the cold light of metal. When Parker saw such a big knife in front of him and handed it to him, he subconsciously tensed up his whole body and remained motionless. He swallowed and said, "Okay, sir." Michael smiled and controlled the handle of the knife steadily with his big hand. He lightly followed Parker's outline and swiped the tape stuck to his body. He controlled the force very accurately and did not touch Parker's clothes or behind Parker. The door panel was opened, and within 3 or 5 strokes, Parker's upper body was cut out of the tape with ease. Then he called Gwen and Jessica, two little girls standing aside, and asked them to hold Parker up. They stabbed him 3 or 5 times to free Parker. It's just that Parker came down, but the tape stuck to his body was difficult to clean for a while, and he still looked a little embarrassed. "Thank you, Jessica, you must be Gwen Stacy. Thank you for your help. I don't know what I would do without you." Parker, with the help of the two girls, cleaned the tape on his body without forgetting thank you to the two girls. It seemed that Parker was an acquaintance with this little girl Jessica, but only half familiar with Gwen. At this time, the figure hiding under the podium in the classroom also came out timidly. He was a boy even thinner than Parker. He walked up to Parker and whispered to Parker, "Peter. Peter, are you okay? Thank you very much. Stand up for me." "It's okay, Gordon, are you okay?" Parker asked casually. "No. It's okay." Gordon replied quietly. "Now we understand what's going on. After a long time of trouble, Parker is still not the real owner. It's Eugene and a few bad boys who bully others." Parker couldn't stand it and stepped forward. Only then was he beaten by the bad boys and returned. The camera was broken. Parker grinned and tore off the tape on the back of his hand. Then he was a little shy but generous and stretched out his hand to Michael and said, "Sir, thank you very much for your help." My name is Peter Parker. I'm very pleased. Nice to meet you. Oh, this is Gordon, my classmate. He is really a good, kind and brave boy with a good tutor. This kid will be called Spider-Man in the future, and I have to say that the Parker family's tutors have contributed a lot. Michael also stretched out his hand to shake Parker seriously, nodded to Gordon, and said, "Michael Walker, don't worry about these little things. No, it may be a trivial matter to you, but it is a great help to me, Mr. Walker." Parker spoke quickly. Just talking, Parker suddenly paused as if he was stuck, then looked at Michael with wide eyes and said, "Michael Walker. Are you that Michael Walker? 2003 New York State Basketball Championship champion, New York Most Valuable High School Student in State Basketball. You're short, you know what you're doing, young man." Michael raised his eyebrows. He felt a little relieved to be told about his glorious deeds. But thinking about little Parker's photography hobby, he might be a member of the student publication club. It's not surprising to see campus news over the years. Humph, yes, it's him. Before Michael could answer, Gwen happily picked up the conversation. Parker was a little curious about the relationship between Gwen and Michael, but they had only known each other for a long time and did not ask rashly. He just said to Michael, "Mr. Walker, you were a newsmaker and a big star in the school back then. This time are there any activities at school?" "No, I just have some things to do temporarily." "Since there is nothing here, we should leave, Gwen." Michael couldn't tell the students whether he was here to handle the case or to catch the sex demon, so he had to be vague. "Well, let's go then." Gwen nodded to Michael, and then said to the Parkers, "Let's go first, bye." "Bye, Gwen." Seeing both Michael and Gwen say this, the three of them stopped asking any more questions and said goodbye to them. "Goodbye, Mr. Walker. If we have a chance to meet again, please take care of yourselves, okay?" Several people said goodbye, and Jessica and Gordon continued to help Parker clean up the tape on his body. After the farce, Michael and Gwen also returned to their original purpose and went to find the school's dean. As the two of them walked on the road, Gwen sighed and said, "That was really bad just now." Michael shrugged and replied, "It's not surprising, there will always be people like that, but that Peter Parker is not bad, he is a good young man." Gwen wrinkled her nose slightly dissatisfied. "Humph, look at how old-fashioned you are when you say this. Are you much older than us?" Michael thought to himself, "That's not a lot. If we add up the 2 lifetimes, he would be only 3 or 4 years older than your father and my uncle." Of course, you couldn't say this to Gwen, so Michael changed the subject and said in a gossipy tone, "I see that Jessica seems to be interested in Peter Parker." Gwen raised her eyebrows and said with some surprise, "Huh. I really didn't pay much attention to this. I don't know Jessica Jones very well. I just met and said hello and said a few words." "When you say that, you still don't pay much attention to it." "Really, I didn't expect that this guy Parker is very capable." Sure enough, gossip is one of the inevitable natures of girls. When Michael said this, Gwen was diverted and kept talking with interest. It was just that Michael heard the name, Jessica Jones. After that, I was distracted all the time, just subconsciously following Gwen, and no longer paying attention to what Gwen said. This school is really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. Michael sighed in his heart. Not only did he have the future Spider-Man and Agent Venom, but with Spider-Man, there would probably be the future little green goblin Harry Osborn. Now he discovered that there is actually a future. The treasure girl of the Defenders, Jessica Jones. Well, Michael thought, there seems to be such a setting. Jessica Jones is a high school classmate of Spider-Man Peter Parker. No wonder, Michael recalled just now that he saw Jessica Jones wearing glasses and looking shy and introverted, but he always vaguely felt that something was wrong. From this point of view, this girl has obtained superpower, and it has been hidden. In other words, because the ability of the little Jessica Jones girl reminds her of the tragic past, she is even more afraid of showing this ability and being treated as a freak by others, and is forcibly and selectively forgotten. Jessica Jones, due to a traffic accident, the family hit a truck full of mysterious chemicals while driving. Jessica was the only one to survive, and she also gained super strength, super defense, and the ability to fly. A very classic plot of a superhero gaining superpowers. It's like a superhero dropped from the sky and landed on one knee. After a series of events, she became the female superhero Treasure Girl and joined the Defenders, a heroic group composed of Hell's Kitchen street superheroes Daredevil, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, etc. Then Jessica should be adopted by the Walker family now. Of course, it is another Walker family that is no match for Michael. The family that adopted Jessica has an older daughter named Patricia Tracy Walker, a radio host who will be the future female superhero Hellcat. Michael gradually recalled some information about Jessica Jones that he had seen in his previous life, but not much. After all, this was a relatively niche hero. Moreover, Michael has not read many Marvel comics, mainly movies and TV shows. Regarding Jessica Jones, Michael has only watched a few episodes of the American TV series, but he did not insist on following it. I know very little about Jessica. I just know that one of her most important life trajectories is that she seems to have gotten into trouble with a supervillain named Purple Man, whose name is Gay. It seems that he was hypnotized and drugged. Controlling things, it seems that I have been tortured quite miserably. However, Michael accidentally met Jessica Jones this time, and what he saw was not the sloppy, alcoholic, talkative, and dishonest old driver in the American TV series, but he was just trying to cover up his injured heart. Mind. Jessica Jones is still an innocent young girl in her prime. Michael feels that he should pay more attention to it. Maybe he can check the information about Jessica Jones when he returns to the police station. Because she has been in a serious car accident, the police station should have the information on file. Maybe he can help in the future. Don't worry about it anymore. Let him take the tragic path he originally took. Michael was distracted along the way and suddenly felt a punch on his shoulder. When he came back to his senses, he saw Gwen snoring a little angrily. When he looked up again, he had already arrived at the door of the dean's office. Dang, dang, dang. Michael gave Gwen an apologetic look, then raised his hand and knocked on the door of the dean's office. Please come in. A middle-aged man's voice came from the office. The dean is a white man in his 50s, with a slightly overweight body, a Mediterranean hairstyle, some gray hair, a clean shave, a serious and focused expression, wearing glasses, a suit and vest, with his sleeves rolled up. There is something written on the desk. Gwen Stacy. The dean heard someone opening the door and entering the room. He took off his glasses and looked up. He was slightly startled when he saw the pair of Gwen and Michael. He looked at Michael up and down, and suddenly his eyes lit up. But asked uncertainly, "Are you, Michael Walker?" The dean has been working in this school for nearly 10 years and has a very good memory. He is impressed by Alone, a little guy who won honors for the school back then. However, because Alone's image and temperament have changed a lot, he is not very impressed. Sure. Director. Gwen leaned forward slightly and nodded to the dean. It's me. I'm honored that you still remember me, Director Morton. Aaron smiled and nodded, walked over and reached out to shake hands with the dean. When James Morton, the dean of students, saw that Michael still remembered him, he came over to shake hands. His serious face turned into a smile. He stood up and stretched out his hand to shake Michael's hand. The dean said with some emotion, "Of course, you have to know that I was your fan back then. It's a pity that you didn't continue on the path of basketball. Otherwise, there must be a place for you in the 2003 Golden Generation. If the Knicks could choose you, instead of that Mike Sweatney, we wouldn't be where we are now." At this time, the NBA's rookie in 2003, the number 1 overall pick, LeBron James, repeatedly failed in the Eastern Conference Finals. Either he was killed by the Magic Beast Howard, or he was beaten up by the old gangsters of the Celtics. Chi has long since sunk. Carmelo Anthony, the third overall pick, is still working hard for the second round of the playoffs. Bosh, the fourth Dragon King, was scored 81 points by the Black Mamba Kobe. The column couldn't move up and down, and only the fifth-placed Flash Dwayne Wade performed well and won the championship and FMVP. At this time, the 03 generation was not yet called the Platinum Generation. When Michael heard what the dean said, it really didn't sound like he was saying polite words. He actually remembered that this person was a basketball fan. He supported various activities of the basketball team back then, and now he still cares about Michael. I feel regretful that I didn't develop into basketball. In particular, the New York Knicks have been in deep trouble in recent years. They are getting worse year by year and have only made the playoffs once in 8 years. This is really difficult for the director, a die-hard New York Knicks fan. While the dean of students was constantly being pricked by the Knicks, he sometimes also thought that if the most valuable high school student in New York State had gone to the NBA and been drafted by the Knicks, he might not be as good as he is now. How it looks. Aaron, you haven't come back to visit in the past few years. How is your studies at New York University? The dean asked Michael and Gwen to sit down across the desk and asked Michael again. Michael replied, I graduated 2 years ago, then I applied to be admitted to the police academy, and now I am a detective at the 29th precinct in Queens. When the dean heard what Michael said, he was a little surprised and a little surprised. He had the impression that Michael was not only a sports student, but also an academic master. He graduated from high school a year early and graduated from college early. It was not beyond his expectation. It was just that he thought that Alone had a bright future, and he might become a lawyer, start a business, or be a company executive, but unexpectedly he entered the police system and chose to become a policeman. Although becoming a police detective at such a young age is considered young and promising, it is slightly different from the dean's imagination. However, after hearing that Alone was a police detective, and thinking about the recent things that happened around the school that gave him a headache, he roughly guessed Alone's purpose. As for Gwen, the dean of students also knew about her family's situation, so it wasn't too surprising to follow her. The dean asked tentatively, Alone, are you coming this time? Director Morton, my partner, and I are the people responsible for this case of student harassment. We learned that. Michael explained the purpose of his visit and the general situation he had, so I came here this time to understand the situation at the school. The dean said in a deep voice, it's good to attract the attention of the police. You know, we are just a public school that is not very big. We have no school police and only a few security guards. If something like this happens, what's wrong with us? The impact on the school is very bad. I am very worried that this will spread among students, and I hope you can solve the case as soon as possible. Michael nodded to express his understanding. Public schools are inferior to private schools in all aspects, including the number of teachers. When recruiting students, they focus most on all-round reputation and word of mouth, and are most afraid of things like this that will affect their reputation. Michael solemnly said, we promise to do our best to deal with it. This is why I took the liberty to ask you this time. I want to ask you if there are any suspicious situations in the school that deserve our attention. Any changes are not consistent with the situation. Routine and customary performance, including faculty and students. The dean of students frowned slightly and said, Michael, do you suspect that he is an insider on campus? It's just that all aspects of the situation must be taken into consideration, and I will ask you according to the case handling procedures. Michael knew how sensitive this issue was and what impact it would have on the school, so he tried to use a gentle tone and said to the dean, I don't have any other intentions, just to be in case and to solve the case as soon as possible. Anything out of the ordinary, the signs are all helpful. The dean looked at Michael seriously and saw Michael looking back calmly. Then he pondered for a while and then said in a deep voice, no, there is nothing special worthy of attention. At least no one here reported anything to me. Similar questions, faculty and students alike. Michael asked again, like absences, always asking for leave for various reasons, sudden drop in grades, abnormal mental and physical conditions, any changes at home, etc. The dean thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I haven't heard of anything like this. Michael nodded. The dean's answer was not unexpected. As a leader, the dean only controls the running status of the school. In general, if you want to know any obvious changes, just ask the dean. But it is unrealistic to say that the dean can completely control every move of the school and cannot hide any troubles. Michael thought to himself, maybe he could ask any well-informed students or school staff to see if there is anything worth noting. Seeing Michael's silence, the dean thought for a while and then said, how about I help you inquire about the school and find a few teachers to ask about the situation, but I hope Detective Walker will not cause too much trouble in the school. Pay attention, your current identity may be. Michael smiled bitterly in his heart, now he has become Detective Walker. The dean didn't say everything, but Michael listened carefully and knew what the dean meant. Indeed, a policeman's endless inquiries about the situation in the school attracted attention, and inevitably rumor spread, good or bad. It's really troublesome for the school. Okay, then please pay more attention, and please notify me in time if there is any news. Michael thought for a while, there were so many people in the school, and it was indeed difficult to find out any real news for a while. I didn't have high hopes at first, but now that I have internal help, I can save a lot of time and energy. The dean also knew that after all this matter, apart from the parties involved, the biggest impact was the reputation of the school. Alone took into account the influence of the school as a favor and it was his duty to do business. Seeing that Alone agreed, he felt relieved. Michael said a few more words to the dean, then got up and left with Gwen. This time the dean was not as enthusiastic as when he first met Michael. He just said goodbye after a few polite words. He no longer had the glory of the school or the role model of the students. When it comes to work and identity change, it immediately becomes unpopular. Michael sighed secretly in his heart, but he also understood the dean's thoughts. The police brought the case to the campus, especially this kind of thing, which was really not something that pleased the school. It's better to keep this mess as far away from the school as possible and try to solve it outside the school. Michael was thinking this way. After returning with no success from the dean, Michael and Gwen walked outside the school. Gwen, who had just been obedient and didn't say a word to the dean, asked Michael, "What should we do next?" Michael felt the urge to cover his face as he listened, thinking to himself, "Miss, you haven't had enough fun yet? Isn't it good to discuss things like cosmetics, clothes, bags, celebrities, etc. with your friends? If you have to play police and catch thieves and don't let your father scold me, you won't be at ease, right? Next step, let's take you home first, okay?" Just as Michael was about to say this, Gwen asked, "Tell me, do you have any plans?" Michael's face straightened up and he said, "The plan is right, I'm trying to figure it out. Why don't I send you home, then think about it slowly, and let you know when I have a plan." Gwen glanced at Michael teasingly with her beautiful big eyes, which meant, "If you want to fool me, I will make your liver hurt because of my beauty." Michael's face fell, and his figure also slumped slightly, and he looked at Gu with a pitiful expression like, "Yes, my whole body hurts, why don't you just let me go, miss, temperature." The two have been together for such a long time, and they are extremely familiar with each other. Many times, they can know what the other person means just by looking at each other, and they have a tacit understanding. Michael and Gwen were talking to themselves, but they did not notice that many of the young men who were in the turmoil of adolescence who were watching along the way looked like they had been fed a lot of some kind of dog staple food, and they were choking. There was an expression that the throat could not come up or go down, and some people were holding their chests, as if they suddenly felt tight and out of breath. Gwen didn't pay attention to Michael's antics, but rolled his big eyes and continued with a smile, "Why don't I help you with an idea? It's hard to find the pervert, so why don't we find a way to fish him out? How about finding a bait to catch the sex demon? Huh? Xiao Tongzi's thinking is very quick, and it coincides with the organization's ideas. He really thinks the same thing as the hero. What the hell? Little Tongzi, your idea is very dangerous. Just when Michael was about to nod subconsciously, he realized something was wrong. He couldn't let this little girl who wanted to cause trouble get involved in it anymore. He quickly shook his head and said, "Well, that's not right, it's too reckless. Gwen, please just stop thinking about this, okay?" Michael didn't want Gwen to get involved, but Gwen simply pretended not to hear. His curiosity was aroused, so it was useless to say anything. He just said to Michael, "TCH, what do you have in mind? Don't even think about it." "You're kidding me, that's probably why you and Ma En quarreled in the first place. Why did you come and he came? Isn't it just who you chose as bait?" "Well, people understand everything, does this girl need to be so smart?" Michael was suddenly stopped by Gwen, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Michael acted as if nothing was wrong, pretending not to be yelled at by Gwen, nodded and said, "Well, yes, so we already have an action plan, so Gwen doesn't need you to worry about it." Gwen didn't care, but continued to ask, "Then which one of you will be the bait?" "Let's go together, there is strength in numbers," Michael said with a dark look on his face. Why did he choke on his anger and let Gwen hear such a stupid thing? Gwen imagined how Michael and Ma-en would look like dressing up as women. A man who was about 1.9 meters tall and a fat old man who was 1.7 meters tall and weighed 210 pounds. He could pretend to be a pregnant woman. She burst into laughter. "This picture is so beautiful that I don't dare to think too much about it." Gwen held Michael's arm with both hands and rested her head on Michael's shoulder. She shrugged her back and laughed non-stop. Under Michael's dark gaze, she finally suppressed her laughter and teased, "Are you too sure this is about catching a sex demon, rather than creating a new urban legend?" Perhaps Gwen was too shocked by the image of Michael and Ma-en dressing up as women in her mind. She giggled like she was being punched in the hole of laughter, and it took a long time to stop. Gwen wiped a few tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at Michael who looked hopeless, and said with a smile, "No, are you two really planning to do this?" Michael glanced at Gwen angrily and sighed, thinking to himself, "Aren't they still thinking about this?" The bad thing is that this matter happened near the school, and the impact was too bad. The bosses above repeatedly emphasized that it should be done as soon as possible. The police inspector kept an eye on this matter every day and asked about the progress. Alone said, "What can I do? I am also helpless. By the way, if it weren't for the fact that you, a little girl, go to school here and I'm afraid that something might happen to you, would I have needed to be so impatient? I didn't expect that I would be entangled with you, a little girl. It's really, and all the guys have the consciousness to do it. Such a big sacrifice, this little heartless guy is not only ungrateful, but also takes pleasure in your misfortune. His love for you is in vain." Seeing Michael sighing helplessly, Gwen rolled her eyes and said, "You two will definitely not be effective as bait. Why don't you try someone else?" "Who is it?" Michael frowned and curled his lips helplessly. He thought to himself, knowing that this girl must be waiting for me here. Even after dealing with her for a long time, she still couldn't be dealt with. Gwen straightened her already quite impressive figure and said, "Of course she is the naturally beautiful and intelligent young lady." Alone said in his heart that you forgot to add, watching the fun and not afraid of getting into trouble. Michael slowed down his pace, turned to look at Gwen seriously, and said in a deep voice, "No, absolutely not, this is absolutely non-negotiable. Even if I don't handle this case and watch you every day, I won't let you face it. Such dangerous." Gwen looked back at Aaron and saw that Aaron was looking at her seriously. After a while, she still looked away and lowered her head slightly, a bit like a listless kitten. She nodded and said, "Oh," but there was no sound in her voice. But there was not much grievance, instead there was a hint of imperceptible secret joy, and the base of the ears was slightly red. Anyway, Michael, who was just happy that the eldest Lady Gwen finally calmed down, didn't notice it at all. "Mr. Walker, Gwen." The two of them were talking, and they were almost near the main entrance when they were suddenly stopped by a young voice. When they turned around, they saw that it was Peter Parker's Pennu. Little Pennu Peter Parker was carrying a skateboard and was neatly dressed, but he didn't see little Jessica Jones. It seemed he didn't seize the opportunity very well. Peter Parker's expression is no longer so embarrassed. As a young man, emotions come and go quickly, and it can be seen that his mental endurance is quite good. Michael looked at the sunny boy in front of him, thinking about all the funny experiences that Spider-Man would have in the future, and sighed secretly in his heart. "Come on, little Parker, there will be more bad things waiting for you in the future. Slowly endure it, sooner or later you will be able to endure it, get used to it." As a super popular hero, Spider-Man even has his own spider universe. Not counting anime, there are 3 versions of movies alone, 6 of which are protagonists, 2 of which are main supporting roles, and their identity settings are also different. The latest version, even the most classic, "With great power comes great responsibility," Ben Parker has been cancelled, and Spidey's Aunt May has also been changed into a very charming, mature person, who is also similar to Iron Man Tony Stark. Uncle Hua Hua is a bit ambiguous. The only thing these little spiders have in common is that their fates are so terrible. It's hard for Michael to guess the life trajectory of Spider-Man in this life. He just hopes it won't be the 2-part Amazing Spider-Man with Gwen as the heroine. The story in Michael's memory, in which Superintendent George Stacy and Gwen were both given lunches, was a bullshit plot that Michael would never accept. Even if it were to be spoiled by force, it would directly ruin the plot. Michael would rather secretly kill Dr. Lizard, Electro, Green Goblin and other villains in advance. He would even rather cut off Peter Parker's opportunity so that there would be no more Spider-Man in this world, rather than Gwen going through such a tragic experience. Michael was thinking about it, but at the end he felt very angry. Peter Parker had already walked up to the two of them. Gwen said hello to Peter Parker first. "Hi, Parker." Peter Parker said to the two of them, "I've met you two again. Are you finished with your work?" "Parker, just call me Michael. There's no need to be so formal." Michael quickly calmed down his emotions and said with a smile to Parker's Pennu, "In any case, Peter Parker is just an innocent boy now, not the troublemaker Spider-Man. Let's just talk about the matter." For this sunny boy with a sense of justice in front of him, "Michael, I don't dislike it at all, but I have a good impression." "Then you can call me Peter." Peter Parker responded happily after hearing what Michael said. Michael nodded and said, "We're almost done and we're about to go back now." "What about you, Peter?" Peter Parker replied, "I'm going to the flea market. As you know, my camera was broken just now. I'm going to buy some parts to repair it. Oh, by the way, this guy is a young genius in biology, chemistry and electronic engineering." Michael suddenly understood. This future Spider-Man's equipment, Spider Silk, and Spider Launcher were all invented and made by himself. In a certain version, he can also understand the biological gene fusion formula developed by his father Richard Parker, and directly leading to the birth of Dr. Lizard. I just don't know how high Peter Parker's academic level is now. Michael thought of his previous analysis of the case and the assumption that the pervert had a hidden surveillance system. Could Peter Parker provide some help in this regard? The few IT men in charge of electronic information in the police station are not very good at it, and in a police station with hundreds of police officers, there are only a few IT men, and more than 70% of them are over 40 years old. Many of them are basically useless. The police officers, who only know how to look up information and write documents, have to go to them for any problem, and they are simply too busy. And Michael doesn't know any elites in this field. He has never drawn a skill card in this field, or has studied anything specifically. He is not very good at this field. He is worried about this matter. Maybe this will is it an unexpected gain. Michael had the idea that there would be nothing to lose by giving it a try. He seemed to be unintentional and just asked out of curiosity, "Oh, Peter, can you repair electronic products by yourself?" "That's great." Peter Parker scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Well, it's okay. I'm a little interested in this area and like to make some things by myself. In fact, this broken camera is a part one found myself. I assembled it myself, and I also made my computer, music player, stereo, etc." Oh, awesome, awesome. You are so young and promising. I didn't expect that Peter not only has a sense of justice and bravery, but also has talent. It's really rare. Aaron thought it was reliable as soon as he heard it, and he immediately became a Bo Chi Guo's commercial tout. As soon as I mentioned work, my attitude changed immediately. Hey, it seemed like Michael had said this to someone just now. This also made Gwen get goosebumps when she heard it, and she felt a little uncomfortable when her family praised other people's children. I am so smart and ice cold, but I don't see you praising others, and you always want to give others just fool around, huh? But Gwen also knew that Michael did it on purpose, but he didn't know the specific reason, so he didn't speak and just listened quietly. It's okay, it's just a so-so. Peter Parker said a little embarrassedly after being praised by Michael. This guy probably hasn't heard much praise like this. When the original friends heard that he saved all his things by themselves, except for a few real friends who said it was cool, they all didn't like it. Dismissive, even sneered and looked down upon. When he heard Michael praising him so much, his face turned a little red. Michael then said to Peter Parker, "It's like this. I have some problems with electronic equipment and I want to ask someone for consultation. I wonder if you can help me, Peter." "Okay, no problem. If you have anything to ask, I promise to tell you everything." Peter Parker replied happily. Michael called Peter Parker to walk with him and said as he walked, "Come on, let's talk as we walk. Are you in a hurry to go to the flea market? If you're not in a hurry, I'll buy you a drink and we'll talk slowly. I know there's a strong family nearby. Jamba Juice." It's a bit strange that Peter Parker is so enthusiastic about Michael. It doesn't seem to be about repairing a computer or a TV. But after thinking about it, maybe it's really urgent. Nothing happened, so he nodded and agreed, Okay, it's okay, I can go anytime." Michael was just happy that Peter Parker nodded in agreement, when he felt his arms tighten. When he turned around, he saw Gwen holding his arms with both hands, looking up and glaring at him angrily. After what Michael said just now, Gwen thought about forgetting it and not causing trouble for this stinky guy. But when she saw Michael then went to find Peter Parker, she didn't know what he wanted to do, but it was obvious that he wanted to cause trouble, so he took Peter with him. Parker wouldn't take her with him when he was playing, and then he stopped playing again. When Michael saw Gwen's expression, "I want to get rid of this young lady and go do things on my own, don't even think about it, there's no way. There are no windows." Something like this made him sigh in his heart, and he just followed her. While Peter Parker was talking, he actually forgot about this little ant. How could this be done? When Peter Parker saw Gwen hugging Michael's arm, his heart suddenly felt blocked for no reason. It was hard to describe what it felt like, as if something belonging to him in the dark was suddenly gone. In this life, Peter Parker and Gwen only knew each other's names. They would not take the initiative to say hello when they met, but only nodded occasionally, so Peter Parker himself felt that this feeling was really inexplicable. Peter Parker shook his head, trying to get rid of this emotion. Fortunately, this feeling was fleeting and came and went without a trace. Peter Parker was in a daze for a while. What kind of nerves was this? He really doubted whether he had been raped just now. That bastard Eugene Thompson hit him hard. On the other hand, Michael really couldn't resist Gwen, his aunt, so he nodded to Gwen as if he had resigned himself to his fate, and he agreed. "Let's take it one step at a time. Maybe the little spider in the future will now have the halo of the protagonist and the troublemaking physique to attract bad guys. Maybe then the pervert will really pop out on his own. Michael is so relieved. Not long after, Michael brought Gwen and Peter Parker back to his partner Man. Man was bored at this time, reading the newspaper and playing crossword puzzles. From time to time he raised his head and looked around. When he saw Alonso bringing a little guy back, he was obviously stunned and thought to himself that this was not the mouth of that brat. Hua Gwen or something, was caught by Michael and wanted to bring her here to scare her, right? Man thought, I'll have to be more aggressive later, but seeing the three of them talking and laughing, it didn't seem like that. Michael motioned for Peter Parker to get in the car, and the three of them got into the car. You're back, what's going on? Man glanced at Peter Parker's little pennu lightly, smiled and nodded to Gwen, and then asked Michael. After all, he has been a policeman for so many years, and his social power is still very strong. Seeing Peter Parker is really a little nervous. Gwen smiled and said hello to Ma-en. Because of Michael, the two of them were familiar with each other. Michael was sitting in the passenger seat. He turned back to look at Peter and said, "Here, let me introduce you to him. Peter, this is my partner, Detective Mantat. Man, this is my new friend in school. A little genius in electronic information engineering." Chatting along the way, it was basically Michael asking questions, and Peter Parker answering about his study status, life, family situation, etc. It wasn't until I got in the car and saw the police lights on the stand above the dashboard, as well as the talkie radio in front of the gear shifter, that I realized it was a police car. Then I heard what Alone said and knew that Alone was a police car. What exactly does it do? Hello, Detective Tate, nice to meet you. So Michael, you are a police detective. Peter Parker said suddenly, no wonder Michael is so imposing, he turns out to be a police uncle. Peter Parker didn't know if it was his own illusion, but he always felt that his partner, a fat middle-aged man with a mustache, had a vague temperament of a bohemian heart wrapped in a simple and honest appearance. If Michael knew what Spider-Man was thinking in the future, he would definitely admire this young man's natural sense of intuition. He could see the nature of his partner's wretched fat boy at a glance. "Oh, Ma-en," said a long voice with a hint of surprise. "This guy is so experienced, such a thief, and reacts so quickly." As soon as he heard Michael say this, he immediately realized what he meant. Marn's face changed as if he had changed his face, and he smiled and said to Peter Parker in the tone of a kind elder, "Hello, Parker, the young man is really young and promising. He is indeed a talented person, unlike the few kids in my family. Asshole, you just know how to trouble me, you know. Let me go, this old fat guy doesn't bite, does he?" Peter Parker was almost startled by Marn's sudden enthusiasm, and murmured, You're so polite." Michael was too complimentary. "When it comes to work, my face changes. Is everything okay?" Michael asked quickly when he saw his partner's beaming and talkative attitude. "What's going on? I'm glad I'm not asleep." Ma-en curled his lips. After getting older, in a quiet and peaceful afternoon, the feeling that he couldn't help but want to take a nap without realizing it, it's simply much more uncomfortable than staying up all night to keep an eye on him. Michael nodded and said, "Then let's stop here today. I happen to have something to ask Peter. Let's go to Jianbao Juice. I'll treat everyone to a drink. Hey, let's walk." As soon as he heard that the work was over and someone was treating him, Ma-en, who was tired after staying for a whole day, immediately became energetic and stopped talking nonsense. He threw the newspaper and pencil to Michael and fastened his seatbelt, put the gear into gear and stepped on the accelerator, and the car wandered away. It's the same car, the same people, the same secluded place, just the location has changed. But this time Michael asked Gwen to sit in the passenger seat, while he and Peter Parker sat in the back seat, each holding a large paper cup with a thick straw in their hand. Breathe Hulyulu, huh? Well, that's about it. The juice shop was crowded with people, and it wasn't the place to talk. Alone and the others bought drinks, but returned to the car and drove to a quiet place to drink. While chatting, after Michael received Peter Parker's assurance that he would not tell others casually, he told Parker the outline of the matter. Thanks to book friend Kong Mushong for the tip. As the saying goes, meeting Peter Parker is worse than being famous. After the most intuitive observation and contact with Peter Parker, Michael truly recognized Peter Parker's character and didn't hide much from the young man. So that's it. Peter Parker said with a sudden look on his face after hearing this. Because this mess is not a big deal for the time being, and the victim will not spread it around because of the nature of the incident. Parker only heard that such a thing might happen, but he did not expect it to be true, and it seemed very serious. Tricky look. This makes Peter Parker feel excited about being trusted and entrusted with important tasks. Michael nodded and said to Peter Parker, "Well, so, I want to find someone knowledgeable to ask if it is possible to privately develop a set of covert surveillance equipment that can cover several blocks around the school, and what kind of financial resources, professional knowledge, etc. are needed, and can it be done by one person?" Peter Parker thought for a moment and replied seriously, "This is basically not difficult. It is similar to the monitoring equipment placed by bird-watching enthusiasts in the park, or the monitoring equipment and cameras used to observe creatures in the forest on TV. Transmitting and receiving equipment, computers, etc. are all readily available. Well, they just require some hands-on skills to install and set up. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I think it's not too difficult. In terms of cost, if you go to the flea market to buy and exchange it like I did to make the camera, it won't cost much. Well, even if you are a student, of course, I don't mean that person is a student. In short, pocket money plus a part-time job should be enough, I think." Peter Parker did some more calculations in his mind and came to this conclusion. That is to say, no professional knowledge is required, it can be done with just hobbies and interests, and there are no financial restrictions. Michael sighed slightly in his heart as he listened. The scope has not been narrowed because of this. If we assume that the target did this, is it possible to find these monitoring devices without being noticed by the target, or even reversely track the target's location? Aaron thought for a while and continued to ask. Upon hearing Michael's question, Peter Parker did not answer immediately, but fell into deep thought. After a long while, under the gaze of several people, Peter Parker considered, and slowly said word by word, "Well, maybe I can make a device that captures the surrounding signal sources. Well, if the range is not very wide, the other party it should be an analog signal, determine the frequency band, locate and display it, it shouldn't be too difficult. It should be possible to reversely track the signal receiving location without being noticed. After all, we are not trying to crack or invade anything, we are just following the signal to locate it. As long as the other party cannot see it, it should not be noticed." Michael asked hurriedly, "So we just need to be careful not to be seen by the other party's surveillance equipment when we act?" Peter Parker nodded and said, "That's right." Michael happily held Peter Parker's hand and said, "That's great, Peter, you've really helped a lot now, thank you so much." Peter Parker scratched his head, a little embarrassed but said happily, "I will do my best, and I will go to the flea market to buy parts later." Michael patted Peter Parker on the shoulder and said, "If you need anything, just ask. The 29th Precinct will pay for all your expenses in this operation." Of course, that's what Michael said. It doesn't cost much. By then, he'll probably be too lazy to go through the formal procedures of the police station and just pay for it himself to save trouble. Peter Parker provided such a plan that sounded quite reliable. The problem that had been troubled for a long time saw the dawn of hope, and it could suddenly change from fishing law enforcement to opening the door to check the water meter. Both partners Aaron and Maan were very happy. Happy. Especially Aaron, he no longer has to worry about being used as bait to go fishing, and he no longer has to worry about Gwen, the little ant, who is only thinking about making trouble. A big stone finally fell to the ground in his heart, and he was so happy that he was almost focused on it. The telephone pole shouted, "I'm finally saved." All in all, this is a very exciting thing, except that Gwen feels a little boring because he can't do anything. In fact, Gwen almost has the word "really boring" written on his face. Michael asked Peter how long it would take to produce the finished product, and the answer was that it would take at least 3 days. Okay, just let that bitch run free for a few more days, just hope that the perverted demon doesn't cause trouble in these days, Michael secretly calculated. The most important thing is, I hope it will be what he imagined, instead of wasting money. After so much effort, I got nothing. Anyway, let's try it. Anyway, I can't think of any other good way for the time being. The few of them made some plans again, agreed on a time, and said almost everything they could say at the moment. It was already getting dark. When Ma-en looked at the time, he saw that it was almost late to pick up the triplets from his family, so he hurriedly call it a day. Michael looked at his watch and knew that everyone had lost track of time while talking, and Ma-en was really anxious. After thinking about it, he simply asked Ma-en to drive the car to pick up the child first, and the three of them found another way. The old driver Ma-en didn't say much, he just nodded to Michael, said sorry to Gwen and Peter Parker, and drove away in a hurry with the exhaust fumes all the way. Michael and Peter exchanged communication methods with each other, and first gave him $300 as a purchase fee. If he couldn't tell him enough, he talked to him directly. Peter calculated and said that the situation was about the same, and he would refund the more or make up for the less when the time came. Michael patted Peter's shoulder and nodded in agreement. Michael said a few more words to Peter Parker, and Peter left on his skateboard. Michael promised Gwen to go back to her house for dinner tonight, but it was still early before the agreed 8 o'clock time. However, Michael and Stacy's family can be considered their own people, so there was no need to be so particular. Michael thought about it and said to Gwen, "Let's go together. But first, you have to go back to the police station with me to get a ride." "Okay, let's go." Gwen's eyes flashed, she replied with a smile, and she naturally put her arms around Michael's arms. Michael turned his head and looked around. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a hazy film on Gwen's smile, making Michael feel dazed for a while. For some reason, he suddenly remembered Mr. Pu Songling's description of Nia Xiaoqian, muscle reflecting the flowing clouds, it is particularly beautiful and charming. Silly. Seeing alone in a daze, Gwen smiled like a flower, pulled alone, hugged his arm, and the two of them strolled away. Under the sunset, their shadows were stretched longer and longer, and finally seemed to merge into one. Michael's apartment. Michael and Gwen took the subway back to the police station, picked up the car, and drove back to their home. Although Michael's physique has long been classified as non-human, after a day of hard work, he did not feel any physical fatigue and did not shed a few drops of sweat. However, when going to Gwen's house for dinner, he must be polite. This is so busy. After a busy day, it is still necessary to freshen up and change your outfit. We're home. There's something to drink in the refrigerator. Sit down wherever you want. I'll change my clothes first. Michael opened the door and asked Gwen to go in first. He opened the small safe on the wall and put the pistol back in its holster. Aha! Gwen came to Aaron's house to play more than once or twice. She was not polite to alone. It was as if she had returned to her own home. She opened the shoe cabinet very familiarly and took out her own bunny ears. After changing into slippers, I went straight to the living room. Michael also went straight back to the bedroom, took a shower in 3 to 5 minutes, took out a casual suit from the closet, put on pants and a shirt, tied his belt, threw the tie on the bed, and walked out with his suit jacket. The bedroom. Michael returned to the living room and saw that the TV had been turned on and the laptop on the clean coffee table had also been turned on. Looking at the screen, he saw a lot of folders opened on it, including various study files, hidden folders, etc. Yes, you know. There was also a bottle of Dr. Pepper soda and a pack of Cheetos on the coffee table, both of which were opened. But Gwen didn't just sit on the sofa eating snacks and watching TV. Instead, like a chipmunk, Gwen chewed Cheetos in her mouth and rummaged around on the sofa without knowing what she was looking for. Gwen dug behind the cushions, under the seat cushions, and even under the sofa. "Did you find anything?" Aaron looked at her with a dark look on his face. Ever since, this girl basically has to do this routine again every time she comes back. However, when she heard Michael's voice coming from behind her, Gwen not only did not feel embarrassed about being shouted out, but instead turned her head and glanced at Michael, and then said with a look and tone that was both disappointing and suspicious, in short, very strange. He said angrily, "There's nothing, huh?" Gwen turned over and sat up, put her arms on the back of the sofa, raised her head with a slight huff, and looked at Michael critically. "It's quite cute, but..." Alas. Michael sighed in his heart and smiled bitterly to himself. Ever since one time, a young lady from a wrestling club who had a pure relationship with Michael for physical training accidentally dropped a small T-shaped piece of lace between the sofa cushions, revealing a corner of it. Was accidentally discovered by Gwen and was pulled out, and was slapped on the mouth by the force of the rebound. That scream that shot straight into the sky, Michael feels a little tinnitus when he thinks about it now. Gwen lost her temper a lot, and after being coaxed by Michael with great difficulty, it was like this routine every time she came. That's why Alone's house is so neat and tidy. Alone specially hired a housekeeper. The laptop on the table is only used for daily entertainment such as browsing the web, just to avoid similar embarrassments from happening again. Then Gwen still had to say, "Boys, just buy some our 18 magazines, masturbate and daydream. Don't mess with the little goblins outside, and be careful not to leave any bones left." Similar. Probably looking at it with such a critical expression, it seems like it is like this now. So there are perverts in men, cough. That's a pervert. With Michael's identity and position, naturally he can't say that. So to put it another way, a boy is healthy in wrestling with the ladies to exercise, what is wrong with it? Although Michael's mental activity was probably like this, just looking at Gwen who was baring her teeth at him like a little tiger and looking so cute, Michael still wisely chose not to be pretentious with Gwen. Michael didn't answer and looked at Gwen helplessly. Gwen was so angry that he grabbed 2 Cheetos and threw them towards Michael. Michael quickly grabbed the first one with his thumb and index finger. And pinched the second one with his index finger and middle finger, and threw it twice lightly into his mouth. A set of movements was precise and deft, as if he had practiced it countless times, easily and naturally, which made Gwen look a little bit. Wei Wei was stunned. Michael walked to the dining room, found an unopened bottle of white wine from the cabinet, and put it on the table. Aaron has just passed the legal drinking age. Although he is not drunk after 1,000 drinks, he really doesn't like this drink. However, in order to have normal interpersonal relationships, he still buys red wine, white wine, whiskey and other kinds of wine. Keep it at home and use it to entertain guests or give gifts. People here also pay attention to sending favors and reciprocating favors. It is customary to bring some gifts when visiting relatives and friends' homes for meals, usually food or wine such as pies and donuts. In order to save trouble, Michael usually just choose wine. Michael didn't buy too many high-end or expensive ones, he just bought some in a very low-key way within his salary range, such as this bottle of dry white, produced in Napa Valley, California, which cost $79.99 a bottle. Daily drinks are completely affordable, will not attract attention, and can be given away easily. As for choosing white wine instead of red wine, it's because Gwen's mother's specialty is lemon sea bass, which she often cooks, white meat with white wine. Gwen's parents, George and Helen, also developed a habit of drinking white wine from time to time. I'm used to it, so this is just the right gift. Michael accidentally glanced at the TV and saw news from the Osborne Group being broadcast on it, saying that a biopower generation project had been officially approved and the design drawings had been established. Hey, why does it feel familiar? It seems like I have heard it somewhere. But Michael didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly changed the subject and asked Gwen, who was still a little angry. The Osborne Group was mentioned on TV. Aren't you applying for the intern qualification of their group? Do you know what kind of biopower generation project this is? It sounds very powerful. Gwen also turned back to watch TV and said while watching, I have heard that I have been paying attention to the news about the Osborne Group. The Osborne Group is a leader in the field of biotechnology among business groups, and this time not only must we enter the energy field, but we must also integrate it with the original biological field. This is not the commonly mentioned biomass power generation, which is the use of organic matter produced by living things to generate electricity. Instead, we use genetic harmonization technology to create organisms that can truly be used for industrial-level power generation. This is very epoch-making significance. If successful, it will chart a new path for the future of mankind. Of course, these are official claims, and no further details have been announced yet. It sounds awesome. Michael said with an unclear expression on his face as he listened to Gwen's eloquent story. But those who know the future direction know that this should only sound good, because the real emerging energy industry in the future will be the Stark Group's arc reactor, while Osborne's biopower generation ended up being unsuccessful. Only one supervillain, Electro, was created. By the way, Yaya is a damn electric guy, and he's one of the culprits of Gwen getting lunch in the movie. What's the name of that grandson with Mediterranean hair? Mike? Max? Thinking of this, Michael also secretly became serious in his heart and had to make plans for the future. The main reason is that Michael's current strength is all supported by physical attributes. Unlike Spider-Man's mutation, in addition to physical fitness, there are also spider silk, spider wall climbing in spider sense. The little green goblin has Osborne's military industry. Technology, the electric man can transform into thunder and lightning, absorb lightning, and all have extremely special characteristics or abilities. Michael's physical fitness and fighting skills alone, even with the addition of modern weapons, are difficult to deal with. Now Michael's strength is not enough to suppress the little green goblin and Electro. Even when Dr. Lizard transforms into an irrational lizard, his super regenerative ability can catch a car flying with one claw. In terms of physical fitness, Michael is also not sure of winning. At a level similar to Spider-Man, aside from factors such as luck, aura, and plot killing, his own strength is a whole level higher than the limits of human physique such as Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the Punisher. Yes, if placed in Michael's lucky wheel, it would be a character card that can only be drawn by the intermediate lottery level. So Michael's current problem is that he is a little better than the ones above, and he is stronger than those at the level of Hawkeye and Black Widow, but he does not have powerful skills, his attributes cannot be crushed, and his strength is not as good as that of Electro. As for this problem, there is only a primary lottery at this stage. How to open the intermediate lottery for a certain time traveler who still has no clue will be difficult to solve in a short time. Michael believes that in addition to the systematic lottery based on luck, some other targeted measures should be planned, such as taking advantage of the prophecy of time travelers. The specific plot is difficult to grasp due to the chaos of Spider-Man's world line, but the general direction, the plot will advance. Context, but it can still be inferred. If the mid-level lottery could be turned on, maybe you wouldn't be so embarrassed. It's just that this plugin that comes with time travel, although it is also a Krypton Gold type, has too many restrictions and the threshold is too high, so alone has no place to top up even if he has money. Not to mention the money that other people's systems really recognized as being able to be used for mid-level lottery draws. Michael didn't have any money. What should I do if I have traveled through time and cheated to make money, but I still can't become a Krypton Gold warrior? Waiting online, quite urgent. After a long time of fussing, my brother is actually not much different from the fat loser before I traveled through time. A certain time traveler who relied on plugins to move forward smoothly suddenly came to a realization. Traveling into this world full of gods and goddesses, keeping a low profile is just an excuse. I just go with the flow and rely on plugins to get by step by step. I am just confused about where the road is. It's time to take the initiative to explore the mysteries of this world, take the initiative to contact the extraordinary realm of this world, and find a way to open the intermediate lottery. In order to change the fate that Gwen and her father may encounter, Michael has the determination to become truly stronger for the first time. Let's go, it's almost time. Michael looked at his watch and said to Gwen, whose attention was diverted and was still watching TV. Well, let's go. Gwen replied, pressing the remote control to turn off the TV. But Gwen still seemed to be obsessed with the scene where Michael caught 2 snacks with one hand. Seeing Michael turn his back, his eyes rolled around, and suddenly he threw another one towards the back of Michael's head. Michael, however, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He ducked away with a casual tilt of his head, caught it and threw it into his mouth. Gwen raised her eyebrows, her eyes lit up when she looked at it, she pointed at Michael and said excitedly, "Oh. Damn Michael, you still said you don't know martial arts. You must be killing you to death on an empty stomach, right?" Hearing what Gwen said, Michael just covered his face. It was just a subconscious reaction just now, but he showed his keen sense and reaction speed. He regretted it after doing it. Now he got caught by this little girl again. He might as well pretend I didn't pay attention to it. Michael turned his face to look at Gwen, and said in a low and serious voice, "Okay, yes, 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 yes. In this case, I will no longer hide it. Yes, I am the legendary martial arts master, one of the 2 martial arts masters. The great secret skills, One Finger Zen and Lion's Roar, have been integrated and mastered by me, forming one ultimate secret skill. The benefits of learning are endless. Pay attention." At the end of the sentence, Michael's tone became more and more exaggerated. He suddenly stood up straight, straightened his chest, raised his head and buttocks, spread out his arms, then raised them high above his head, then folded them together in front of his chest, stretched out his right index finger and pointed at the grid. Gwen frowned, and shouted angrily, "Come here." Gwen squirted out a mouthful of pepper soda. Gwen actually knew that Michael was very physically fit and that he was one of the best warriors in the police force. He was joking just now, but was stunned by Michael until he saw Michael being so funny. Scene. My aunt believed your lies. Gwen's shoulders slumped, and she sighed with a black line on her face. She glared at Michael angrily and without saying anything, she snorted, got up from the sofa, walked around Michael, and walked straight to the entrance hall. Michael still maintained his posture, his body did not move, but his feet turned to keep himself facing Gwen, hooked his fingers, and then said, "Let's go. I haven't finished speaking yet." It's 7 o'clock in the evening, a little after that. Michael took Gwen to Stacy's house. Although Gwen's home is in Queens like Michael's apartment, there is still a difference. Michael is single. He has enough to eat and the whole family is not hungry. He also has some secrets of his own. He has always kept a low profile, so choose a small single apartment in a relatively secluded area. Stacy's parents raised 4 children. As a large family, they chose a relatively prosperous area with convenient transportation and close to the school to buy a large loft apartment. This is an upper-middle-class residential area. Many people with an annual salary of more than $100,000 will choose to live here. The house where Michael lived with his parents in this life was originally nearby. However, something happened and Michael entrusted George Stacy to find an agent to sell it. George Stacy is the police chief of the police station in the largest city in the United States. In New York, the most expensive city in the United States, he is between the wealthy class and the upper middle class. His annual salary is about $250,000. Specifically, yes, you can't know the specific figures until you reach that position or above. No police officer would ask how much a police superintendent earns per month. If people find out, they will ask you what you mean. Michael only made a rough guess based on the internal gossip in the police station and the few words he heard while living at Stacy's house. That's why Superintendent George Stacy can support a family of 6 by himself and still buy a nice loft apartment in Queens. Gwen opened the door and entered the house, followed by Michael, who also seemed to be back at home. He skillfully opened the shoe cabinet to find slippers to put on, and handed Gwen slippers to her. Gwen walked to the living room, threw her bag casually on the sofa, and said to Michael, "Sit wherever you want, I'll get you something to drink. I bought the kvass you mentioned last time online." Michael has been particularly fond of drinking kvass since his last life. People who like it very much, but people who don't like it compare it to something scary like snake plant water. It's a very strange drink. It's just that this thing is not easy to buy in North America. It is only sold in Russia, its birthplace, and its surrounding countries, including the north of the indescribable countries in the east. Alone searched many places but could not find it. But Alone can make it by himself. Sometimes he really wants to drink it, and when he has free time, he will make some by himself occasionally. Michael only mentioned it to Gwen once, but unexpectedly she remembered it and kept thinking about it. Michael looked at Gwen's figure and felt as if the softest part of his heart was lightly touched by something. It seemed like a touch. Gwen ran to the kitchen and said with a slightly raised voice, "I'm back." "Mom, are you in the kitchen?" "Michael is here." No one else was in the living room. Gwen's 3 younger brothers, 13-year-old Howard, 10-year-old Phillips, and the youngest 7-year-old Simon, were all in their respective rooms. Michael walked to the living room, sat on the sofa, and placed the white wine he brought on the coffee table. Not long after, Gwen came out with a dark brown long tube drink with Russian characters printed on it, followed by a middle-aged lady, looking at Michael with a smile on her face. This lady is wearing a housewife's home clothes and an apron. She has blonde hair like Gwen, but it has been permed into big waves. Her face is also similar to Gwen's, except for the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, which are slightly different. There are some signs of time, but it is well maintained and has a mature charm, making it difficult for people to guess the age of the lady. It was none other than Gwen's mother, Helen Stacy. It can be said that Gwen's beauty is completely inherited from her mother. How should I put it? George's pursuit of Helen was obviously largely due to his personal qualities and cultivation. "Aunt Helen, long time no see." Michael stepped forward, hugged Helen gently, and then said with a smile, "Aunt Helen, long time no see." At first glance, I thought Gwen was still there. A long-lost eldest sister has arrived. This kid is so talkative that even I make fun of him. Helen patted Michael on the shoulder and said to Michael in a somewhat irritating tone. Her expression was only happy, and there was no trace of anger at all. He looked at Michael with a smile and said, "But the spa membership card you gave me last time, that store is really good. Even you, a child, don't come back to visit often. We all miss you, especially Gwen, who always asks about you." "Okay, Mom, go cook. I'm already hungry." Gwen saw that her mother had a tendency to start talking, so she quickly interrupted Helen's words, put her arm around Helen's shoulders, and held her hand like a baby. Her mother pushed towards the kitchen. "Oh, by the way, Alone also brought a bottle of wine, you can take it over by the way," Gwen said and gave Michael a wink. Michael shrugged and walked back to the sofa to get the wine. "You kid, you are so irritable that you don't let anyone finish what you say. The same goes for Alone. It's just as long as people come. Why do you want to buy anything?" Helen patted Gwen's forehead lightly in annoyance. But she still followed Gwen's push and walked towards the kitchen. Gwen's temperament seems to be more like that of her father George. Helen took the wine and went back to the kitchen to work. Gwen wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, looked like he had nothing to do with his mother, laughed twice, and said to Michael, "Go to my room, I'll get you the CD, you can listen to it now." Gwen's room is about 15 or 6 square meters. There are no girly and cute decorations, and there are no posters of various idol stars or fashion magazines. Instead, it has a cooler-toned atmosphere. Next to the door is a large bed with a white headboard, gray-blue sheets, and light beige cushions. There is a writing table diagonally opposite the bed. There is an Apple laptop on the writing table. White headphones are neatly wrapped and placed on top of the laptop. There are several stacks of notebooks, a pen holder, a CD holder, and a triceratops, and a model of a stegosaurus serves as decoration. Under the window is a short bookcase with several trophies and medals placed on it. The bookcase is filled with various academic books of different thicknesses, and none of the books are brand new. They are all half-used, from the looks of it. They have been studied carefully. On the other side of the bookcase is a wardrobe with a fitting mirror. There are several frames hanging on the wall, and there are several frames hanging on them, all of which are photos of Gwen, some with her family, some of her alone, and 2 or 3 of her and Aaron, such as a picture of a world of ice and snow. Wearing ski clothes and holding a snowboard, Lee took a photo with Michael. It feels a bit simple and elegant, not like the room of a young girl, but more like the room of a female scientific researcher. He is truly a top student. Gwen went to the bathroom to change clothes and remove makeup. Michael took off his suit jacket and put it on the chair next to the desk, then sat down. Not long after, Gwen changed into loose and casual clothes and walked out of the bathroom. She took off her light makeup, put down her ponytail, and turned her hair into a shawl. It was less decorated, but it looked more peaceful and indifferent. There is nothing better than hibiscus coming out of clear water, and nature removing the ornaments, Michael thought in his mind. Gwen saw Aaron looking at her and looking absent-minded for a moment. She felt a little proud in her heart. With an expression like, "You performed well, I'll give you a reward, little sister," she said, "I'll get it for you." CD. Gwen said as she walked up to Michael, stood next to Michael, reached for the CD rack on the table, and sat down with Michael's height, with the top of her head just at the height of Gwen's shoulders. As soon as Michael recovered from his daze, he felt surrounded by the girl's body fragrance and warmth. When he looked up, he saw the girl's delicate skin that could be broken by blows. Michael subconsciously wanted to look away, stand up and get out of the way, but because of a violent beating of his heart, he was lost for a moment, and time seemed to be infinitely magnified. When he came back to his senses, Gwen had already leaned over and held out one hand. He reached over and held down Michael's other shoulder. The whole weight of his body was pressed on Michael's arm. He reached out to reach the CD rack, but his snow-white neck accidentally touched the tip of Michael's tall nose. A slight itching and numbing feeling suddenly spread from the tip of Michael's nose throughout his whole body, as if an electric current had passed through him. The faint body fragrance continued to penetrate into his nose, and it seemed as if it was going all the way into his heart. His blood surged up and his beating became more intense. His heart felt so strong that Michael seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat. His whole body seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and he stood there motionless. Gwen, however, seemed to be very calm and found an EP disc. The other hand supporting Michael's shoulder exerted a little force, and her body took a half step back, as if she didn't notice it, but her neck was red all the time. The skin that reaches the base of the ears, and the slender fingers that are trembling slightly as they hold the thin plate hard, show that the girl's heart is not so peaceful. Just seeing Michael's pupils lost focus, staring straight ahead in a daze, a bit cute, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief, quickly calmed down his breathing, and calmed down his chest that was pounding like a deer. Michael finally recovered from his confusion. He turned around and saw Gwen's angry and happy expression, half smiling but not smiling. He said coquettishly, "Idiot, look at how stupid you are. Hurry up and leave. I turn on the computer for you." Oh, okay. Michael replied subconsciously. He took a deep breath, smoothed his breathing, and finally calmed down. He stood up from the chair with the armrest, turned around, and sat at the end of the bed. After walking down, his expression was still a bit dull. Asterisk. A mysterious little theater in another world where we never know what happened. Michael, hey, Tony, I've always seen countless tidbits about you. There are countless young ladies who have fallen down. Why do you act like an innocent little virgin when you meet Pepper? You don't know what to do. You don't know those things. It's all fake. Are you really a virgin? Tony looked at Michael with an expression that said he didn't know what to say. I said, don't you always say that you are quite fierce, Pia wrestling with a young lady, how do you ask such a question like a virgin? As a police superintendent, George Stacy is the top leader of the 29th Precinct in Queens. He leads the work of hundreds of police officers and staff in a police station. Even if he is focusing on the big and letting go of the small, he is in charge of the overall situation and only controls the precinct. The overall context of the work is carried out and guided work is carried out. There are still endless things to do every day. Except for those who stayed up late to work overtime, Superintendent George Stacy was the last to leave the police station almost every time. Even though George's wife Helen called him today and told him that Michael would come over for dinner in the evening and asked him to go home early, George still handled his official duties conscientiously and did not get home until 10 minutes to 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as George walked in, he smelled the familiar aroma of food and saw that Helen had already prepared dinner: lasagna, vegetable salad, grilled ribs with sauce, onion rings, mashed potatoes, deviled eggs, mushroom soup. All kinds of delicacies are abundantly placed on the long dining table, making people's appetites increase just by looking at them. George didn't have time to take a breath and rest before being directed by Helen to go upstairs and ask the children to eat. Although George was so majestic in the police station, he still had to obey his wife at home. He didn't change his clothes. He just took off his police uniform jacket, pulled off his tie, and went upstairs. George came to Gwen's room first. Seeing that the door was ajar, he didn't pay much attention and just opened the door and entered the house. Then the scene that caught his eye made George stand still as if the pause button had been pressed suddenly. I saw Michael sitting on a swivel chair, facing the writing table, wearing earplugs connected to the laptop, listening to something with his eyes closed. This was not surprising. What made George freeze was that his daughter Gwen was tiptoeing. He leaned forward and stretched his neck towards Alone's face. They were about to touch each other's face, but Alone still didn't notice it. George felt that he had never been so embarrassed in his life. In fact, George also knew a little about his daughter's thoughts. He knew that Gwen had always longed for her big brother who always protected her and took care of her. However, he always had the mentality of a little daughter, so George didn't pay much attention to it. And Michael is considered a half-child of his own, and George always pays attention to his personality and character. In George's opinion, rather than letting Gwen bring home some ignorant brat someday, Michael is more important. It's reassuring and a little easier to accept. It's just that George also knows a little about Michael's thoughts. Michael has always been precocious, with a calmness and a mind far beyond his age. There is a lot of difference between his mental age and Gwen. He has always only loved Gwen as his younger sister, but now it is obvious that the daughter has grown up and is in love for the first time, but she can't say what will happen in the future. How could the serious George Stacy, who was not very good at interacting with girls back then, be captured by Helen so easily? Others may not know, but he himself had no idea. George has always done nothing to interfere with how the children get along with each other, and just lets things take their own course. However, today's scene has updated George's understanding. It's just that as a father, George can't talk about these things in depth with his daughter, so he still tells her Helen, let her talk to her daughter. It's just that this scene at the moment is embarrassing for George. However, he can't just turn a blind eye, otherwise the embarrassment will only increase. George has no choice but to cough lightly. Before George returned home, Gwen, who watched Michael listening to music quietly, couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed, as if she was possessed by a ghost. Her body seemed to move closer to Michael involuntarily, seeing Michael's handsome and tough face getting more and more beautiful. Coming closer. But suddenly he heard a cough, and Gwen shrank back like a frightened deer, and sat back on the bed without being able to stand still, and then jumped up again as if a needle had pricked her baby. She jumped up and looked shyly and angrily in the direction of the sound, and then she saw her father standing there without embarrassment, looking at her helplessly. Gwen's anger instantly turned into astonishment, and then turned into awkward laughter, and she awkwardly said to her dad, hee, Dad, you're back. Well, I'm back. George was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. At this time, Michael was still listening to the music without realizing it. Michael turned up the volume very loudly to calm his mind. The ambiguous atmosphere just now also made Michael feel a little confused. Moreover, although the title song of this small disc was composed by himself, he had only listened to the demos sent to him a few times and asked himself to provide some opinions. However, Michael had not had time to listen to the final product. The chorus was composed by someone else, and Michael had never heard it before. He closed his eyes, listened to the dynamic music, and felt the distinctive singing voice of Sister Fruit. As he listened, he became fascinated. It wasn't until he felt someone stabbing his arm that Michael came back to his senses. When he opened his eyes, he saw Gwen and George, father and daughter, standing in the room without embarrassment. Michael took off his earplugs and turned up the volume very loudly. George was far away and could hear the music coming from the earphones. Only then did he realize that Michael hadn't noticed anyone coming. "Hi, Uncle George, you're back, thank you for your hard work." Michael raised his hand to say hello. Superintendent Stacy is just what Michael calls old George in the police station. Just like George thinks, this is half of Michael's home, and he has always been called Uncle George. Michael looked around and was a little confused by the strange behavior of the father and daughter. After Michael finished speaking, he wanted to get up, but George nodded immediately and said, Yes, Michael, you are here. Helen said the meal is ready, you go downstairs, I will call the boys," and then he turned around and left quickly after saying that. Michael looked at George's back and turned around and disappeared from the door. He gave Gwen a strange look. "Does that mean, what happened to Uncle George?" Gwen naturally pretended that she had no idea what was wrong with her father, shrugged her shoulders, and replied nonchalantly, "Who knows, I must be too tired from work." She waved to Michael and said, "Come downstairs to eat. I'm already hungry. Let's go. Hurry." After saying that, Gwen quickly walked out of the room in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, leaving Michael sitting there alone with a confused face. What kind of drama were these father and daughter playing? Michael turned off the computer and just walked out of Gwen's room when he heard a voice like a drake shouting happily, "Alone, you are here. My sister didn't say a word." Michael looked back and saw a young boy, about 13 or 14 years old, running towards him happily. The young man has half-long brown hair. He is not tall, just over 1.5 meters tall. He looks slightly similar to Gwen, but he looks more like George. There is also a small patch on the bridge of his nose. Freckle. Michael was also happy. He hugged the little guy who rushed forward, touched his head, patted his shoulders, and said cheerfully, "Hey, Howard, I haven't seen you in a while." The young man who happily rushed towards Michael was none other than Gwen's eldest brother, Howard Stacy. He was 13 years old this year and had just entered puberty and started to change his voice, so his voice sounded a little strange. His voice sounded quacking when he spoke. When Michael moved into Stacy's house, the little guy Howard was only 5 years old. He followed Michael like a little tail all day long. Michael often took this little guy to play with him. Brothers are no different. Then 8 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the little guy back then had grown into a half-grown great young man. Of the 4 children in Stacy's family, Gwen and Howard have the best relationship with Michael. The last 2 younger ones, Michael moved out when the 3rd child, Philip, was born. Their relationship is pretty good, but not as good as Gwen's. Howard is like a brother and sister. The 3rd child Philip and the youngest Simon who followed behind also greeted Michael politely, and Michael also greeted and responded respectively. These 2 younger little guys did not get along with each other as much as Howard and Michael. It's been a long time since I last saw him, and he seemed a little cautious at this time. The 2 little guys seemed to be honest and friendly, not like Howard who used to play crazy with Michael all day long, and was very naughty, not like their eldest sister, who made Michael feel uncontrollable from time to time. George, who was following behind, smiled silently when he saw that Michael had a harmonious relationship with his 3 boys. "Michael, you haven't taken me to play basketball for a long time. When are you going to go together again?" Howard complained slightly, but also asked expectantly. When Michael lived here, he was the star of the school basketball team. During holidays, he would often take Howard to the park to play for a while. He would also teach him 2 moves when nothing happened. After Howard learned this, with his skills, he became the best among his peers. He is considered to be a pretty good player, and he also joined the school basketball team. He is quite popular in their school. Later, Michael went to college to focus on his studies, and then started working again. His free time became less and less, and he had less and less time to play with his little brother. "The last time we played together was last year." Michael felt a little sorry for neglecting his little brother because he was too busy. He hugged Howard's shoulders and said, "I have been busy with a case recently. Let's wait until this case is finished. We can rest on the weekend. How about taking you to play basketball together one day?" The last, "how," was asked back to the 2 little guys following behind. He glanced at George again and saw George smiling and nodding. Last time, Michael took 3 kids with him, and they had a lot of food, drinks, and fun. When the 2 little guys heard that they were also invited, their eyes were bright. "Dad?" The 2 little guys were quite obedient and knew to ask their parents first. "Well, it depends on your performance. If you continue to perform well from now on, I will agree," George said with dignity, but his eyes were full of smiles. "Yes." Howard heard what Michael said, and his father agreed. He clenched his fists happily and said with joy, "Michael, you have to teach me 2 more moves this time." Michael asked, "Oh. Did you practice the walking and turning around that I taught you last time?" Howard said with a proud look on his face, "Humph, not only have I practiced, I also developed a combo on my own, turning around and shooting like a tiger, and I'll show you when the time comes." He also gestured for a shot. Action. "What the hell is the tiger-style shooting?" I even smiled in the tiger style. Could it be that I was shooting while shooting in the tiger style? It was really eye-catching and very lethal. Michael, who was so imaginative, almost couldn't laugh out loud. Yes, this kid is almost reaching the 2nd grade of middle school. Young man, you are starting to accumulate a dark history for yourself that you can't bear to look back on. This is special after a few years. When I think back, I may not really be smiling like a tiger. Okay, I'll teach you some other moves next time. Michael suppressed a smile and said to Howard seriously, "Young man, do you want to know the ultimate move that combines one finger zen and lion's roar?" Howard was even happier after hearing this. "Young men, hurry up and come down for dinner. Aren't you hungry?" Maybe after waiting for a long time, Helen's voice came from downstairs. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy will eat too much for me. The 3 boys of Stacy's family are growing up, and Michael's appetite is a bottomless pit that can scare a big eater to death. Are you kidding me just now? Feeling that at the mention of eating, he ran downstairs with a huff and a whistle, making George, who was following behind, shake his head and laugh. Orientals usually use a round table when gathering together, which symbolizes a happy reunion. Westerners are accustomed to using long tables. The host and hostess sit opposite each other on the short sides. Starting from their right-hand sides, they start arranging their seats and seat guests who are close to them, and then family members. If they are close to the host and hostess, or those who are not too close, sit on the right-hand side of the male host. George and Helen sat across from each other at the long table. Michael, Howard and Philip sat on one side, and Gwen and Simon sat on the other side. However, Michael was not a guest, but half a family member, and he was not very particular. Howard insisted on sitting next to Michael, but Gwen couldn't bother him and sat opposite Michael. The three little guys usually drink milk, but today Michael came and made an exception to drink Coke. Gwen wanted to control her calorie intake and drank only water instead of drinks. Aaron drove here and continued to drink his kvass, while George and Helen opened a bottle of red wine. When it comes to what kind of food is the most delicious, one is really hungry, and the other is when there is someone who is very wolfish about eating. They eat together and look at it, and they feel hungry. If these two things were put together, it would be the scene at Stacy's dinner table now. Several boys were fighting at the dinner table like a storm. Howard, sister, pass me the ribs. Gwen, well, Michael, please have some too. Michael, yeah. Simon, Mom, I also want a deviled egg. Helen, okay, come on, Michael, you can eat one too. Look at you, you've lost weight. You're alone at home, so you can't eat well. Don't always order takeout. Go home and eat when you have time. Michael, yeah, okay. At the dinner table, the family was having a good time. Not to mention the two older ones, George and Helen, both had great appetites. Even Gwen, who was now paying attention to her body shape and rarely ate at night, ate a few more bites. The embarrassment of being bumped into by George in the room just now was put aside. For those who cook, the most satisfying thing is that the diners love to eat so much that they even rush to eat. Helen kept smiling and watching the children gobble them up, feeling happy, especially since she has not been eating recently. Gwen, who loved to eat, ate more and was even more happy. Michael set a rhythm and then just followed the crowd. There was no exaggeration in turning all the plug-ins on. He followed what others were eating. When others were eating, he also slowed down. He couldn't really be a fool. The Jingtan envoys have all been rounded up, and they are not going to scare Stacy's family anymore. So when the three Stacy boys all had full stomachs, put down their knives and forks and sat there burping, Michael also ended the meal in time. Michael and Stacy finished their meal happily. Gwen went to help Helen clean up the dishes. The three boys also had enough to eat and drink and went back to their respective rooms. Michael and George were left in the living room. The two were chatting, and George asked Michael, "How are you doing recently? Are you busy at work?" Talking about work issues, Detective Michael and Superintendent George, with Inspector Holt between them, are not a department like the homicide department that the supervisor needs to pay full attention to. George needs to know about Michael's specific work situation. "You'll find out if you ask." Michael replied, "It's not bad. I took over a new case. It's the pervert who haunts the area near Zhongqing Middle School." George naturally knew about such a thing and continued to ask, "Is there any progress?" "It's a little difficult to handle, Michael told George about the situation and progress of the case. "That's it, Ma N and I plan to try this." George nodded and said, "If you need support from the police department, just tell me." "Yes, I will." Michael nodded in agreement, hesitated for a moment, and tentatively said to George, "Uncle George, when this case is over, I want to take charge of some more important cases. The current work, I don't mean it's not important, there aren't as many big cases as I encountered when I was a patrol officer. You know, I also performed well back then, and I still hope to make more contributions to the police department." After hearing Michael's words, George was a little silent, and his eyes were a little complicated and hesitant. He didn't think that Michael was trying to make connections, but even so, it didn't matter. How could he not take care of his own children? NYPD said that the legal system is extremely perfect, but legal principles are nothing more than human relationships. In the final analysis, it is still a human society, but relatively speaking, it pays more attention to legal principles. Especially in the concept of NYPD people, they always support the courage to express oneself and show talents. Michael is confident and capable. George is optimistic about Michael's future in the police station, but Michael is so eager to show off, but George knows that Michael is it's not for the desire to make progress, but for other reasons. Since the accident of his parents in this life turned from a crime to an unsolved case, Aaron expressed his intention to George that he must investigate the matter. Being a policeman was also his life path established at that time. However, Michael didn't know much about the specific situation back then. Although Michael's parents were both police detectives in the branch, they were not partners. When the accident happened, they were not responsible for the same case. The reason why the two of them got into trouble at the same time was because of the case that Alone's father was responsible for. An informant suddenly told him that he had information and asked him to meet him in an unfinished building. Alone's father was driving home with Alone's mother. They made a temporary diversion. Unexpectedly, the informant did not see him, but instead encountered a shootout in a rundown building after a gang deal failed to be concluded. Just because of two bad guys, a few bags of washing powder, and a dozen broken guns, Alone's parents became collateral damage. And because of the environment, there were no cameras, no witnesses or physical evidence, and the police were unable to identify the suspect despite repeated investigations. Michael's father's informant has also disappeared, and the police can't find him. It seems as if he has disappeared from the world. But rotten people like this at the bottom of society have today and no tomorrow. There are too many possible explanations. He disappeared, and in the end the line was broken. But because of this, George, with his experience as a veteran police officer, felt something was wrong. All explanations are too appropriate and too reasonable. If there is any doubt, the explanation will appear appropriately. George became suspicious and wanted to investigate, but he had no clue. The case that Michael's parents were responsible for back then was taken away and sealed by the FBI. He tried to find the reason, but was dismissed by saying, "You need to know to know." George felt that something was wrong, but had no direction to pursue it. George even suspected that it was his own suspicion, and all this was really just an unpredictable fate. As time went by, it was slowly put aside. Michael became the only one who still persisted. No matter what others think, at least in Michael's mind, this matter is not settled at all. The family members who have been together for many years are just a few old pages in a dusty file folder. How can this make people feel at ease? When Alone chose to become a police officer, George initially supported him. As a 13-year-old boy, he could still maintain his sanity and have a definite goal despite the huge changes in his life. George felt that it could really help the boy concentrate on the right path. "I will give up on myself or think about some messy things." Then Michael showed extraordinary excellent results. He graduated from high school early and completed 2 years of college. When he was still determined to join the police force, George hesitated because he saw that Michael had a brighter future. "Because I don't want Michael to be bound by the past and the karma of the previous generation, and I don't want Michael to live in the shadow and hatred of the past." It's just that Michael insisted repeatedly and was very determined in his heart. George talked to Michael many times but failed to change Michael's mind, so he could only let it go and take it one step at a time. And gold will shine wherever it goes, and it can be cheated wherever it hangs on the wall. In the police force, Michael also relied on his excellent results to rise step by step. Speaking of things, George was really proud of Michael. "I'm just still a little worried about Michael's idea of making progress. What if he took over his parents' case?" At that time, the entire police department was unable to investigate the cause, so what could Michael do on his own? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. What George is most worried about is that Michael will get deeper and deeper into this case, and in the end he will be bound by it. Because he is obsessed with a certain case and cannot extricate himself from it, as a result, he cannot get rid of it for the rest of his life. Other things are delayed and destroyed. Work, interpersonal relationships, family, marriage, etc. are greatly affected, and the whole person is ruined. Of police officers, not one or two. George has been a police officer for more than 30 years and has seen too many examples. There are many people who get stuck in a certain case and cannot extricate themselves just because of their sense of justice, let alone. This is closely related to oneself. It's just that Michael follows the rules in everything, and everything he does is blameless. Instead, he wants to praise and praise him. Who told this guy to be a cheater? Therefore, it was really difficult for George to refuse Michael's request, but he was really embarrassed in his heart. Okay, I will help you keep an eye on it. Michael, it's good that you have the courage to recommend yourself. But you can't be impetuous. You have to do your job down to earth and do what you say. Let me see your performance, I will remember what you said. George didn't know what to say, so he had to say this first to stabilize Michael. It would take a while, and then find a chance to have a good talk with him. I will, Uncle George. Michael looked at George seriously and nodded in agreement. To be honest, Michael didn't understand George's worries, and Michael also felt warm in his heart as he continued to care about George. It's not that Michael doesn't want to be grateful, but this is a mental barrier. The truth is 1,000 words, but Michael himself understands better than Uncle George who persuaded him. But if you can't understand your heart, it's useless to say anything. When can we say, I'm optimistic about you, and then immediately entrust you with important tasks? Maybe it's my buddy's plug-in, or he doesn't drive it hard enough, so he can't have such clear ideas. Alone further strengthened his desire to become stronger, and to become a real wall hanger, such as the director of a family planning office in a certain universe, that purple sweet potato head that snaps his fingers, so that he can do whatever he wants. Yes, according to this rhythm, it won't be many years before the king of snapping fingers begins his journey of guiding family planning work in the entire universe, and then comes to Earth. Years of normal and fulfilling life made Michael subconsciously ignore the distant memories. Then, 10 or 20 years passed in a flash, and this will happen again. Damn, this cliff can't be rocked anymore. If you keep shaking, you have to bet on the chance that half and half will turn into fly ash. It's a bet that brings everyone together. I can't even make trouble even if there is a mine at home. So when can the intermediate lottery be started? TSK, there is a long way to go, and time waits for us. I really can't remember it, but as soon as I stretched my words, I remembered it all. Then let's go here tonight, Uncle George. It's time for me to go back. Michael and George chatted for a while, and when they saw that it was getting late, they were about to get up and leave. Gwen, the little girl, was a little hiding from her father George, hiding in the kitchen and not coming out. But in fact, George was not much less embarrassed than Gwen, so she nodded to Michael and said, well, you go and talk to Helen and Gwen, please say something. Michael went to talk to Gwen again, then said goodbye to Stacy and his family and left. That Eugene made trouble for Peter as soon as he came. It's so abominable. 2 days later, it was still the same place, a hidden place around the school, in Michael and Marn's car. Gwen and Peter came to meet Michael and Marn, and they complained as soon as they came up. Maybe it was the last time Eugene Thompson, a naughty sophomore in high school, made trouble for Peter Parker, but was interrupted by Michael and Gwen. He felt that he was very shameless, and he even intensified his troubles with Peter Parker in school. If Gwen hadn't happened to meet him today, Peter would have been tortured by the group of bad boys led by Eugene. Because of this, Gwen knew that Michael was going to meet Peter today, but she didn't tell her. So Gwen angrily scolded that bad boy Eugene Thompson, and when she said it was hateful, she gave Michael a fierce look. Those sharp little eyes were like small blades, making Michael always feel a chill on the back of his neck. Not to mention Michael, even Peter Parker, who was sitting next to Gwen, was shocked by Gwen's aura. His face looked like, Michael and Gwen have such a good relationship. I'm so envious. I really want to have one. The top student criticized me harshly. This is probably the expression. Hey, Michael sighed silently in his heart. He had to find a way to calm down this little ant's anger later. But business matters were important right now, and other issues were temporarily put aside by Michael. Michael had contacted Peter Parker before and was told that the design plan had been finalized, but the funds were a bit insufficient. Peter was given additional funds to make props. He couldn't let people use their own pocket money to help. Michael did not follow the procedures of the police station and paid for it himself, so he was naturally not stingy. Therefore, after Peter got Michael's sponsorship, he suddenly liberated his imagination that was bound by poverty. Not to mention that it opened the door to a new world, but Peter Parker, the primary school bully, also let himself go a little bit. Not only did he make the equipment requested by Michael in one go, he also made some optimizations and felt that he was a master of black technology. Ability has been improved to a certain extent. In short, Peter Parker felt that he had a really good time these past few days. It was really a happy life to have someone paying the bills. The only flaw was that he was constantly causing trouble by that bastard Eugene Thompson. Michael and Ma-en were sitting in the driver's seat and the passenger seat. The two of them stared at the black object in Michael's hand with some confusion. This is a plastic box similar to the size of an A6 notepad. After opening it, half of it is a monochrome display with a green background, and the other half is some buttons similar to gamepad buttons. It looks a bit like Wenkuxing Electronic Dictionary. The visual sense is a bit like that of an NDS handheld console. In these days, when smartphones have not dominated the world and hundreds of millions of people are obsessed with it, both of these things are still quite popular. It's just that this gadget also has a short and thick antenna wrapped in plastic, like a small tail. Michael gestured to Peter, who was sitting in the back row, with the gadget in his hand, and asked, "Peter, have you tested this detection device?" Peter nodded and replied, "Yes, this device can receive nearby radio waves through the receiving antenna, locate each other, and then display it on the display screen. The detection range is about 15 meters in radius." As Peter spoke, he pointed to the object in Michael's hand and said, "If you find the monitoring device, just press the triangle button in the middle. The device will capture and lock the frequency of its sending and receiving signals, and then proceed. By tracking the location, you can follow the direction and find it." Michael fiddled with it according to Peter's instructions, nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you very much. It's been really helpful, Peter." "Hee, it's okay." Peter scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "If there's anything else you need help with, Michael, just ask. Well, if there are any technical problems, I'll contact you again." Seeing Peter's eagerness to try, Michael had to stop. "Helping here is enough. The rest is for the police to catch the thief." Peter still looked forward to asking, "Is there anything you need help with? I can also go to the scene then." Michael interrupted Peter's question with some seriousness, "Peter, that's our job. What you've done is good enough, but you also have to believe in the New York Police's ability to do things." "Oh." Peter's expression became a bit like a puppy whose owner didn't play with him. Seeing that Peter was a little discouraged, Michael smiled and comforted him, "Don't worry, Peter, you are a genius in this area. If I have similar problems in this area in the future, I still need to consult you. Don't think it's troublesome for me then, ah." Peter quickly waved his hands and replied, "No, you are welcome to come to me at any time, Michael. Oh, I'm not saying that I hope there will be another case or something like that. You can come to me if you have nothing to do." It's not like you have nothing to do, Michael, Little Penyu, Peter Parker, has never had any good friends, but now he has met Michael, who he can talk to very well and who also agrees with him very much. He really wants to keep this contact, and as he talks, he gets a little excited. It seems that this little brother's habit of gossiping is not something he only has when he becomes Spider-Man. Michael looked at Peter a little funny, and saw Gwen looking at him with a teasing look on his face, which seemed to mean, "I'm afraid you will have more fans." "Well, anyway, you understand, you are welcome to come to me at any time," Peter finally said in a low voice, blushing a little embarrassedly. Michael made a hand gesture behind him to signal Peter not to be so excited, and said harmoniously, "I know, I will. After this case is solved, we will get together and play basketball or something." "Well, okay, I will definitely go." Peter Parker became energetic again and replied happily. In the evening, Alone's house. In order to prepare for the next action, Michael cancelled all entertainment activities and recharged his energy at home alone. With Michael's extraordinary endurance, he was able to maintain his fighting power even without sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. All he wanted was meditation and concentration. He was alone at home, somewhat bored. As usual, after finishing a dinner that was 5 times the amount of food for an ordinary person, and then filling his stomach with oil like a rat that fell into an oil tank, Michael looked at the elementary lottery ticket. The energy value was enough for 300 points, so he did a 3-stroke draw. As the energy value decreased, the big wheel of luck in his mind began to rotate. However, this system had tricked Michael for nearly 20 years. Michael, who looked down upon everything, had no fluctuations in his heart and even wanted to laugh a little. A certain time traveler said that it was for no other reason than to see what weird and useless cards the system would pull out. Have fun. Really. Unlicensed street vendors, highlight flashlight, mobile phone film, do you want to order? The barbecue stall next to the unlicensed street vendor, 3 yuan per skewer, 3 skewers for 10 yuan, the more you buy, the cheaper it is. Who the hell is cheaper? No, you're even a kid. The mysterious unlicensed street vendor, a mysterious vendor who has never been caught despite a battle of wits and courage with the city management brigade. Agility plus 0.3, endurance plus 0.3, elementary long distance running, elementary dodge, primary body movement skills. Damn you, this one, is it really a TV series? You're lucky. Just a few months ago, the civilian elite card was released again. Michael grinned in delight. Of course, the system does not have such a name, it means there are rewards and there are no rewards, but a certain time traveler who has been doing elementary lottery and has never seen the shadow of intermediate lottery is bored and just entertains himself in different ways. The information about himself in Michael's mind also changed. Junior character card, Michael Walker. Strength 6.5. Agility 6.3, plus 0.3. Stamina 7.8, plus 0.3. Intelligence 2.0. Spirit 4.0. Charm 2.7. Michael felt a warm current flow through his whole body, as if he had taken a hot bath. His whole body felt very comfortable, and he let out a gentle hum, and then it was over. There are no new skills instilled, such as long-distance running, that have been drawn before. When Michael's basic attribute values were low at the beginning, the improvement process was very effective, and it was so exciting. But as the attribute values slowly increased, and even exceeded human limits, the small improvement after the decimal point was basically I feel nothing anymore. Michael has drawn the skill of this card before, and when a new skill appears, there is a process of having a lot of information flash in his mind and then completely mastering a skill. All in all, it's better than nothing. It's finally shipped again, and Aaron is relatively satisfied. It's a good sign. Late at night. The night sky in New York is not so dark and deep, but rather dimly reflected by the lights of thousands of houses. Except for a bright moon in the sky, not a single star can be seen. Near Midtown Middle School in Queens, the area surrounding the scene of the previous harassment incident. The neighborhoods around here are all relatively low-rise buildings, 4 or 5 stories. A tall figure appeared on the roof, wearing a dark sports coat, canvas shoes, carrying a travel bag behind him, walking non-stop, holding an electronic product that looked like wenkuxing in his hand, and from time to time take a look. It was Alone who came to inspect the surveillance equipment. The target of the camera is passers-by walking on the street, which naturally points diagonally downward. Thanks to the architectural characteristics of this block and the coverage of the device in his hand, Alone can directly search for the location of the camera on the roof. Greatly reduces the chance of being discovered. "Did you gain anything?" came the slightly bored voice of his partner Ma-en from Michael's wireless earphones. There is only one set of equipment, so the physical work of climbing up and down is naturally the responsibility of Alone, a young man, and the fierce general of the police station. Ma-en is in the car to help Alone record the investigation situation. Nothing unusual was found in this building. He walked around several buildings around the school and found nothing unusual. Michael was a little doubtful, wondering if his original judgment was a little overthinking. But it was just a guess, and Michael didn't do it with the highest expectations. He just had to finish it seriously, so that at least one possibility could be eliminated. The police handling of cases is not like a detective drama. Many times, there are not many strange things for people to analyze. They just continue to investigate, eliminate all impossibilities, and let the truth come to light. And just like in basic deduction, even if you are a detective, you will have a lot of complicated troubleshooting work to do, but it is just a brushstroke in the performance. Michael has parkour skills, and he also has extraordinary physical fitness. There is a span of nearly 10 meters between the two buildings, but Michael only takes a few steps and jumps with force under his feet, like a civet cat. Usually, he leaps to the rooftop of the opposite building lightly and gracefully, and only takes 2 or 3 steps to stabilize his body. Michael was planning to continue walking around the edge of the roof. After taking a few steps, he saw a reaction on the display screen of the device in his hand. Michael's eyes lit up and he looked intently. He saw that in addition to his own dot with the watch, another dot appeared on the display screen, flashing continuously. "I found something," Michael said to his partner Ma-en with some excitement. "Oh, be careful, don't get discovered." Ma-en's voice also revealed a hint of excitement. Michael turned away from his leisurely wandering style and slowly moved towards the target. When the dot representing himself coincided with the flashing dot on the display screen of the device in his hand, Michael stood at the edge of the roof and stopped. Michael looked down and then at the tracking device, thinking that he didn't think it through well the first time. The thing in his hand could only display the horizontal position. This should allow Peter Parker to make a three-dimensional display. You have to look for it with the naked eye. The place where Michael was standing happened to be opposite a building 1 floor above this building. Michael visually measured the distance and found a span of nearly 10 meters and a height difference of about 5 or 6 meters. Without his partner following him, Michael let go of the restrictions on his body, put away his equipment, turned around and walked a few steps back, then turned around again, with his left leg slightly arched and his right leg behind him. His whole body seemed to be stretched. The bow was stretched tightly, and in the next moment, the whole person was shot out like an arrow from the string. He sprinted in a few steps, raised his left foot, jumped half a step, and stepped on the edge of the half-height wall on the edge of the rooftop. Kicked hard, and his body rose into the air like a big stone thrown by a trebuchet. He drew a beautiful arc and jumped to the opposite roof. Michael's body completely stretched out in midair, as if his feet were stepping on the air. He took a few big steps, and his body continued to rise. When he exhausted his strength, he just reached the edge of the opposite roof, but the height was slightly insufficient. He was still one body height short, but he saw that Michael was not in a hurry. His arms were relaxed and his 4 long and powerful fingers just happened to catch the edge of the rooftop, but they hooked the wall like a 4-claw steel hook. Michael stood alone. The force of his arms moved upward, and with the superimposed momentum, cracks were created in the cement wall. Michael also used this force to make a light jump and steadily jumped onto the roof. A set of movements were as smooth as flowing water without any fireworks at all. Michael's face was neither red nor angry, as if he just ran a few steps easily and jumped a little. After some exercise, his body was relaxed and his mood was comfortable. Aaron felt a little relieved after being freed from the suppression and restraint of power. Michael stood on the edge of the roof, took out the tracking device, compared the position, and took out a small telescope from his arms. With his eyesight beyond ordinary people and the ability to see things at night, he just used the light in the distance in the night. The lights dimmed a little, and we began to search for suspicious situations little by little. Michael began a careful carpet search, fearing that he would miss any suspicious situation. A small wall made Michael feel like looking for a needle in a haystack. According to MIDI, it is called finding a needle in a haystack. Needle. It feels like my imagination is somewhat limited, but it's pretty much the same, and it's also appropriate enough. It would be appropriate for the careful Gwen to do this, but my brother is really not good at it. Michael is not a slow-tempered person. After a long time, he became somewhat unsteady and began to think wildly. He had to force himself to focus several times. It's not something I particularly like, but doing it with concentration is very draining. With Michael's mental strength, he was dizzy. However, the hard work finally paid off. When he searched near the third floor, his eyes suddenly lit up. He slightly stretched his head to take a closer look, and then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, making him smile. Michael said into the earphone, "Old man, I seem to have found something. Let me go over and take a look." Huh. That's great. Be careful and don't get discovered. Michael listened to his partner's voice. He was obviously a little confused at first because he was old and sleepy. After hearing Michael's news, he cheered up again. Michael glanced at the target's location again, then turned back and jumped back to the original roof. This time he jumped from a high place to a low place, which seemed more relaxed. After landing, he looked around and saw an unknown house on the edge of the rooftop. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner of the top floor resident was facing exactly where Aaron wanted to go below. Aaron walked over and pushed it with his hand. Seeing that it was still strong, he unhooked the backpack behind him and took out a bundle of ropes from inside. Michael tied the rope to the angle iron fixed to the outdoor unit, and tied the other end to his waist. He grabbed the rope with one hand and rolled the rope into a circle with the other hand. He stood at the edge of the roof and gradually descended with the help of the rope. When he was about to reach the target object, Michael's movements became gentler and gentler. When his toes were about to touch the target, his body arched, and then with his strong strength and body coordination, he performed a pose similar to Spider-Man. In an inverted position, your arms can reach the target easily. The target object was a combination of a small black square object and a camera. It was completely matte and very hidden. With Michael's eyesight, he almost missed it. Michael put the coiled rope around his leg with his other hand, freed his hand, reached into his arms, took out the tracking device, carefully handed it over the camera, and then followed the instructions of the future academic master, Peter Parker Zia Penyu instructions, pressed the button, waited for a moment, and a dialog box to read the article appeared on the screen. Michael just maintained this hanging posture, waiting unhurriedly for the tracking device to run. "Marn, I'm ready here, please bring the car over." Aaron waited until the tracking device was locked, informed his partner, and started driving. Along the East River in Queens, near the edge of Brooklyn. Michael and Maan followed the guidance of the tracking equipment all the way to the southwest. The signal was intermittent and they had to constantly adjust their direction. It took them nearly half an hour to track just 3 or 4 kilometers. It was getting stronger and stronger, and Michael and Ma-en also slowed down. When the tracking device showed that Michael's signal with the watch entered the target signal circle, Michael signaled Ma-en to stop. "Fortunately, I'm not out of the precinct. I don't want to go to that shabby place in Brooklyn," Ma-en said while looking at the road sign. Looking at the island of Manhattan across the water, the brightly lit and bustling city that never sleeps is in sharp contrast to the silence here in Queens. However, Manhattan is obviously the most prosperous platinum area in New York, but it has also spawned the area with the worst crime nature and the highest crime rate in the entire New York area, Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, in Michael's mind, was originally called Clinton District or West Midtown, but was magically transformed into the shadow area of Manhattan Island by comic book, film and television works. Daredevil, The Punisher, The Defenders, the mysterious criminal organization The Hand, Kingpin, the Emperor of New York's dark underworld, and other major dynamic social groups are all operating here. This makes alone feel that there is an appearance of yin and yang in Eastern thought, and it is difficult to imagine how this pattern was formed. There is a place in Manhattan where the crime rate is higher than that of Detroit, St. Louis, and Memphis, which are ranked among the top 3 cities in the United States. It makes no sense that one area can simultaneously raise New York's GDP level and the city's crime rate ranking. But this was just Michael thinking about Hell's Kitchen and the superheroes there. He was just thinking out of boredom and was not the destination of his trip. However, Brooklyn is not separated by a river, but connected by land. It is not much better. A large number of African Americans gather, discrimination against Asians, and a high crime rate. When New Yorkers mention Brooklyn, this is their first impression. Therefore, the area in Queens closest to Brooklyn has also been affected. Compared with the average middle-class living standard in Queens, this area has dropped a lot, and some slum areas have even appeared. The location where Michael and Ma-en are located is a slum neighborhood with old buildings, dilapidated vehicles, and several vehicles that have been scrapped and abandoned on the street. There are a few businesses scattered on the street. There were hurried pedestrians and no local residents came out for activities. However, there were large paint buckets with flaming flames on several street corners. They were surrounded by homeless people in 2s and 3s, drinking and having fun. Occasionally, cars drove by, some of them playing grumpy songs. Playing music, he stopped near the street corner, hooking up with the homeless people, and then left quickly, not knowing what he was doing. Michael said to Ma-en, "This boundary is not much stronger. There is an abandoned residential building in front of it, and the signal is pointing there. I will go over and have a look. You can drive over and pick me up. Don't get too close." Ma-en nodded and said, "Well, you should be careful. There are several gathering places for active groups nearby. If you have any trouble, please notify me in time." Michael changed into a hoodie, put on the hood, put his hands in his pockets, lowered his head and held his chest, with a bulging waist. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a very suspicious image, but it would not attract anyone's attention around here. Maybe they just think of Michael as a member of some energetic group. Michael stopped and walked, constantly switching the modes of the tracking device. While carefully searching for and avoiding possible surveillance equipment, he moved toward the target. Fortunately, this area is also a group of buildings, not the kind of blocks with single houses and houses. Aaron continued to move on the roof of the building, which reduced the possibility of being discovered a lot. Not to mention, Michael really found a lot of cameras along the way, and the more Michael moved towards the target location, the higher the frequency. This also allowed Michael to further confirm his guess, and secretly breathed a long sigh of relief. Besides, I was also slightly excited. The hunt is about to begin. Michael spent a lot of time and found the area near his target. It was a 5-story building that seemed to be in disrepair. The walls were peeling off, and there were few complete windows and glass. Only a few households in the whole building had lights on. Michael was standing on the roof of the building, looking at the display screen of the device in his hand. It was a coincidence that the position of the signal was right at the edge of the roof, which should be in the unit closest to the outer wall. Michael had observed the exterior wall on this side and found that only the windows on the 3rd floor were intact. Michael did not continue to act, but turned off the tracking device and watched the movement around him. After waiting for a long time, he saw that there was no movement around him, so he felt that the other party should not be alerted. Michael informed his partner, "Marn, this is it." "Where have you been?" Marn replied, "Right around here, I can see you on the roof. You keep an eye on the situation outside, and I'll take a closer look." "Good." Michael tied the rope to the vent on the roof of the building, still hanging upside down like Spider-Man's pose, and slowly moved along the outer wall from top to bottom, and looked into the building along the corridor windows. On the 5th and 4th floors, sure enough, the units on both sides of the corridor were abandoned. When he reached the 3rd floor, Michael carefully looked inside. Sure enough, one side was an abandoned unit with no door, and the other side was an intact door with the door in the upper right corner. There is also a camera, facing diagonally downward, and does not cover this side of the window. Michael quietly returned to the roof. Michael didn't want to just alert the snake. Michael had no idea what was going on inside. Michael couldn't tell whether the other party would open the door obediently, resist violently, or just run away without saying a word, destroying the evidence along with it. There is no way of knowing whether the other party is really the sex demon alone. But this series of circumstances was enough for Michael to identify him as the biggest suspect. The next step was to lurk and wait for his prey to appear. Michael returned to the car and asked his partner, "Is everything okay?" Ma-en replied, "No, there is no movement at all." Michael thought for a while and said, "We can basically lock this place, but we are basically making assumptions. Although I think it is quite reliable, we still have to use evidence to speak. If we don't catch the current situation, we will have nothing to do with the other party." Ma-en sighed, "So I have to continue to keep an eye on it." "Hey, it's really troublesome." Michael continued, "When I change my shift tomorrow, I will also get a few cameras and install them near here, and in turn keep an eye on this building. Over at the school, send a patrol car. Be more prepared. If there is a situation here, you can cooperate with us." Having said this, Michael glanced at Ma-en a little apologetically, and then said, "Just in case my assumption is wrong, we have to start over again, but then I will have you follow me and be talked about by Inspector Holt." Ma-en knew that Alone wanted to make progress, so he waved his hand and said comfortingly, "Hey, don't say such things. When it comes to handling cases, there is no 100% success. The case itself is such a confusing situation. If it doesn't work once, there will be two. This if the method doesn't work, just try another one. That's the job of the police. Let Holt say a few words and let him say it. We just need to do our best and sit until we have a clear conscience. We don't need to think too much about other things. I know, we just hope luck is on our side, and thanks, old man. Partners, there's no need to talk about this." Michael then said, "I'll keep an eye here tonight, and you can replace me during the day." "Okay, I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning." Ma-en's family still has 3 children to take care of, so the two partners have nothing to be pretentious about and just nodded in agreement. 2 days later, Friday the 8th, afternoon. Michael and Ma-en worked in 2 shifts and kept staring at this place. Especially Michael, apart from going home to take a shower and rest for a while, he spent at least 16 hours a day here. In a few days, the two of them basically checked all the people entering and exiting the building. Except for a few homeless people and a few drug addicts who hated washing powder, there was one person left who was most suspicious. He was a muscular young white man of medium height, about 1.75 to 1.8 meters tall. His clothes made him look thin, but his behavior made people feel very dynamic and powerful. He looked about 17 years old. He is 8 years old and looks pretty decent. He is wearing sportswear and a baseball cap. He is dressed neatly and neatly. He does not have the slovenliness of a homeless man or the sluggishness of a drug addict. His eyes are just twinkling and evasive. It seems very sneaky. For such a young man to be in a place like this, he still came out of the building empty-handed and returned with 2 big bags from the supermarket. He never showed up again within 2 days, which made people feel suspicious. Aaron asked Ma En to return to the police station with the secretly taken photos, but there was no record in the police station's files, so the identity of the young man could not be determined. There was nothing going on at the school, but it made Michael and Ma En feel more at ease. "Hey, there's something going on." Michael looked at the laptop screen connected to the camera and poked Ma En, who was a little sleepy next to him. Don't look at the fact that Michael spent almost twice as much time as Ma En, but Ma En is an older ordinary person with many things at home, so he is the more tired one. Ma En was startled, stretched out his hand to touch his face, winked, and looked at the laptop in Michael's hand. Sure enough, he saw the kid on the third floor still dressed in the same outfit, but with a backpack behind his back, which was closed. "Home, go out. Ma En, you drive and hang in the back. I'll get out of the car and follow him." The boy in the baseball cap had been walking since he left the abandoned building. Michael couldn't drive and keep an eye on him, so he had to follow his legs. Michael's tracking skills can only be said to be average, but the boy in the baseball cap is not very vigilant. He occasionally looks around, but Michael avoids him in advance with his strong spiritual sense and reaction. The boy in the baseball cap was indeed walking in the direction of Zhongqing Middle School, but the specific direction had changed slightly, but he still found a secluded place. This also made Michael slow down and be more careful. The boy in the baseball cap walked to the outdoor evacuation stairs of a building, ran a few steps, jumped up, stepped on the lid of the trash can, stood up, grabbed the ground of the second-floor staircase with both hands, and pulled up. On his head and on his feet, he carried his body up to the second floor, and then ran upstairs. Not being honest, Michael looked at the kid in a baseball cap who was as nimble as a monkey not far away. He curled his lips, saw that there was no one around, and climbed onto the roof of the building next to him in a similar way. Michael was faster than the little monkey, and found a hidden corner on the roof. After waiting for a while, the boy in the baseball cap came up. Michael used binoculars to observe the boy in the baseball cap from a distance. He took off the backpack behind him and took out a laptop. However, his body was blocking Michael's sight. Michael had no choice but to bend his waist. After moving a certain distance and changing the angle, I could see clearly. After the kid in the baseball cap turned on his laptop, the screen was divided into 4 parts, all of which were images from a nearby location. The kid in the baseball cap stared at it while taking out a can of energy drink from his bag, drinking from time to time. Switch the screen. Seeing this, Michael breathed a sigh of relief again. The previous signs only showed that Michael's inference had not been overturned, but it could not confirm anything. However, the current behavior of the baseball cap boy is more effective. Explain the problem. It was just that the boy in the baseball cap watched for a long time. After finishing the drink, he didn't see any movement on the screen. Just as he was about to make a move, he stretched out his hand to close the laptop but suddenly stopped, but saw the laptop. A figure appeared on the computer screen. The figure has half-length shawl straight hair, and the bangs in front of his forehead are a bit long. His specific appearance cannot be seen. He is wearing a white long-sleeve t-shirt with a black suspender dress, and burgundy short boots. Although he is not tall, but the body proportions are very good, and the figure is even more forward and backward, especially the round and straight legs that are supported by the legs. When walking, it is almost enchanting. Michael saw the boy in the baseball cap rising and falling slightly with his shoulders, thinking he was breathing quickly. The boy in the baseball cap felt as if he had been electrocuted. His whole body twitched strangely, and he twisted a few times, shaking his head and tail. After a while, he felt comfortable, and then quickly put away the laptop. But then took out a camera and a half-brick-sized device with a display screen from his backpack, put the backpack on his back, and clamped the camera on his shoulder. The boy in the baseball cap put his baseball cap on backwards, completely exposing his face, and moved his body. However, he did not return along the outdoor evacuation stairs. Instead, he looked around, and then at the equipment in his hand, and then seemed like the springing wild cat ran out quickly as if it saw the little female cat in the distance. Michael also stood up and moved around a bit, then followed the guy in the baseball cap leisurely. But the boy in the baseball cap is also very skilled. He keeps running on the roof, ignoring the span between buildings. He jumps over a span of 5 or 6 meters with ease. He is also very familiar with the terrain. When he encounters two people on the first floor, although he can't leap directly across the layers of buildings like alone, he can always find a place to stay or borrow strength, or he knows how to turn around and pass by in a roundabout way, like a spiritual ape wandering among the giant trees in the forest, without any obstacles to stop him. His pace and pulse were long, and he had been running for 7 or 8 minutes, but his speed had not slowed down at all. Michael was a little surprised by the skills of the boy in the baseball cap. He didn't expect that this man was really a top parkour master. Michael estimated that his agility and endurance were at least 1.5 or above. Knowing that the threshold for Olympic athletes is only this physical quality, this kid is either extremely talented or has been doing this kind of activities all year round, otherwise he would never be able to do this. Michael felt that if he hadn't already surpassed the limits of human beings, no one else would be able to catch up. Anyway, the police department couldn't find anyone like him except Michael. After running for a while, the kid in the baseball cap finally stopped. After all, he was immortal. The kid still took a few deep breaths to regain his strength, but this was much better than normal. Michael also stopped at the right time, but he was much more relaxed than the boy in the baseball cap. He took a detour, found a hidden place, and secretly stared at the target. The boy in the baseball cap took off his hat and fanned himself, wiped his sweat, put his hat back on, and looked down from the roof again. This is also a remote passage, with building side walls on both sides, and the street is separated by a few buildings at both ends. After looking at it for a few times, the boy in the baseball cap started to find his way downstairs. Michael waited for him to disappear on the roof, then looked around and saw the slim figure he had just seen on the surveillance screen of the baseball cap guy walking in the distance. Then Michael saw that in just a moment, the boy in the baseball cap had already gone downstairs and hid on the side of the garbage collection box. He was blocked by several large black garbage bags, so he could not be seen from the aisle. The slim figure was walking towards the boy in the baseball cap, and the distance was only about 30 meters away. Michael once again released the restrictions on his body. Without any modification or metaphor, he really shot out with a flying speed comparable to that of a cheetah. It only took 3 or 4 seconds to run a distance of 70 to 80 meters. His slim figure did not even take a few steps. Michael instantly went from the roof on the other side of the baseball cap boy to the side of the slim figure. He got off the roof quietly, put one arm on the lower edge of the third-story window, and stared coldly at the situation below. The boy in the baseball cap focused all his attention on the slim figure, and was completely unaware of it. The slender figure knew nothing about all this, and walked towards this side unhurriedly, but with his head lowered, Michael still couldn't see his face. Seeing the slim figure getting closer and closer to the boy in the baseball cap, a trace of hesitation flashed across Michael's expression. At this point, Michael can completely predict what the boy in the baseball cap will do next, and what will happen to the slim figure. Morally speaking, he should have stopped it at this time, but in this way, Michael's previous efforts will be in vain. To put it all in vain, everything now is just suspicion, not to mention the search warrant, and even the tracking cannot be discovered, otherwise they will bite back and harass the citizens. Not only is the boy in the baseball cap unable to do anything, but he will also alert the snake and let him escape. It will be even more difficult to find it again. If you want to bring the guy in the baseball cap to justice, you must catch him in action. You must have both witnesses and material evidence before you can have solid evidence to arrest him. Use this search warrant to search his lair and find more evidence to arrest him. It was completely nailed, with no possibility of turning around. Michael knew that the most correct choice was to let the boy in the baseball cap get legal sanctions. He suppressed the intolerance in his heart, reason defeated his sensibility, and quietly watched the situation below, although he was still restraining his momentum and emotions. There was a hint of coldness in the eyes of the boy in the baseball cap. The boy in the baseball cap was completely unaware of this. He just stared at the slim figure that was getting closer and closer with the eyes of his prey. Not long after, the slim figure was getting closer and closer to the boy in the baseball cap, but the lurking hunter made no move at all. Instead, he waited for him to walk past before revealing his claws behind him. The kid in the baseball cap was suddenly frightened by Michael, like a fried cat whose tail had been stepped on, and ran like a wild dog running wild, and his speed seemed to be a little faster. However, he was still not as good as Michael, who was cheating. When running in a straight line, Michael kept shortening the distance between the two. The boy in the baseball cap was naturally the first to discover this problem. Since the sudden change in his body, he has never encountered an opponent in this area. It feels like the world is so big, but it is difficult to find an opponent. Unexpectedly, today, but I saw someone who was even more perverted. At this time, I really felt like my three views had been subverted. The boy in the baseball cap didn't know that Michael was also wondering about his speed and agility, as well as his body that didn't seem to match this ability. What are the body shapes of sprinters? With long legs, thick thighs, and strong back muscles in an inverted triangle, the guy in a baseball cap is just over 1.7 meters tall. He is so skinny and has no body mass. How can he run at a speed comparable to that of an Olympic athlete? Can you still hold on for so long? According to Shan Lao, a master of storytelling, he looked dry. Where did he get all his strength? Michael said that he couldn't tear her apart. When the boy in the baseball cap saw Michael committing such a foul, he immediately changed his strategy, gave up the idea of trying to get rid of Michael with speed and endurance, and turned to guerrilla warfare. Michael chased after him like crazy. He was almost catching up with the guy in the baseball cap, but he just needed one last effort to sprint, but suddenly he found that the opponent was no longer running in a long line, but started to change directions quickly. Then Michael discovered that the direction of the boy in the baseball cap began to become erratic, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, and he could always use obstacles to separate Michael, create obstacles for Michael, and slow down Michael's speed. The distance between them has not increased much, but Michael finds it increasingly difficult to lock onto the opponent. The boy in the baseball cap was very familiar with the terrain, and the buildings in this area were very complicated. There were all types of buildings, and the rooftops were not all flat, but various additional buildings. Michael felt that the other party suddenly seemed like he was in muddy water. It is like a loach, slippery and extremely difficult to handle. Michael was shown off by the guy in the baseball cap, and the two sides fell into a stalemate again. Michael was so angry that he really wanted to shoot him. The two sides engaged in a chase and escape battle in the building complex. With his extraordinary skills, the terrain, and various items, the boy in the baseball cap repeatedly saved the day and avoided Michael's repeated pursuit. If someone filmed the process of the two chasing and escaping, it would be enough to make a blockbuster. It would definitely be much more exciting than Violent Street. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, nearly 15 minutes passed in this run. Michael felt that he had run 8,000 meters instead of 10,000 meters, but he just couldn't catch the slippery and cunning soul bomb in front of him. Don't you know you're tired? Michael didn't know that the guy in the baseball cap thought the same way, and he was much more sad and angry than Michael. It could even be said that he almost collapsed. Isn't that damn soul bomb guy behind him so tired? What did you eat growing up, Bolt Rice? What kind of hatred, what kind of resentment is there to make you chase her so hard? Just lift your skirt. Why do you need to be so desperate, like chasing a perverted killer? Although the two parties who were chasing and fleeing were filled with hatred in their hearts, and they all had thoughts like, I can't wait to call the police, there is no way for me to do anything, they didn't yell at each other for being perverted, but because they kept running wildly, they would be discouraged when they spoke. Or they are distracted, but in the final analysis, there is a gap in the degree of perversion between the two parties. Michael was also making some guesses at this moment. He knew that the kid in front of him might have some special circumstances. He had mutations or special enhancements, but he was not very powerful. He did not exceed the limits of human body functions. He was still no worse than Michael. Less. If Aaron had said this before he traveled through time, he must have read too many online articles, but in this world where extraordinary abilities obviously exist, it is a very common and reasonable thing. It's so awesome compared to my plug-in buddy. It's not like after the Avengers, where immortals walk on land and are not as extraordinary as dogs. You can meet Spider-Man, Iron Man, this man, that man's chivalry and justice, and even the Thunderbolt brothers playing in the street. Shoot. In this era where Iron Man and Spider-Man have not yet appeared, and extraordinary powers are rarely shown in the mortal world, Aaron has the confidence to say this while patting his chest. This kind of thing is a bit unique but not very powerful, so it is very suitable as an object of pretentiousness. Ever since he discovered that the boy in the baseball cap might have some special talents, Michael no longer regards this simply as a job and responsibility, but has become more excited to see him, and his competitive spirit that has been dormant has become active again. Then Michael chased even more vigorously, and the pressure on the boy in the baseball cap increased. The boy in the baseball cap tried 18 different martial arts and 48 moves, but he still couldn't get rid of Michael. Gradually, he lost his strength. Looking back, Michael was still so powerful. He couldn't get rid of Michael even after 7 rounds. It seemed like there was no problem, but my heart felt even colder. That's right, my brother is going to kill you today. Michael was a little happy to see the speed of the guy in the baseball cap slowing down a little bit. Let me catch you, and then I'll catch you, he, cough, I'll bring you to justice. I will never do anything strange out of curiosity. I probably ran too long and developed the pleasure of long-distance running, so I restrained myself. Michael couldn't tell whether he was happy or unhappy, but the boy in the baseball cap must have lost all pleasure. He turned around and saw Michael staring at him as if he were prey, and his whole body felt bad. But the boy in the baseball cap was still unwilling to give up. Of course, it might also be because of Michael's determination to keep his mouth shut. He knew that it would be bad if he fell into his hands, so he didn't dare to give up just like that. The boy in the baseball cap was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and then he took a deep breath and exploded to the limit with all the remaining strength. His speed suddenly increased a lot, and his legs almost left an afterimage. Sprint and run. Michael was thinking about how to take care of the unrepentant bastard in front of him after catching him, but he found that the opponent suddenly burst out at extremely fast speed, and he was slightly shocked. This was because he wanted to fight for the last wave. Already? No way. Aaron was thinking that the chicken wings were almost on his lips. How could he conjure up feathers and flutter around? Did you really recharge? However, the boy in the baseball cap's all-out explosion at all costs still bought him a little time. He dodged left and right to put a little distance between himself and Michael. He jumped around the corner and grabbed an upright iron pole, throwing his whole body into the air. He swung it, made a 270-degree spin, and disappeared from Michael's sight. At this time, Michael also exploded with all his strength and kicked on the iron pole. The thick iron pole, which was as thick as his forearm, immediately made a clanging sound. The part that Michael was pushing on was bent and even crushed. Michael also used the force of the recoil to fly out, but saw the boy in the baseball cap sprinting on the flat roof, with a short stick in his hand. Why? Where did you find a small iron rod in this thing? It didn't look like he was going to practice with his buddies. Michael was a little strange, but he still burst out with all his strength and rushed towards the boy in the baseball cap. Thanks to book friend WDA858 for the reward, and everyone for your recommendation and support. However, the boy in the baseball cap exploded to the limit and rushed to the edge of the roof in an instant. He jumped into the air without hesitation, and his whole body leaped and glided in mid-air, jumping towards the roof of the opposite building. And Michael was chasing after him. They were sprinting for a short distance of only a few dozen meters, but the comparison showed the gap between the two. The guy in the baseball cap was more than 30 meters behind Michael. By the time he took off, the distance between the two was less than 10 meters. By the time he was flying in mid-air, Michael had already followed suit. Michael was not as familiar with the terrain as the guy in the baseball cap. To be precise, it was the route of action on the roof. He just relied on his superior physical fitness to chase after him. Michael pursued the building near the edge, only to find that the building opposite was one floor shorter. The two people were facing each other when they took off. Someone had illegally built a shed on the roof of the opposite building. The sloping metal corrugated roof was just right. On the outer edge of the roof, the corrugated board was divided into a concave shape in the middle, tilted up and supported by two iron rods, creating a hole in the corrugated board roof. And Michael saw that the boy in the baseball cap was jumping over the opening, holding an iron rod with flat hands. Michael couldn't understand what this bastard wanted to do, and it was clear that he was trying to trick him. If it were an ordinary person, 99% of the time, they would be tricked by the guy in the baseball cap. If they were to jump over directly, ordinary people would definitely not be able to jump over the shed at this span. They would either give up, or be tricked and be fooled by the baseball cap. The hat boy put the lid on, and his whole body had to be stuck on the corrugated board, and then he fell from the 5th floor. From now on, everything he eats will no longer taste good. It's the most direct and efficient way to save food, and even the air is saved. Damn it, how vicious is his heart. Master once said, "You are very much a grandson." Although I don't know if the guy in the baseball cap has thought about this issue, anyway, the moment Michael saw the situation on the other side before taking off, he immediately became angry. Michael visually measured the distance to the other side. In the last 2 steps, he used all the strength he had reserved to pay attention to the situation on the other side. When he finally kicked on the edge of the roof, the cement wall was followed by a low sound. There was a muffled sound and there were depressions and spider web-like cracks. Michael then flew into the sky like a rock spreading its wings. He soared into the air, stretched out his body in the air, took a few empty steps, like walking in the void, directly crossed the shed, and landed lightly and steadily. On the other side, the boy in the baseball cap held the iron rod horizontally with both hands and jumped accurately into the entrance supported by the corrugated boards. The stick in his hand then flew away the iron rod supporting the lid. As soon as the stick is thrown, it will jump out of the shed. Naturally, the boy in the baseball cap had prepared this place just in case. When he saw that the plan was successful, his face showed the joy of escaping from the catastrophe, a bit of fear and luck, and a bit of complacency after success. The boy in the baseball cap rushed out of the shed. Until then, he didn't hear anything hitting the corrugated board. It must have been the soul bomb guy who flinched, but before he could take a breath and relax, he saw a figure rushing towards him. Coming over, the tall and mighty figure completely shrouded him in the shadows. The next moment, a jealous fist swung towards him. The whistling wind of the fist was clearly audible, blowing on his sweaty face. Suddenly, it brought a chill. Because of his keen reaction, the boy in the baseball cap noticed all this, but he would rather know nothing about it. He could notice it, but his body could not react. He could only feel cold in his heart and wait for the beating. The boy in the baseball cap only had time to close his eyes and wait for death, but he was only hit in the face by the wind of the fist, and then there was no movement. When he opened his eyes, he saw Michael glaring at him coldly. Michael was so angry that he blocked the boy in the baseball cap. He punched the boy without thinking, and only then did he react. He was so angry that he used all his strength. He had to hit the head for real. With Michael's strength, I have to beat him up for good or bad, this guy will no longer taste good in anything he eats. Michael thought about it and decided to forget it. As he said, sins would not lead to death, and he did not allow himself to be beaten into an idiot. He even went directly to Jesus to confess his sins. Although it's too grandiose to want to trick him so much. Michael finally managed to control his emotions, and with his strong control, he restrained his strength and stopped the fist in front of the boy in the baseball cap. But Michael was still angry, especially when he saw the boy in the baseball cap realizing that he didn't really hit him. His whole body tensed up, and he was about to make another move. He felt so angry that he didn't feel angry at all. The boy in the baseball cap looked around. The boy in the baseball cap also survived the disaster, but then his evil intentions started again, and he subconsciously wanted to run away. There was a sharp pain in his eyes, stars were shaking in front of his eyes, and his head was dizzy. Ah, he covered his eyes and squatted down. Bah, you deserve it. Michael secretly spat, and this time he stepped forward to wipe his shoulders and fold his arms. He ignored the struggle of the boy in the baseball cap, which was no different from a weakling to him. He took out the handcuffs, cut his arms behind his back and cuffed him. Coldly he said coldly in his ear, "If you are not honest this time, I will really shoot." The boy in the baseball cap burst into tears and said, "You've already handcuffed me, and you're still saying such cheap things." Michael held down the shoulders of the boy in the baseball cap, turned him to face him, and said, "You are now being arrested for disorderly conduct in public places, indecent assault on another person's body, resisting the law and disrupting official duties. You have the right to remain silent, but if you speak, everything you say may be used as evidence against you in court. When you are being interviewed by the police, you have the right to a lawyer, and if you cannot afford one, you have the right to apply for a lawyer, free of charge, and if you wish to speak to your lawyer, you can do so at any time stops to answer questions, and you can have a lawyer stay with you throughout the questioning." This is the Miranda warning that often appears in crime movies and TV shows. As a police detective, Michael naturally knows it by heart, but as he just said it, he suddenly paused a little unnaturally. Bah, but he saw a rather surprising scene. It turned out that it was the boy in the baseball cap who had finally endured the pain for a long time. He opened the eye that Michael had blurred into a panda eye, but it revealed a completely different color from his other eye. If it was just ordinary heterochromia iritis, it wouldn't surprise Michael, but if one of the heterochromatic eyes had an iris as scarlet as ruby, it would be a different matter. Born in an international metropolis like New York, where various races live together, Aaron has seen eyes of many colors, including dark brown, sky blue, lake blue, light gray, and gray-green, but there is no one. I've seen this kind of scarlet color without mottled colors. This kind of color will only appear in works that contain vampire elements or ninja elements. Ordinary people will not have it, unless the person is extraordinary. Coupled with the unusual agility of the boy in the baseball cap, Michael had some guesses in his mind. Thanks to book friend WDA858 for the tip, and everyone for your recommendations and collections. The boy in the baseball cap was completely unaware that the soul bomb sliver had discovered his abnormality. He had not yet recovered from the severe pain, but he was just crying and squeezing his eyes. Although Michael restrained a lot of force, he just punched him angrily. It was not a hard blow at all, but it was an eye after all. In just a moment, a circle of green and red appeared around the eye socket. Michael took a closer look and realized that the boy in the baseball cap had been punched and his eyes were rubbed for a long time. The contact lens was crumpled into a small ball and squeezed into the corner of his eye, causing a small bulge. At this time, the boy in the baseball cap just thought that the soul bullet was too clever and gave him a black eye. But when he met Michael's eyes again and saw Michael's reaction, he felt that something was wrong. The boy in the baseball cap was startled at that time, and his eyes couldn't help but burst out with surprise, panic, regret, and even a little bit of shame, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into anger and hatred, and he didn't care about the other person at the moment. He was a policeman, he was a criminal, and he was a caught criminal. He yelled angrily, "What are you looking at? What's there to see?" Michael was not angered by the baseball cap boy's offense. Instead, he was a little silent, and his eyes were a little complicated. Judging from this reaction, he felt that his guess was more reliable. Michael recalled some of the settings of Marvel works he had seen before traveling through time. About the setting of mutants. Yes, Michael suspected that the scarlet-eyed boy in front of him was a mutant. Speaking of the origin of mutants, it can be traced back to millions of years ago. Eternity among the five gods born with the birth of the multiverse created the universal god group. 1 million years ago, the Celestials came to Earth and conducted genetic experiments on the humans at that time, creating the Eternals and Deviants. Among them, the abnormal family was added to the X gene. At the same time, the celestial gods also asked the Earth's native gods to prohibit interference in the process of human evolution and development. This hegemonic behavior of the invaders naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the Earth's native gods. The two sides fought, and finally ended with the failure of the Earth's native gods. The Celestials left the Earth, and human beings broke away from the control of the gods and developed on their own. After that, the Eternal Clan and the Abnormal Clan had internal conflicts and civil war broke out. The Eternal Clan failed, left the Earth, and wandered into the universe. One group settled on the moon of Saturn and called themselves Titans. They were the famous director of the Universal Family Planning Office, Lord Snapfinger, Purple Potato Head, the Mad Titan who destroyed his own race, and the ancestor of Thanos. Another group was captured by the aliens Kree during their exile, and was forced to undergo genetic experiments again. The genes of the Eternals were mixed with the genes of the Kree, and then modulated using ordinary humans as the base, and aliens were born. Ancestor of the inhuman race. Since aliens are only the product of genes modulated by alien technology, they are naturally not as good as those created by the celestial group themselves. The genetic defects are relatively large. There are only relatively successful cases, and there are no perfect individuals. The aliens escaped the control of the Kree and returned to Earth. Some settled in the moon city of Aslan, and some returned to Earth to settle in a place called Afterlife. Aliens can inherit alien genes through blood, but they must be recessive genes and cannot be activated independently. They need to be activated through the prop pterygon crystal. Most of them have obvious inhuman signs, and only a small number of human genes are relatively perfect. Can maintain the appearance and body shape of a normal person. The victorious side of the struggle, the anomalous clan, continued to develop and multiply on the Earth. Because of its combination with ordinary humans, its X gene gradually degenerated and became a recessive gene, which needs to be awakened to appear. The product of the combination of anomalies and humans, they are the ancestors of mutants. The first generation of combiners had a very powerful mutant named Apocalypse, who was the boss of X-Men, Apocalypse. Mutants are divided into 7 levels according to their abilities. Zeta Level 7, human children with X-Factor in their bodies. Although they currently do not have mutant-related abilities or may have other abilities, they have the potential to awaken and become mutants. Level 6 Epsilon has major physical defects but almost no special abilities. It can be regarded as the product of the successful awakening of the X gene but failed evolution, accounting for about 20% of the total number of mutants. 5 Delta Level, successfully awakened and without major flaws, but their abilities are weak, but they can control their abilities by themselves, and their physical attributes will be strengthened to a certain extent on the original basis. At least 50% of mutants are at this level. Level 4 Gamma, there are certain physical defects, and the difference from ordinary people can be seen at a glance, but they have strong abilities, and besides abilities, all physical qualities are above ordinary humans. 3 Beta Level, accounting for 10% of all mutants, has the appearance of a normal person and has powerful abilities, but not as good as the Alpha Level. The famous Wolverine, Red and Blue Devils, Mystique, etc. all belong to this level, and some are not able to very easy to control, such as Cyclops and Rakshasa, little naughty. Level 2 Alpha, less than 10% of the population, has the appearance of a normal person, has powerful abilities and can be controlled at will, such as Professor X, Magneto, Black King, White Queen, etc. Phoenix Girl Jean Grey, whose own power does not belong to the category of mutants. 1 Omega level, the ultimate power, the ultimate form of mutants, perfect and powerful abilities, comparable to the power of gods, such as Mr. M, who changes the molecular structure of objects and is almost omnipotent, and has multiple personalities and powerful superpowers. Large groups, the Scarlet Witch in anime works who can modify the probability of reality, etc. Jean Grey, a mutant who can use part of the Phoenix Force, is also classified at this level in terms of overall strength. In addition to the two most powerful levels, the legendary Omega level and the Alpha level, the strongest in the world, can still be very stable after the mutation of their gene chain. Mutants of other levels have one biggest characteristic. The X gene mutation is dominant and cannot be as stable as the previous gene sequence when it was recessive. It also causes physical mutations, such as irises, hair color, limbs and even body shape, sexual phase variation, such as Wolverine's bone claws, North Star's green hair and green eyes, the toad's name, the beast's blue fur, etc. It's just that some people can hide very well. For example, Wolverine can retract his bone claws, and Mystique can simulate transformation. The boy in the baseball cap has irises that are not normal human colors, and has speed, agility, and endurance that are not part of his body type, which are also consistent with the characteristics of a mutant. Compared to the smaller number of aliens with mostly unique abilities, or some messy enhancements and mutations, Michael felt that mutants were a guess with a high probability. As the saying goes, pitiful people must be hateful, and hateful people must also have their pitiable reasons. The reason why the baseball cap boy became like this may be partly due to the current society's attitude towards mutants. Aaron changed from the baseball hat boy to the under the angry look, the deepest fear and shame in his eyes can also be seen. But there is no way, this is the police handling the case, not the superhero acting chivalrously and persuading with his words. Everything is governed by the law. Aaron's personal thoughts cannot affect his principles and concepts of doing things. Besides, after witnessing the dirty behavior of the baseball cap kid with his own eyes, Michael really couldn't feel much sympathy. It was too late to hate him. It was just a momentary visual impact that caused a little ripple in his heart. The reason why Michael was a little hesitant was because he didn't want to get involved in the mutant thing. Due to the social environment, mutants are currently divided into two camps. The X-Men, led by Professor Fraternity. The two sides fight endlessly for ideas, power, and interests, but if there is an extremely important event that affects all mutants, the two sides will cooperate to a limited extent. In short, they are in love with each other for a lifetime, and they are very capable of causing trouble. The X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants, these two mutant camps that have been in love and killing each other since the 1940s, are definitely not what Michael, who has always been calm and low-key in development, wants to provoke. After fighting the small ones, the old ones will come, and the weak ones will come after the strong ones. If you offend one, there will be a second one, and then the hotter the heat, the more. Let alone the big guys like Professor X and Magneto in the end, come on. A Wolverine, a saber-toothed tiger or something, even with a body as small as Michael's, he might not be able to handle it. But it's impossible to turn a blind eye. He also has his partner, and his uncontrollable sister-in-law Gwen are all involved. Peter Parker, who doesn't know why he got involved, directly became one of the victims. Michael can't directly let him go. The behavior of this guy in a baseball cap cannot be justified by Michael himself. So I still have to find a way to talk about it. Michael was still thinking about how to open his mouth. The boy in the baseball cap opposite him saw that Michael didn't have the disgust or hatred expressions he had shown when someone saw him through. Instead, he was deep in thought and silent. However, he calmed down his initial panic and rolled his eyes. seemed to have thought of something, and asked tentatively with a sense of luck, "Are you also one of us?" "I mean change, you know that." The boy in the baseball cap hesitated, but still didn't say the name. But Michael figured it out. This guy kept saying moo, moo, like squeezing toothpaste for a long time. After all, he didn't mean to say musician, so of course he meant mutant. Seonian, you really have an idea. Michael thought about it and understood that the other party had some association with his attitude and the powerful skill he just showed. "No, I'm just in good physical condition, and I'm also good at parkour." Michael quickly clarified, "I'm not, I don't have it, don't talk nonsense. Why are you tired of living your life, buddy, so you want to get involved with some of your little troublemaking mutants?" However, the question from the guy in the baseball cap also directly confirmed Michael's suspicion. It saves trouble if he doesn't have to take the initiative to ask. As the saying goes, be obedient. Michael listened to what the boy in the baseball cap said, including that he knew what he was like, and that he was probably involved with other mutants. With the kid's urine, that is definitely not X-Academy. If this is involved, how much trouble will it cause, so why bother talking about it? Michael's straightforward explanation made the boy in the baseball cap slump back with his head drooping. For the guy in the baseball cap, the situation was urgent just now. Now that he has calmed down and replied, he is not sure what the real situation of what he just saw is. He also thinks that there may be too much adrenaline secretion and it may be an illusion. Moreover, the boy in the baseball cap may have only a function of his self-esteem, and he also subconsciously does not want to believe that someone is better than him at what he is best at. He subconsciously thinks that it is just bad luck. In short, this was really fooled by Michael's words. Michael saw that the guy in the baseball cap didn't say anything harsh about him. I knew who he was, and he felt a little more at ease. It seems that this guy hasn't joined any mutant organization yet, which saves him a lot of trouble. A mutant celebrity is going to come out of this guy's mouth. Are you going to silence him, or silence him? Then you know it too. Why are you still, aren't you afraid? Yes, of course you don't have to be afraid. The baseball cap guy is also a sensible person. Listening to what Michael said, the baseball cap guy also knows that Michael knowing what was going on with him, and then thinking about Michael's identity and the current situation between the two parties, he smiled bitterly, admitting defeat, but he still couldn't help but show a look of envy and jealousy. Michael secretly cursed, "I don't have to be afraid of anything, I'm so afraid. Mutants have names, surnames, and character numbers, and every one of them counts. Who the hell can I offend?" Michael thought to himself that this kid had never seen much of the world, and probably didn't know the concept of mutant ability grading, nor had he ever seen a powerful mutant boss. He probably thought they were all in the same situation as him, and he was really looking at the world from the bottom of a well. That's good, it doesn't involve much, and there will be less trouble later. Neither of them said the word mutant, but they all meant the same thing, and everyone understood it tacitly. I don't care about those things. I'm just performing my duties as a police officer in response to your behavior. It's that simple. Others are beyond my consideration. Michael has made it clear to this kid that 1 is 1, 2 is 2, one code is one code, and he will accept the punishment of the law honestly, and there is no need to talk about mutants and the like here. Michael showed no discrimination or extremeness at all. This business-like attitude without any personal factors actually made the boy in the baseball cap quiet down. Actually, I don't want to either. The boy in the baseball cap glanced at Michael calmly and said in a low voice, "You may also know that people like us always have something unique, and these are not they are all talents, but more of them are different and, freaks, such as my eyes, and this uncontrollable desire, which I really don't want, but what can I do?" The boy in the baseball cap said the last thing with a somewhat bleak and desolate meaning. Michael did not answer directly. Michael could not confirm what the boy in the baseball cap said. He could only say that based on the information he had, it was within a reasonable range. This sounded reasonable. Michael referred to the works he had read. I feel that the X gene affects not only the appearance, but also the inside. As the saying goes, appearance comes from the heart, and external changes must be related to thinking patterns and mental states. After all, the essence of the entire person has changed. Just like Wolverine and Sabretooth's beast-like instincts and violent wildness, Red Tank's cluelessness, Colossus' perseverance and calmness, and Fire Controller's perverse temperament, Mystique's character is changeable and unpredictable. Elusive, the strange aesthetic of the Scarlet Witch is hard to say not influenced by her abilities. But again, the layer of skin on Michael's body and the small tag on his waist mean that he must rely on factual evidence when speaking and doing things. Just according to what the boy in the baseball cap said, this boy should have been awake for a while. According to his statement that he is unable to control himself, this boy has never left a criminal record in the police system, and his behavior is not particularly serious. The crime tool was only the Lushan claw, not the second brother. He didn't seem to know much about mutants, and the two major mutant forces didn't pay attention to him. Michael was more convinced that this was a rookie who had just awakened, but had no one to guide and help him, and was unable to control the abnormality of his awakening, so he committed the crime. This means that he discovered it early, otherwise there would definitely be mutant organizations that would come into contact with this kid later. Michael knew that humans carrying the X gene and being able to awaken was an extremely unlikely event, and it was more difficult than winning the jackpot in the lottery. Otherwise, it is impossible for a population base of billions to have only a few mutants, and only a few dozen strong ones among them. Therefore, mutants attach great importance to their new kind. Among the mutants, the X-Men are more positive. Their leader, Professor the Brainwave Intensifier, can detect the thoughts of any person in the world who has no corresponding defense capabilities. Professor Magneto, his old friend, will also take notice and send out members of the Brotherhood of Mutants to see if they can cut off the gangsters and strengthen the Brotherhood's power to cause trouble. Both sides often fight over this, with human brains and dog brains. Thinking of this, Michael was both happy and a little scared. It might have been a coincidence that he happened to be stuck in the middle where Professor. Michael pondered for a long time, and decided that it would be better not to wade into this muddy water. With his small body, he could catch a boy in a baseball cap who was only a little outside the scope of ordinary people. He could still hold it in his hand, but that was it. Aaron pretends to compete with ordinary people and is a showman. With plug-ins in hand, he can still hold on without fear of being counterattacked. However, he cannot withstand the torment of a mutant war at the level of Wolverine, Storm, and Cyclops. If you rub the edge accidentally, everything you eat will no longer taste good. So although Michael had a lot of things to ask, such as whether this guy had just awakened, whether he just ran fast, and whether there were any weird guys looking for him, in the end, his reason defeated his curiosity and forced him to resisting the desire to ask questions. He swallowed hard and suppressed everything back in his stomach. Michael walked up to the guy in the baseball cap, pointed at his eyes, and gave him a questioning look. The boy in the baseball cap had been suffering from pain in his eyes. Seeing that Michael was willing to help, he quickly nodded his head honestly and breathed a sigh of relief. To put it into perspective, at least this boy was willing to help him cover it up, which showed that he was willing to help. Attitude, at least his biggest secret, can still be kept. Seeing the boy in the baseball cap nodding, Michael gently stretched out his fingers and fiddled with the corners of his eyes. He gently pinched the contact lens and waited for it to slowly unfold from the ball. He gently opened his upper and lower eyelids with his other hand. Michael looked at the crystal clear irises that were as bright as rubies, and couldn't help but secretly sigh at the fate of the people. Michael pointed his index finger and put his contact lenses in place. The boy in the baseball cap blinked hard again and opened his eyes again. The eye-catching scarlet color had disappeared. "Let's go." Michael didn't want to say any more. He just wanted to take over the case quickly. There were still a lot of troubles after that, such as Peter Parker's little Pennu who was suspected of awakening some strange hobbies, and his sister-in-law Gwen who was the suspected culprit. Alas! The boy in the baseball cap sighed again, and his mood dropped a few points. Perhaps it was Michael's non-discriminatory attitude, or perhaps it was Michael's seemingly knowledgeable appearance that made the boy in the baseball cap couldn't help but want to say a few more words, and then said to Michael, "Actually, I always knew that this day would come. I knew it from the first time. I couldn't hold back my desire. It's just my problem. Even if I get caught, what can I do? It can't solve the problem at all. What the hell should I do?" At the end of the sentence, he started to cry a little bit and looked at Michael helplessly. Alongson said, "What can I do? I still have a lawsuit on my head. This matter is causing trouble. It's just that humans are emotional creatures after all, and they inevitably think and are moved by the scene. It's like I don't have any grudge against you, but you are a very annoying person, the kind of person who wants to strangle you. One day, when we suddenly meet him, he nods and bows to greet you happily, then most people will subconsciously hum. Instead of just rushing over and strangling this shameless guy to death," he laughed. "It's like if you catch a thief who steals your wallet. If he behaves like a second-rate man and says, 'It's impossible to work part-time, and it's impossible to work part-time in this life,' you will definitely kick him without saying a word. She's so strong that even if she's kicked to death, she won't be able to relieve her anger. But if that stinky thief is caught by you, he will kneel down and kowtow without saying a word, crying and saying that there is nothing he can do, otherwise he will not be able to live. Of course, the police will definitely have to be called in the end, but many people must be like this." She was angry, but also felt a little resentful in her heart. Instead of saying nothing, she just said, "No way, you're going to die," and then used a brick to wedge Yating to death. "Do you know about Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters?" Michael thought for a while, then he made a tisk sound in his mind, chewed his teeth, and decided to limit his words. Michael thought to himself that if what the boy in the baseball cap said was true and he was not deceiving himself, this matter was really what he said. Locking this boy up for a few days would not fundamentally solve the problem. This boy had no control over it. It's still out of control, and what should be done will still be done. You can't do it again, you'll be shot dead. To truly solve this problem, we need to find professionals. If he can be handed over to Professor. At least there is a dedicated group to try their best to restrain him, which is a relatively good result for either party. If this kid is really a mutant, Michael has no means of detection. Now he is making guesses based on the experience of the time traveler and what he has seen. And because he never wants to get into trouble, he is always vague, but now he said for this reason, it's time to ask clearly. What is that? What happened to this school? The boy in the baseball cap was confused. Alone explained, it is a non-governmental organization that specializes in gathering talented people like you, providing them with a relatively safe place, guiding them to control their abilities, and guiding them to live a relatively safe and normal life. The boy in the baseball cap's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, "Really? How did you know?" "I'm sorry, I didn't want to spy on anything, it's a bit hard to believe, are there many people like me?" "There is an academy." Michael thought to himself that this guy either has Oscar-level acting skills or is just a cute newbie. "I have my own information channels, and this matter is not particularly hidden. After all, although talented people are rare, they are not hidden from the world. On the contrary, they have a certain degree of attention in society. If you want to, it's not hard to find out. Having said that, let's be clear about it. Let's talk about it first. You are really talented. Let's put it bluntly. You are really a mutant. When did you awaken?" "4 months ago, I had a high fever, and this is what I looked like after the fever subsided. I was originally from New Jersey. Because of fear, I left the familiar people and came to New York. Then, alas, that was it." When Michael heard this, he was right with his guess. Michael explained a few words casually, and first fooled this kid. As for whether it would attract the attention of the X-Men in the future, or even professor when the time comes, you will have enough mental strength to resist. When you are in a hurry, I will touch the switch. Anyway, I can handle it. Intermediate lottery. After finishing this work, it is time to start looking for some possible ways to strengthen through the posture of the time traveler. Michael nodded and said to the boy in the baseball cap, "Then this school is the right place for you." The boy in the baseball cap said subconsciously, "Okay, then you take me there." "Drink, you can open your mouth quite well." The corners of Michael's mouth twitched. "Are we that familiar? Besides, you have to get to know each other." The guy in the baseball cap also knew that he was a little carried away when he suddenly heard this kind of news. He spoke without thinking, and the situation was a little embarrassing. The reaction of the boy in the baseball cap confirms to a certain extent that he cannot control his desires. It is quite normal to only communicate with people of the same sex. But it doesn't rule out that he is a psychopath, and he is just making up stories to fool Michael. In short, no matter what the boy in the baseball cap said, Michael was not shaken at all. No matter how good the reason was, he could not erase what he had done. If it were Spider-Man, he might feel sympathy, but Michael never considered himself a superhero, let alone not the Virgin. The police catch thieves, it's that simple. Go through the procedures first. Michael turned back to a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "I told you, I don't care about anything else, but what I want to care about cannot be affected by other factors. I have told you so much. It's because you may have a reason for what happened. You may have a compelling reason, but the consequences of your actions are unchangeable facts." After the words came out, both of them were a little speechless, and Michael escorted the boy in the baseball cap downstairs, while contacting his partner Ma-en to help. After going downstairs and waiting for his partner Ma-en to arrive, Michael whispered to the boy in the baseball cap, "I just hope you can take care of yourself. If you didn't lie to me, someone from that field should contact you soon. There is a solution to your matter." At this point, Michael changed his tone and said calmly, "But, if you are just making excuses and trying to get away with something you heard from nowhere, it doesn't matter. Your problem has nothing to do with it. People will solve it for you, and I will solve it for you when the time comes. But at that time, it was no longer business. As you said yourself, business is business and it won't solve your problem. Let the X-Men have a headache then, but if they join the Brotherhood of Mutants, or are simply cheating, hey, then pray to God and hope not to fall into the hands of my buddies again." Michael was also heartbroken. Michael's plain words made the boy in the baseball cap shiver as if the cold wind of winter had hit his neck. Looking at Michael's indifferent expression, the boy in the baseball cap didn't see the cloud. The wind is light, but it is a matter of life and death. The boy in the baseball cap had been wandering around the society for a long time, and he had never seen such courage that could put him under such great pressure. He broke into a cold sweat and his voice was vibrating. He quickly said, "No, you can't. Believe me, I really hope this won't continue like this." Michael took the boy in the baseball cap downstairs, and not long after, a familiar vehicle appeared in sight. Ma-en drove the car over. When he got out of the car, he looked embarrassed and said to Michael with a bad smile, "Is this the kid? Finally caught. What are you enjoying? It's like eating bee poop." Alone thought he was just a pervert. "You can't be so beautiful, right?" But Michael accidentally glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Peter Parker sitting in the back seat of the car, looking aggrieved and embarrassed, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Peter was still dressed in the same outfit, but he had taken off his wig, and his expression was, "Ah, my life is burned out, and I have no shame to see anyone, so I might as well just jump off the Statue of Liberty." Something like this, what? His expression was indifferent, his eyes were glistening with tears, and his makeup was all gone. Yes, this guy is quite dedicated. He even wears light makeup on his face, and coupled with this cute little face, Alone said in his heart, he can't blame his partner for laughing so hard that he almost chokes up. "Wow, buddy, I really want to laugh too. But looking at the makeup effect, it feels vaguely familiar. You don't need to ask Aaron to guess whose handiwork it was. Michael said hello to Peter Parker and asked him to get out of the car. Peter hesitated for a long time and reluctantly came down. Seeing Michael just wanted to cover his face, please stop being awkward. You haven't really awakened some strange hobby. Come on. Michael suppressed his laughter and asked Peter Parker, Peter, are you okay? Why are you still here? Seeing that Peter Parker was even more aggrieved, he gave Michael a, what the hell do you think I thought? Something like this, with an expression on the verge of collapse, he said aggrievedly, I wanted to walk, but then I saw the Tower Police after checking, he insisted on letting me get in the car. Ma-en said with a suppressed smile, I'm afraid something will happen to him. Besides, I need to make a record for him. Michael winked angrily at his unscrupulous partner, stop trembling with your eyebrows and beard. That's almost enough. Didn't you see that this young man is almost crying? Okay, there are other clothes of mine in the trunk. You can wear my sportswear. Michael walked towards the back of the car and motioned for Peter to follow. It's not that Michael wanted Peter to wear his original clothes while it was hot, it was just that the clothes he originally wore were casual suits, and with the size difference between the two of them, Peter would definitely not be able to wear them. Michael and the others didn't notice that there was another person with a more exciting expression than them, the guy in the baseball cap. Ever since Peter Parker got out of the car, the kid in the baseball cap had an expression that was even more broken than Peter. It was as if his soul had been hurt by a 10,000-point blow. He had a look on his face like, is that all? I spent a long time, but in the end. I folded it in the hand of the note, and that's why. There are also expressions like, I really want to chop off my paw, and, I'm so embarrassed to see people, I really want to jump off the Statue of Liberty. The corners of his eyes and mouth twitched together, and his facial features were almost distorted. But when the boy in the baseball cap took a few glances at Peter Parker's pear-shaped face, and then saw Peter's swaying slender figure as he turned around and walked back, he also thought about the sound that came from the Lushan claw at that time. An indescribable touch, his expression changed again, becoming even more twisted and tangled. Michael turned his head subconsciously and saw the boy in the baseball cap breathing heavily again. He was immediately startled. The twisted expression made Michael almost take out his gun and shoot ya. What kind of trouble is going on? Isn't it going to happen again? And it's not like you haven't noticed that this is a big boss in women's clothing. With this kind of virtue, isn't he also awakening to some strange hobbies? How Michael shuddered uncomfortably, glared at the guy in the baseball cap, and quickly took Peter Parker to the back of the car, opened the trunk, and separated the guy in the baseball cap from his sight. Michael could also see it. It's already like this, and it doesn't stop. Regardless of whether it's a defect of mutants, it's true that it's difficult to control oneself anyway. They are all old men, so to speak. Michael didn't go out with Peter Parker. He took off his clothes and pants, leaving only his vest and boxer briefs. He threw his sportswear to Peter Parker and started to change clothes. Peter subconsciously took Alone's clothes, which were warm and tasteless. He couldn't help but swallowed when he saw Alone's muscular body with perfect golden section proportions like a sculpture. Even though Michael chased the guy in the baseball cap for so long, he wasn't sweating profusely like the guy in the baseball cap. Instead, he didn't break out a drop of sweat. It was really effortless, just like an ordinary person jogging a few steps and just started to move. Body. Michael quickly changed into his trousers and shirt, and was putting on his suit when he saw Peter Parker making no move, just looking at him blankly, and his heart jumped. Boy, don't let your mind wander. There is no fragrant grass in life, it's just a small setback, don't let it grow crooked. Michael was also a little disturbed by the wind, and he quickly coughed lightly, which woke Peter up. Peter shook his head in embarrassment, and quickly lowered his head to change clothes. It's not that Peter Parker really awakened to any strange hobbies, it's just that this kid was born thin and was always bullied. In his heart, he subconsciously envied Michael's strength, especially since Michael protected him. With admiration and admiration, when I first saw such a tall and powerful body, I subconsciously had a mentality of, I wish I could have won too, or something like this. After the two of them changed their clothes, Michael took out a bottle of pure water from the trunk, asked Peter Parker to wash his face, and then asked in a low voice, "Where is Gwen?" Peter Parker subconsciously replied, "Gwen. I don't know, well, I haven't seen you for a long time." But as soon as the name Gwen came out, he realized that he seemed to have let something slip, and he quickly said no. No. Huh. Michael looked at Peter Parker critically. Peter Parker looked at Michael locking up men, with that troubled look, he was about to cry again. Gwen, Detective Tate, and even Michael were like this. The three of you must have graduated from school. It seems to be true. I feel like this school is poisonous. Is it true? Each and every one of them is so good at making things difficult for others, without caring whether others will endure it or not. Even if I, Peter Parker, are bullied, despised, and treated as a toy, I will never bow to evil forces. I didn't know, she just said she would leave first and contact her later, and then ran away. Anyway, why bother? You won't get pregnant if you bow to the boss. Is this Gwen's idea? Why did you agree? How dangerous it is. Michael sighed. It was not easy for the young man. He was almost spoiled by Gwen's little aunt. What the hell do you think I'm thinking, boss? What kind of temperament does Gwen have? Why don't you have the middle number between A and C in your mind? I have to be able to screw her too. Peter Parker still looked broken, sighed and said, Gwen gave me this to defend myself. As he said this, he took out a short black stick from the clothes he changed out of. Michael could tell at a glance what it was, an anti-wolf electric shock stick. He had bought this thing for Gwen to use for self-defense. Unexpectedly, use this place. Forget it, I'll talk to her, don't mind too much, Gwen doesn't have any bad intentions. Michael patted Peter on the shoulder, not knowing how to comfort him. Peter didn't care about this at all, and nodded and said, well, I know, otherwise I wouldn't agree in the end. I also want to catch this guy, but this method is really. The young man has a good temper, or he won't be eaten to death by Gwen. Michael was a little angry that the two of them were making trouble out of whims, but he was speechless that Gwen had roped in Peter, but he was more thankful that Gwen at least knew how to pull people into trouble, and knew how to protect himself, and was not helpless. After being reckless, this is not bad, at least Gwen herself did not suffer any loss. In this way, if the person standing next to Michael is not Peter but Gwen, Michael doesn't care whether he is a mutant or not with a baseball cap, he will just break off his paws, buckle down his eyeballs and step on them, and don't give them to him. Even if I beat out the meal from the previous night, it would be clean. It's just that this is a bit sorry for Peter Parker and Xiao Penyu. Forget it, I'll make up for it later. The two of them walked back, and then Michael saw the boy in the baseball cap restored to his original appearance, wearing Michael's sportswear, fat and sloppy, with his sleeves and trouser legs rolled up so high that they were just in line with his wrists and feet. Peter Parker, whose wrists were level with each other, looked disappointed. Michael was so angry that he was so disappointed. Your eyes don't hurt anymore, do you? Michael glared at the boy in the baseball cap fiercely. That means you should be more honest. If you are not honest, I will hurt you. Ah, that's him. Peter Parker looked spoiled just now. He was only focusing on feeling wrong to Michael and didn't notice the existence of the baseball cap boy. Only then did he realize that the evil Lushan, the owner of the claws, the culprit who caused him to end up like this, suddenly became angry and disgusted. With one step, he ducked behind Michael and pointed at the boy in the baseball cap. He was shocked and shocked. Shouted angrily. Yes, yes. Be good, don't be afraid, aren't you caught? Calm down, calm down. Michael patted Peter on the shoulder. Only then did Peter notice what was going on, and felt that this surprise was a bit embarrassing, blushed and glared at the boy in the baseball cap, and stopped talking. Get in the car, hurry up. Ma-en angrily gave the boy in the baseball cap a slap on the back of the head. With Michael present, the boy in the baseball cap was too angry and dared not speak. He got up with a slumped head. Car. Several people got in the car. This time there was a suspect, so Peter couldn't be allowed to sit in the back seat. Michael asked Peter to sit in the passenger seat while he went to the back seat to stare at the boy in the baseball cap. Silently all the way, a few people arrived at the police station. During the subsequent formal interrogation, the baseball cap boy didn't make any more fuss or hire a lawyer because of his previous conversation with Michael, but readily admitted his behavior. Only then did Michael learn that the boy in the baseball cap was called Andy Campbell. He was only 17 years old this year. He also lost his parents and family when he was a teenager, but he never had a criminal record. Before that, he was a good kid, studied hard, and had a few tricks. Aptitude for electronic engineering. But it was just because of a fever that it became like this. Although Michael had always had a prejudice against Andy, the boy in the baseball cap, he didn't know what to say at this time. He could only lament that things in the world are unpredictable and fate has its way with people. However, Michael also knows that the impact of this incident is very bad, but the circumstances are not very serious. The situation has not spread yet and has not been publicized. His current attitude is considered good. He has no criminal record and is a teenager. If he has not been victimized, if the perpetrators sue and the police and district prosecutors have no intention of being more severe, then the sentence should not be too serious. And Michael feels that even if he doesn't know how to follow these procedures, there should be changes soon. In Michael's memory, the Beast in the X-Men has an official status and has a certain degree of government influence. Maybe a transfer order will appear before the police and district attorney take any action. A certain government department that I have never heard of directly takes people away for the reason of, you need to know, but you don't need to know now. The police may not even finish the scene. However, Aaron still carried out the procedure step by step. Anyway, if the police caught the thief, the task would be completed. Alone did not want to get involved in the messy things that followed. This matter is basically settled here with Alone. Peter Parker left a note and left first. Then he applied for a search warrant, waited for it to be approved, and then went to the baseball hat guy's lair to search. It was all normal police law enforcement routine. The two partners, Michael and Marn, reported the progress to Inspector Holt. Michael didn't mention anything about the special thing about the boy in the baseball cap. Anyway, Michael was the only one who witnessed it, so it was enough to say that it was complete. Inspector Holt is very happy. Everyone knows that this matter is quite troublesome. I didn't think that the case could be closed so quickly. Now that the detectives under his command are doing things well, Inspector Holt, as a leader, naturally has a bright face and leads his subordinates. Is there any way? However, the case has not really been completed yet. They just gave verbal praise and encouragement, asking the two to keep up their efforts and not to relax. If the case is handled beautifully, the whole team will praise them when the time comes. Although the baseball cap boy's case is troublesome, it is really a little better than a trivial case. He can be praised internally because of the negative impact of this case. Otherwise, today's verbal praise will be over. That's what the police are like, handling cases is just their job. From Michael's perspective, it's quite tortuous, but when it's time to file it, it's nothing more than a 2- or 3-page narrative, which is nothing compared to the countless cases the police station handles every day. Different. Regardless of the size of the matter, Aaron and Ma-en were quite happy to have completed another case. The two partners had a small celebration as usual and had a few drinks, which was considered a pleasure. Michael originally wanted to have a good talk with Gwen, but as soon as Gwen came up, he pitifully admitted his mistake, acted coquettishly, and promised that next time this happens again, he would definitely talk to Michael first and tell Michael Long ate so hard that everything he wanted to say was stuck in his throat and he couldn't say it out. He was so choked that he belched and rolled his eyes. Michael really couldn't stop his aunt, so he had no choice but to let it go. However, he also knew that Gwen was such an impatient and righteous person. She was like a typical American comic heroine, with a strong sense of justice and natural curiosity. Stronger, naturally loves to join in trouble spots, and naturally loves to cause trouble. You can't stop me, you won't be able to stop me in this life, and you can't fall out, so I have to work hard to cheat and become stronger. I hope I can hold on like this in the future. In addition, Iron Man will appear this year, New York will become chaotic, and all kinds of monsters will appear one after another. In short, there will be no shortage of headaches from now on. And things turned out exactly as Michael expected. Not even 48 hours after the kid in the baseball cap was captured, and before the search warrant was approved, Inspector Holt ushered in two men in black suits wearing single-ear monitoring headphones. Man in sunglasses. I don't know what the three of them said in the inspector's office. Anyway, Inspector Holt didn't look very good when he came out. He might have been a little rude. He still had a document in his hand. He didn't realize it until he went out. Quickly carrying it behind his back, Michael quickly glanced at the file header, Department of Mutant Affairs, and thought to himself. Alone, the suspect you arrested before has been handed over to these two government workers and the case has been sealed. Inspector Holt asked Michael to let him go with a lawsuit on his face. Michael acted very slyly. He didn't ask any questions and went directly to the detention room with two black suits. When Michael saw the boy in the baseball cap again, the boy was squatting in the detention room. Michael had assigned him a separate detention room. It was originally used to detain felons. Michael was afraid that he would be detained for ordinary people. In the detention room, if there were any gangsters looking for trouble or making trouble, I would just find a quiet place. The boy in the baseball cap was not in low spirits. When he saw Michael coming, followed by two big men in black suits and sunglasses, he looked at Michael a little nervously. Michael nodded slightly and told him not to panic with his eyes. Andy Campbell, we are government workers, please come with us. Only after Michael unlocked Andy's handcuffs did one of the two men in black suits speak. Michael watched the boy in the baseball cap follow the black suit a little uneasily, and sighed in his heart, this mess was finally over. Alone, what's going on? When Alone returned to the office, Ma came to greet him. Michael didn't want his partner to get involved in such a messy thing. It wouldn't do him any good at all. He made a confused look at the right time and replied, I don't know, the inspector just said let me seal the case, what do you think this is all about? Why don't you go and ask? Just ask. Ma-en, an old man, instinctively felt that there was trouble here, but a good case was about to be successfully concluded, but it was so stuck that it was not legitimate. Be willing to do nothing else, at least give an explanation, right? The notice came from above. This matter ends here. You two don't ask any more questions. This matter is not something we can get involved in. We can just mind our own affairs. In the police inspector's office, Inspector Holt answered the questions of Michael and Marn with a look of helplessness. When it came to this, Ma-en knew that there was a lot of trouble inside, so he shut up in a very alert manner. Naturally, Michael would not stand up and stop talking. Out of protection, Inspector Holt didn't mention mutants or anything. He originally thought that the two of them were going to get to the bottom of it, but they just fell silent. Even more straightforward than him, Marn, an old man, didn't mention it. I didn't expect Michael to be so alert, but it saved him trouble. Now, in this matter, Aaron, who is pretending, and Ma-en, who is really unaware, have an explanation and that will be the end of the matter. On the contrary, Inspector Holt, who knows something about the inside story but is asked to keep it secret, is a little reluctant to go along with it. Feel oppressed. Did you find anything special about that suspect? Inspector Holt waved Aaron and Marn to disperse. Aaron was about to close the door, but Inspector Holt couldn't help but ask in the end. What's so special? No, he's just an ordinary suspect. Michael pretended to think for a moment and said with certainty. Well, go ahead. Inspector Holt seemed to be holding back his emotions and waved for Michael to leave. Even if the case is officially over at this point, even though it is a bit unclear, there will be nothing for Alone to do later, and Alone will be happy to get out of trouble. Life is back on track, and Michael has returned to his 9-to-5 life. However, in his recent free time, he has been thinking about how to strengthen himself and start the intermediate lottery, but he can't figure out a complete and clear idea. Michael didn't read many American comic works in his previous life. Basically, they were mostly movies. He also watched some TV series and a small amount of animation. He basically had no contact with the content in comics. For a while, I really wanted to. Is there any way to strengthen it if I don't get up? The most recent one that has something to do with energy is Iron Man 1. The plot will be triggered within this year. However, although Iron Man's arc reactor is a high-tech product, it is also an ordinary nuclear energy in the ordinary world and cannot reach the intermediate level of the lottery system. The energy requirements, and the energy of nuclear energy, Michael's current physical attributes cannot bear, and it is useless to use it. The invincible Hulk should follow closely behind. Hulk's blood directly turns an ordinary person into a monster that hates him, and may be able to steal it. But Michael doesn't know if he will be completely absorbed by the system if he absorbs the Hulk's blood, and he will not mutate in the process. There is always a process of absorption. When the time comes, he will absorb and change at the same time. That will be unbearable. Michael can. If you don't want to become that kind of monster who is dominated by anger and has almost no sense at all, it's better to be cautious. Thank you Book Friend Advancer 3 for the reward, and thank you all for your recommendations and collections. It can only match Peter Parker's genes and create Spider-Man's Spider Serum, Dr. Lizard's Lizard Serum, and the Green Goblin's Modified Super Soldier Serum. These are all similar to Hulk's blood. They are all modifications at the genetic level, and there are too many variables. Is not included in Michael's consideration for the time being. Next up is Iron Man 2. There is nothing to say about this. Thor 1, gods are flying all over the sky, Brother Hammer fights the destroyer armor. Michael doesn't think he can hold that scene. S.H.I.E.L.D. was involved in the whole process, and Michael also. I don't think I can get anything cheap. Michael thought about it and felt that he might have something to gain by waiting until the Avengers battled the aliens in New York. It was not that Michael was thinking about the cosmic cube, from S.H.I.E.L.D. to Asgard, and then to Purple Potato Essence. Gods from all walks of life are eyeing this thing. Unless there is a real chance, it will be difficult for Michael to get his hands on it. Michael is interested in the energy weapons of the alien race Chitauri. These energies that surpass the level of human technology are likely to reach the standard of intermediate energy, and it is not difficult to get them. After the war, many of them became homeless among the people, and even thus created a Spider-Man supervillain, the Vulture. It shouldn't be a problem for Michael to get some by then. But those are too long ago. At least 4 years later, and 10 years later, the ring-fingered king of a certain universe's family planning office will arrive. Alone can't just wait, he still needs to actively find ways to strengthen. Michael then thought about the Marvel series of American TV series produced by Netflix that he had watched before. One of them was called Iron Fist, which told the story of a descendant of an ancient mysterious spiritual practice in a mysterious eastern country, which involved chi. This life energy. This may be a direction. Iron Fist, whose real name is Daniel Rand, is the heir to the Rand Group. When he was young, the plane he took with his parents crashed. Only Daniel survived. Then he found a different space in the ancient mysterious eastern country that opened once every 10 years. The secret realm, Kunlun, and was adopted and taught by the mysterious organization inside. Finally, he obtained the ultimate power of the mysterious organization, Immortal Iron Fist, returned to New York, and became a superhero. The main enemy is the mysterious and evil ninja organization Hand. Similarly, Michael is not obsessed with the mysterious power of the Immortal Iron Fist, but the two major organizations involved in Daniel Rand's story, Kunlun, and The Hand, both have masters of a weapon called the mysterious energy of Qi. This energy is similar to the internal strength and internal force in martial arts novels, or the fighting spirit of Western knights and warriors in online novels. It is a kind of life energy that needs to be obtained through guidance and development, and gradually cultivated to make it increasingly powerful. This kind of energy can strengthen the body, extend lifespan, be released outside the body for attack and defense, be invulnerable to all poisons, heal wounds, etc. It is one of the very few completely harmless ways of strengthening that Michael can think of. This is a kind of inherited energy, originating from the humanoid alien Kunlun people, the founders of the mysterious alien space Kunlun. It is a kind of alien life energy, but it is very compatible with people on Earth and can be used without side effects. Acceptance. The inheritance method of Iron Fist is to challenge a dragon named Shou Lao, and be recognized by it, and get the life energy passed down by it, inheriting the title of Immortal Iron Fist. Daniel Rand is the 66th generation, which is the contemporary Iron Fist. Qi is a person from Kunlun, and everyone can practice it, but it is limited to being within the Kunlun secret realm and feeling the mysterious energy of the Kunlun secret realm. The Hand Club are 5 Kunlun traders hundreds of years ago. They betrayed Kunlun and fled to Nibwa. They established the evil ninja organization, Hand Club, in the name of 5 Fingers. The 5 of them are still alive today. It is conceivable that know the power of this mysterious life energy. But it also means that if you want to obtain this kind of power, you must first find the secret realm of Kunlun that has been connected to the real plane for more than 10 years and appears in reality. You also need to be recognized by the Kunlun people and guide you into it. Only then can you have all the power to practice. The qualifications and conditions for software and hardware are similar to not only needing martial arts secrets, but also needing someone to teach you the skills. This is also the reason why even after hundreds of years of development of the Hand, only the 5 leaders who rebelled against Kunlun mastered this energy and did not pass it on to anyone else. Because without the correct way to open it, there is no way to pass it on. Therefore, due to the restrictions on its acquisition conditions, Michael has not thought of how to obtain it yet. But there is an idea. Michael knew that Colleen Wing, Daniel Rand's little girlfriend in the American TV series, opened a dojo in New York. This person was taken in by one of the leaders of the Hand, a man named Botu, who concealed his identity. As a disciple, he funded her to open a dojo, which was called to take in orphans living on the streets, but in fact it was to cultivate reserve forces for the Hand. Later, Daniel Rand saw through it and persuaded Colleen Wing to take the right path and quit the school. In the end, he killed his disciples out of justice and killed his disciples. You can find some information about this dojo on the internet. It is located in Hell's Kitchen and accepts and teaches apprentices. Of course, there is no knowledge about Qi, and Colleen Wing doesn't know it, but this is a dojo. Access to Daniel Rand. In the play, Daniel Rand returns to New York from Kunlun, only to discover that the accident that year has defined him as dead, and the family group has also fallen into the hands of the Meacham family. After that, he counterattacks and pretends to be a good guy, including the down-and-out young master. After getting acquainted with Cinderella and receiving help, he had no repayment for his great kindness. He could only promise her with his body, and he lived a happy and shameless life from then on. The heroine here is naturally Colleen Wing. Contacting Colleen Wing, and thereby contacting the down-and-out Daniel Rand, is not to plot against these 2 people, but to get in touch with Daniel. Even if he cannot get the inheritance, he can also see if he can absorb the energy of the Immortal Iron Fist and open the intermediate level. Lottery. Even if you take it once to see what happens, it is still a step forward. It's just that Colleen Won is a disciple of Botu, one of the leaders of the Hand. The Hand's actions are extremely crazy and evil, and if they get involved, they will be in great trouble, so they need to be cautious and cautious. Although Aaron has enough food for himself and the whole family is not hungry, there are Stacy's family who are more important than relatives, his good partner Marn who takes good care of him, and his new friend Peter Parker, etc., but he doesn't want these relatives and friends. Friends have been affected and even hurt by this. Michael's original intention was to protect, but if he was implicated, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Michael collected information about Colleen Wen and Daniel Rand extremely carefully, only through ordinary internet platforms, without even borrowing the internal network of the police system, just for fear of exposing his feet and being discovered. You must know that the Hand is an organization that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Its sphere of influence extends all over the world. Hundreds of years of continuous development have spread its tentacles to every corner of the world. Members of the Hand are lurking in all walks of life. They do not usually reveal themselves. Identity, but inside they are helping the Hand consolidate their power, develop their business, and expand their sphere of influence. Except for the Hand itself, no one knows how powerful the Hand is or who its members are. Perhaps any of the perfectly fine ordinary police officers around Michael or the neighbors with semi-familiar faces may be members of the Hand. Michael isn't surprised either. Of course, it may be more likely to be from an organization that is more powerful than the Hand, such as SHIELD, Hydra, and AIM. It can only be said that this world is too dangerous and you cannot be too careful. Thank you book friend Advancer 3 for the reward, and thank you all for your recommendations and collections. Alone knew nothing about the specific situation of the Hand, but New York, the largest city in North America, must be the place where major organizations pay the most attention, and presumably there must be Hand forces. Maybe they range from members of the two houses of representatives to street vendors, street gangsters, and beggars. Members of the Hand may have spread across every field. The bigger the city, the more prosperous it is, the easier it is for corruption and darkness to breed. You can't tell which police officer, detective, police inspector or even superintendent is the peripheral or even core member of the Hand, which is clearly related to the dark power of the Hand. Work together to protect the Hand's illegal industry. If the Hand finds out about this, Michael uses the internal resources of the police system to investigate the peripheral organizations of the Hand, and Colleen warms up the gym where street children are taken in. It will be a lot of fun. The best strategy is to figure it out slowly. So what Alone can do now is only to collect, not to investigate. First collect some information that anyone can get a general impression, and then look for opportunities to make further contacts. In short, there is no big mistake in being careful. Michael would rather miss the opportunity than confront the dungeon boss before the novice village is even released, and he doesn't want the people he values to be affected and hurt by it. Fortunately, according to the information that Michael found, Daniel Rand was still in a dead state. The accident occurred in 1994, which was 14 years ago. In Michael's impression, Daniel was 15 years after the accident. Later returned to New York. In other words, there is still nearly a year to plan slowly, and there is no need to be too impatient. Time is long when there is something to do, but short when there is nothing. After the baseball cap boy, Michael and Maan have not received any decent cases for the time being, and the weekend is here again in the blink of an eye. But it was time to play basketball as scheduled with Gwen's brothers. Because of the incident with the boy in the baseball cap last time, Gwen was so imaginative that she forced Peter Parker to disguise himself as a woman to catch a pervert, which gave the young man a solid blow from Lushan's claw, and almost turned on a strange switch. Michael heard that Peter Parker had been avoiding Gwen recently, fearing that the little devil would have some strange ideas. Peter Parker was tormented so much by Gwen, but Gwen was neat and tidy, just finished it, and left Peter behind after finishing the matter. However, Michael actually received help from Peter, and he felt that it was indeed a little bit. "I'm sorry, although this matter was Gwen's fault, in the final analysis it was caused by him, but he had to take responsibility for it. Moreover, if Gwen will still become an intern of the Osborn group, and Peter Parker will still follow his original trajectory and become Spider-Man, contact will be inevitable in the future. Michael will also use this to control the direction of the plot in order to change George and Peter Parker. Gwen's fate, no matter what, he didn't want to make the relationship too embarrassing. So Michael wanted to make up for Parker, and also wanted to use this to make peace with Gwen and Parker. He just wanted to call Gwen and Parker to play basketball, and then Michael would treat him to a meal to connect with each other. Peter also happily accepted Michael's invitation. Putting Gwen's matter aside, Peter had a very good sense of Michael and was willing to play together. Of course, if you have a good thing, you can't leave a good partner behind. It's a weekend play anyway, and the crowds are more lively. Aaron also called Ma-En and asked him to bring their triplets to play together. Look, what I want to demonstrate now are the various options for back attack. At a basketball gym in Queens, Michael reserved the venue in advance, and everyone was there on the weekend. Michael is wearing a slightly oversized t-shirt and sports shorts, wearing the latest Air Jordan XXA, with a wristband on his right wrist, giving him a sporty look. Gwen and Peter Parker stood on the sidelines with a few smaller ones. There were only two people on the court, Michael and Marn. Michael stood low on the right side, looking at ease, with his back leaning against Marn, with his right arm stretched out. Slightly raised, his slender and powerful hands easily grasped the basketball with one hand, making him look very handsome. Especially when there is a pudgy middle-aged man with a mustache in the background, the contrast is even greater, almost outshining Ma-En. Ma-En also secretly spat. This brat knows how to be cool. If he had known better, he would have just thrown the three brats at home to him. He insisted on joining in the fun, but ended up being used as a backdrop. Why bother? First, let's do a back-turn pass. As soon as Michael finished speaking, his whole body burst out from a still state in an instant, but he still remained chic and elegant. With a light and agile turn, he passed Ma-En without dribbling. Taking off, he performed a graceful and easy one-handed slam dunk. Michael is good. This is Howard who is staring at stars. Michael is so handsome. This was what several other boys shouted, and it was also what Peter Parker was thinking. Come on Ma-En. This was Gwen who took good care of Ma-En's face, but she kept looking at Michael's tall and handsome figure, which turned into starry eyes. Michael's handsome dunk caused Gwen and others to cheer loudly, and even attracted some attention from the nearby court. Next time, if the other party predicts that you want to meet someone else, we can do this. Michael slowed down this time, turned his body slightly, and faced Ma-En. Ma-En subconsciously moved half a step. Michael's pivot foot did not move, and he completely turned his body to face Ma-En. He turned his foot a little sideways, and his big hand grabbing the ball also stretched out in the direction of the foot. Ma-En followed subconsciously and moved in the opposite direction. The direction shifted half a step, and the body suddenly lost its balance. Michael took the opportunity to dribble and step forward, stepped over Ma-En, easily made a small hook, and the basketball hit the net with a precise swish. Alone's fight was easy and comfortable, but he did not use any strength beyond ordinary people. In fact, after the old fat man Ma-En retired from the homicide team, he was in a state of retirement and had neglected to exercise for a long time. Alone beat him casually, and it was the coolness was successful. This is the Sigma step, an offensive step that switches from back to facing the basket. It can prevent defenders from getting close to them and can effectively occupy the offensive space, thereby getting open shots, like Phoenix Paul of the Celtics. Pierce often uses this trick. Howard was also holding a basketball and listened to Michael's explanation very seriously. He kept nodding like a chicken eating rice. This kid also joined the school basketball team and pointed to what he learned from Michael. A few Nirvana moves, I'm pretending to compete with my friends later. Yeah. Michael is so handsome, come on, kill dad. Give him a hard buckle. Asterisk 3, these cheered in unison. Naturally they are triplets from the Ma-en family. The little guys have just reached the age of 2, and they are exactly the same. When they worship heroes, the dad who always disciplines them naturally becomes the villain who needs to be defeated. It hurts my heart, old man. Ma-en covered his chest, looking as if he had been hit by the treasonous words of some treasonous sons, and shouted in a strange manner, "You few brats, do you still take your father's eyes seriously? Don't you? I want to fight one-on-one." As Ma-en spoke, he pretended to be like a big bear, made a face, and ran towards his triplets. He also turned to Aaron and said, "You guys come first, I want to teach this guy a lesson." 3 brats. Then he quickened his pace and started making trouble with his 3 boys. Michael glanced at his mouth, but he was just showing off, there was no need to run away so quickly. Michael really wanted to use the unique skill that he used against Gwen last time, which is the combination of one-finger meditation and lion's roar. Let's go. I haven't finished pretending yet. But after thinking about it, I might as well forget it and save some face for my partner. Alas, it's hard to pretend to be lonely and invincible. I'll come. Howard, not a happy beast, wouldn't go to nightclubs to save fallen souls, but Gwen's younger brother, volunteered and ran over and shouted to Michael. "Okay, let's go to the half-court over there and teach you 2 more moves." Michael nodded and said to Gwen and Peter, "I'll play with Howard for a while, you guys go ahead and play." Gwen looked at her brother Howard, who couldn't wait to pull Michael away, and remembered that she was probably pestering Michael like this at that time. She smiled knowingly, patted the basketball skillfully, and ran to the court with a standard 3 steps. Basket. Under Michael's influence, Gwen actually knows how to use both hands. At least it is no problem to beat the current Peter Parker. It's not that Peter is weak, this kid is good at skateboarding, but Peter doesn't particularly like playing basketball, because the school has not had a basketball team in the past 2 years, and the basketball gym is always used by the bad boys of the football team, led by Eugene Thompson. Dominating, pretending to be handsome, and chasing girls made Peter hate Eugene, who always bullied him, and at the same time, he also had a little resistance to basketball. But seeing everyone laughing happily today, Peter liked this feeling very much. It didn't bring back any unpleasant memories, so he didn't have any objection to basketball, and he quickly got along with everyone. And as long as he is not a school bully like Eugene Thompson, who targets Peter Parker endlessly, Peter is not a person who holds grudges, especially since Gwen is such a generous and cheerful person, and is even led by Michael to have a carefree temperament. There was no evil intention, and Peter could tell. Gwen apologized generously at the beginning, and she said it in just a few sentences. A few of them didn't compete, they just played around, moved around, and watched Michael's various graceful and elegant tricks, especially the self-throw and self-pink, a 360-degree turn in the air and a sudden catch button, which caused a round of applause. So there was no plot about some nasty bad boy looking for trouble. Instead, a few young girls who were full of youth came over with starry eyes and wanted to ask Michael for advice on his football skills, but Gwen gritted his teeth and drove him away. After playing around for a while, Michael took everyone to have a casual meal again, and this time the event came to an end. A few days passed, and one afternoon, it was approaching evening. Aaron and Ma-en finished another small case and were driving back to the police station together. "Hey, stop at the drugstore in front of Alone." Ma-en suddenly pointed to the position of the drugstore in front of him and called for a stop. Seeing Alone glance at him and give him a questioning look, he replied, "You know, my 3rd child, aren't you having some skin allergies these days? I accidentally lost the ointment yesterday, so I'm going to buy some more for him." Michael nodded, followed his instructions, found a parking space, pulled over, and said to Ma-en, "Well, you go ahead, I'll wait for you in the car." Michael was waiting for Ma-en in the car, took out the N82 mobile phone of the same model as Gwen, and browsed the web to pass the time. In his previous life, Michael was used to seeing smartphones with 5-inch and 6-inch screens. Looking at the current 2.4-inch screen, it was a bit awkward. He thought that Apple and Google should hurry up and release a new generation of smartphones. Now this is too inconvenient. And the most important thing is that Alone bought two large stocks as one of the means of asset preservation. Naturally, he hopes that the two companies will grow bigger as soon as possible. As for large long-term holdings, Aaron has a better choice, and that is Stark Group. Having the special prophetic advantage of a time traveler, knowing the plot trend of Iron Man, knowing that Stark Group will soon be attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan because of Tony Stark, and narrowly escaping from death, he finally decided to close the weapons development business and usher in a huge wave of turbulence. Stocks plunged, hitting the bottom. But because Tony Stark forcefully announced that he was Iron Man, it created a new topic for speculation and gave investors new confidence. The Stark Group was reborn from the ashes just like Tony himself. By the time of Avengers 1, New Energy the project was officially launched, and it soared into the sky and was out of control. The profit in this process is so huge that it is much bigger than Alone using his advantage as a time traveler to buy potential stocks. It is so big that even people like Alone who don't pay special attention to money would be tempted, and it can be manipulated. There are so many places, how could Michael turn a blind eye to them? Therefore, since Alone has a small amount of assets, he has been absorbing various stocks with potential in his past life memories, but he sold some of them this year. Now, the stock holdings only account for about 30% of the total net worth. As a result, as a precaution, the rest of the assets are prepared to be operated by the Stark Group later. Michael was reading the web page and wasting time in a daze, when he suddenly heard the sound of the police radio in the car. All unit, all police officers, 10 to 90. Repeat, 10 to 90. There was a robbery at the New Amsterdam Trust Bank in Queens. The robbers are fleeing south along Ginkgo Road and police are pursuing them. Michael was slightly startled. The bank was nearby, and the robbers were fleeing in his direction. He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Roger, this is Detective Walker from the 9th Precinct of Queens. He's nearby. Prepare to search, over." Michael thought it was a bank robbery, and it might be very dangerous if he encountered it. He didn't want to drag Ma En, so he thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, put the gear in gear and stepped on the accelerator, started the car and drove away. At this time, Ma En had just finished buying medicine. When he went out, he saw Aaron driving away in a car. He was left in a mess in the wind and had no idea what was going on. He had to spread his hands and helplessly shout, "Hey! I still have something to do. You didn't get in the car. You brat, are you doing anything?" Ma En took out his cell phone and called Alone. 10 to 90, there are bank robbers escaping in our direction. The situation is urgent. I'll go check on the situation first. While driving, Michael put the phone to his ear and held it under his shoulder, then answered the phone and said, "Oh, then be careful and pay attention to your safety. Where have you been? I'll go and pick you up." When Ma En heard this, he didn't blame Aaron. We have been working together for so long and have a tacit understanding. There are many words that we don't need to say. To put it bluntly, Ma En really didn't want to take this risk, but he was a little worried about his partner, so he hesitated, but finally gritted his teeth and got ready. The three children in Ma En's family all pointed at him alone. Michael left early because he didn't want his partner to take risks. Naturally, he would not let him follow him again. He directly replied, "I just went to check the situation. You wait first. Let me know." "Well, you must pay attention to your safety." Ma En breathed a sigh of relief secretly, but still looked into the distance, feeling really worried about Michael. "I know." Michael hung up the phone and took a deep breath. After waiting for so long, he finally had another big case. He was promoted to detective before when he encountered a similar shooting case when he was a patrol officer and made merit. This time, maybe there will be another opportunity, I hope I can block it. Alone was a very brave man and did not back down. He only wanted to have a fight with the robbers. However, Michael did not lose his caution. He knew that although he had a wall hanging in his hand, he was not invincible. Bullets would hurt his body and bleed, and he would have to delete his account and start over again if he hit his vitals. He could not close his eyes. Don't worry, I still have to keep in mind the number between AC. Michael relied on his strong willpower to let reason control passion, and his whole person was in a wonderful state, fiery and calm. It was a coincidence that Aaron contacted the dispatch department again through the police radio. The police had dispatched a patrol helicopter and locked the robber's vehicle, and his position happened to be stuck on the robber's escape route. You may encounter them in a few minutes. And this is a very long auxiliary road, and between the robber and Alone, there is only a branch road very close to Alone, and Alone can just block the robber. I could vaguely hear the sound of police sirens. Although the road was a straight line, it had a large slope, going up and down, so Michael couldn't see the scene in the distance. Michael also became more vigilant, thinking that looking at this posture, this group of robbers must have become a big boss, and this movement was not small. Michael drove to the forked road ahead, stopped the car, quickly opened the trunk, found a body armor and put it on. Bulletproof vests, as long as they are not heavy-duty bulletproof vests that reach a certain level, the kind inlaid with high-strength ceramic pieces or bulletproof metal plates, the bulletproof effect is not particularly good. Generally, light body armors, such as police level 3 body armor, at best, can protect against pistols and submachine guns, but not close-range shooting. Even so, after being hit, the body will have to bear a great impact. The hit area will definitely be bruised. If the ribs are concentrated, there is a risk of bone cracks or even fractures. Michael knew that there was a uniformed police officer from another branch. Last year, when he was trying to escort a criminal away, the criminal inadvertently pulled out his gun, attached it to his body armor, and shot him in the abdomen. At that time, he suffered severe internal bleeding and was about to. It's not that he was alone at the time. He was rescued in time and he was lucky not to be rescued. Not to mention automatic rifles, such as the famous Kalashnikov and AK-47, which can penetrate bulletproof vests with one shot. However, this is all based on the physical fitness of ordinary people. With Michael's physical fitness 3 times the limit of ordinary people, although it is not yet bulletproof, but with a body armor, the defense power is greatly increased. If you are hit in a part protected by a bulletproof vest or a pistol, you will at most feel like you are being pushed. Only when the automatic rifle is fired will you have the effect of a pistol bullet and the safety factor will be greatly improved. But there are still critical problems. He was shot in the head, the main arteries of the limbs, and Michael was not much different from ordinary people. He just didn't look like ordinary people. He didn't have first aid measures, and it took more than 20 minutes to finish. Michael would definitely be able to hold on longer and have a greater chance of surviving afterwards, but he would definitely end up losing his combat effectiveness on the spot. Although Michael is a talented and bold man, has powerful shooting skills, has more practical experience, and has seen blood, he is not a reckless man, nor will he seek excitement with his own life. He will never lose the attention he deserves. The car is in a similar situation. Don't believe what is shown in movies and TV shows. The car was hit and sparks were flying, but the people in the car were fine. The body metal plate of an ordinary car is less than 2 mm thick, and it is the same as an ordinary body armor. At most it can protect against pistol and micro-ramming shots, as well as the risk of being hit by ricochet in the fuel tank. So Michael didn't use vehicles as cover to fight with these bank robbers. Who knows what firepower the robbers have? In a place like NYPD where weapons are rampant, let alone the illegal automatic rifles, grenades and grenade launchers. None of them are particularly difficult to obtain, and who knows what will happen when you get them. This is Aaron. If it were another police officer, he would have to fight several heavily armed robbers with only a Glock 19 and 3 magazines. This is not a movie or TV series. Where did so many protagonists come from? With a halo around him, he dared to fight with more than a dozen gangsters by himself. He lifted up a table and used it as a bunker. He moved around with all kinds of snakes and couldn't hit a dozen guns. And then he still fought bravely even if he was shot several times. More than 100 people have been killed. Do you have any cheats? Did you also win a wall hanging that says, "If you dare to kill my dog, your whole family will be destroyed"? Having said all that, Michael only had a few thoughts in his mind. He put on his body armor and checked the condition of the pistol. There was an extra bullet in the chamber, plus a total of 3 magazines, for a total of 46 rounds. It's almost enough, give it a try and see if it doesn't work, then call for support. Michael observed the terrain. This area was a residential area. There were almost no pedestrians on the road at this time, which made it easier for Michael to move around. After thinking about it, Michael started driving the car again, pretending that it was improperly placed in the middle of the road as an obstacle. The police lights were taken out and placed on the roof of the car. A few pedestrians nearby on the road also ran away when they saw this posture. Michael looked around and found 2 large metal trash cans for collecting domestic garbage on the side road. They were square ones with a slanted lid. They were specially designed to collect garbage nearby. What the heck? The steel plate is much thicker than the thin skin of a police car, and it works better as a roadblock than a police car. Michael ran over, pinched his nose and made gestures. His muscles tensed up and he pushed hard. It didn't feel very strenuous. The large metal trash can moved in response. The metal rubbed against the ground, making an unpleasant and harsh sound. Michael held back his hearing. Feeling the double discomfort of smell and smell, I kept exerting my strength and pushed the trash can to the road at a trot. There was the bold one, who belonged to the "Few Foreigners" series. Seeing the situation, not only did he not hide, but he also wanted to approach Alone with a mobile phone. Alone quickly shouted back with his police badge and shouted after shouting a few times. It was indicated that danger was imminent here, and citizens were asked to get out of the way quickly, and then the bad guys were allowed to disperse. Michael rubbed his hands together and listened to the siren becoming clearer and clearer from far to near. He quickly pulled out the pistol from his waist and ran back to the fork in the road. He squatted behind another large metal trash can and leaned out slightly. Observed the situation. "Alone, what's going on over there?" Ma's slightly worried and anxious voice came from Michael's Bluetooth headset. "I'm stuck on the robber's escape route. I'm very likely to exchange fire with the robber later. Please help me call the police for support. Don't forget to notify Inspector Holt and Superintendent Stacy immediately. When the time comes, come with the support." Michael replied to Ma N while keeping an eye on the situation at the scene. Michael didn't want his partner to take risks. He planned to find more things for his partner to do, so he didn't want to rush over to support him. "How can you do it alone, Michael? Don't take risks." Ma N became anxious when he heard that Michael meant that he wanted to fight the robbers alone. It is not a good thing for young people to be too daring to fight. Rushing in too much is a waste of boldness, just like Michael now, who is young and energetic, and dares to do such dangerous things just because he has some ability. "Don't worry, I'm not going to fight the robbers alone. I built some roadblocks and hid aside. I just wanted to hinder the robbers. If I can, I will delay. I don't expect much results. If it doesn't work, I will withdraw. Don't worry, you won't joke with your own life." Michael comforted Ma N, fearing that his partner would follow him if he was a hot-blooded guy. "Okay, I'll call for support right now. Don't be impulsive." Ma N also knew that his partner was very opinionated, otherwise he wouldn't have such an idea and such a good mind. There are no lawyers, doctors, Wall Street vampires, etc. who insist on becoming police officers and are successful at it. Ma N knew that his partner usually looked cheerful and easy to talk to, but when he made up his mind, no one could persuade him, so he could only call for support quickly. Ma-en also knew what alone meant. This matter was definitely not within the business scope of their Fenghua group. It just happened to happen and there was a legitimate reason to provide assistance. Alone took a fancy to the credit and notified his superiors, also saying hello in advance. I mean, relying on Michael's interpersonal relationship in the police station, if this thing is done, the credit will be implemented. If it is not done, there will be someone to help explain it, and there will be no beginning or end. Ma-en sighed. He came from that age. He also worked hard to be promoted to the homicide department. He also understood Aaron's mood. Ma-en could not keep up with the footsteps of young people, but he could serve as a support. Take care of him, don't think too much about it, and quickly call for support. Putting Ma-en's thoughts aside, Aaron was here, listening to the piercing siren gradually becoming clearer, and the roar of the speeding car engine that could not be covered up by the siren, knowing that the real owner was about to appear. But to Michael's surprise, before he saw the car, he heard a violent explosion, followed by another explosion. Michael was shocked, but before he could react, his vision was covered by a burst of fire, followed by another deafening violent explosion. Michael's car exploded in response, with flames shooting into the sky. It flew up to a height of less than half a meter, and then landed with a dull sound, barely maintaining the shape of the car. The heavy trash can on the other side was also knocked away diagonally by the shock wave of the explosion. Suddenly the middle door opened wide. Michael was shocked, what an arrogant robber. It turns out to be from the RPG God sect. So scary. Michael even broke out in cold sweat on his back. Fortunately, he didn't just use the car as a cover to fight with the robbers, otherwise he would have drank a lot. The piercing siren also stopped abruptly with the sound of the explosion, which was obviously followed by the first explosion. The remaining pedestrians on the street who were brave enough to watch were truly afraid at this moment, and fled away screaming and shouting. 3 to 5 seconds after the explosion, a black pickup truck roared past like a ferocious beast, with full power, and rushed past the wreckage of Michael's car. Michael immediately felt anxious. The robbers were fierce and the obstacles they set up were completely ineffective. Seeing that the car was about to break through the obstacles and escape, the only way to stop him was to shoot the tires. But it's easier said than done. Although Michael's marksmanship is accurate, he has never had this kind of experience shooting a fast-moving target. The robbers were racing, with the speed of at least 100 km per hour at full power, and Michael he was only about 20 meters away from the robber, which was no less difficult than standing on the side and shooting a baseball from a baseball pitching machine at close range. Michael didn't think so much. He just had a thought that flashed across his mind. He subconsciously had no confidence. He also subconsciously thought about giving it a try and gambling on his luck with a few shots. However, at this moment, Michael's spirit was at the highest level of concentration he had ever seen. There was nothing else in his mind except the target's eyes. Michael felt that time seemed to have stopped, his mind entered an indescribable mysterious state, and his heart was extremely calm. Everything in my eyes became extremely clear. The air seemed to have become semi-solid, and Michael felt that he had exhausted all his strength to lift his arm. Although it was difficult, Michael's arm did not tremble at all, without the slightest deviation. He aimed the gun and pulled the trigger in one go. With the tongue of fire erupting from the muzzle, the bullet flew out and accurately hit the speeding pickup truck on the rear tire. After a moment, the world in Michael's eyes returned to normal, but it seemed as if all the blood in his body was rushing to his head. Suddenly, veins were pulsing in his forehead, stars were shining in his eyes, his ears were ringing, he had a splitting headache, and he was sweating all over. Michael groaned, barely controlling his body, and crouched back to cover. He panted heavily for a few seconds before recovering. It was as if an ordinary person had just run 3,000 or 5,000 meters, and all his physical strength was dripping with sweat. Lost, I have never felt so exhausted. Michael didn't know what was going on with him just now, but he also knew that this was not the time to think about it. He suppressed the feeling of weakness and dizziness and leaned forward to observe the situation again. The speeding pickup truck, whose tires were hit by Michael's magical shot, naturally lost control and swerved into Michael's car, which had been hit by the RPG. It moved forward for a short distance and stopped. On the roadside. The pickup truck was obviously modified and had full power. The anti-collision bars were also specially reinforced. It did not suffer any serious damage. It was just that the tires were scrapped. No matter how modified it was, the 3 remaining wheels could no longer run. Michael took a breath and recovered a lot. He jogged all the way, moved to the corner of the fork in the road, and looked against the wall. He saw that the pickup truck had stopped on the side of the road, with 2 people on the side of the truck. 4 people came out of the truck, all of them dressed in black. Face. Michael just happened to see one of the 2 robbers on the side of the truck, and casually threw the smoking rocket-propelled grenade launcher, commonly known as the Arms God Law Enforcement Elder RPG, in his hand. In the truck compartment, he bent down and picked up an M4 rifle. 2 of the group held Uzi submachine guns, and 4 held M4 rifles. They kept shouting and cursing, looking back and forth with their guns, naturally looking for Michael, the culprit. Michael hid in a hidden corner and observed secretly. Among the 6 people who got off the driver's seat, he was thin and small. He should be a full-time road driver. The other 5 were all tall and could not hide their fierce aura when walking. But it doesn't have much structure, it feels a bit wild, and it doesn't look like someone from a military background. The 6 robbers all wore ski hoods that only exposed their eyes, their faces could not be seen, and they also wore gloves. They were of varying heights, fatness, and thinness. Michael's eyes were sharp, but he could see from the little bit of skin exposed by the mask that all 6 of them were white. Michael breathed a sigh of relief. The robber was so tough. If he was from the army, had formal military training, and had well-organized walking arrangements, he would definitely be more difficult to deal with and even more troublesome. But if they are just ordinary robbers, their physical fitness may be comparable to that of soldiers, but they do not have the most important discipline, tactical literacy and cooperation. They rely entirely on recklessness, but there is no cheating. It can be said that the difficulty has dropped a lot. The robbers were a little panicked at first, but they saw one of them who seemed to be the leader. He shouted a few times, and the other 5 people immediately became quiet. Then 6 people picked up several black long-distance travel bags from the car and the bed. Bao looked around warily, then trotted towards the vehicles on the roadside. Michael took advantage of this time to gradually regain his strength, the pain in his head gradually dissipated, his mind became clear, and he quickly calculated what to do next. Michael didn't know that on the other hand, Mine called for backup and notified his boss and immediate superior, which made Superintendent Stacy very worried. Just as he was about to contact Michael again, he was notified that Michael and the police car lost its GPS signal and immediately panicked. It repeatedly urged support to speed up, but there was no other better way and could only do it alone. Michael saw that the robber was about to run away, but how could he agree? He immediately raised his gun and aimed at the suspected leader of the robber. But he never thought that the robber leader was also a vigilant person. He subconsciously felt that someone was spying on him secretly. He looked around vigilantly and immediately spotted Alone's figure. It's just that Michael locked it first. The mysterious feeling just now has not completely subsided. He concentrated and calmed down and entered a completely calm state again. However, it didn't feel like time had stopped and space seemed to be stagnant like last time. Even so, there was no way for the targeted robber leader to react. He pulled the trigger, shook his wrist lightly, and pulled it again, controlling every movement as he pleased. But in the eyes of others, it was just a casual flick of Michael's wrist, and with 2 bangs, the bullet accurately hit the left and right thighs of the robber leader. Scarlet blood sprayed out in response, creating 2 beautiful lines in the air. In the arc, the air filled with gunpowder smoke has a hint of blood, making it even more intense. Michael didn't even think about shooting him in the head. This was the suspected leader of the robbers, and he was the most important. Capturing him alive would naturally give him more credit than killing him on the spot. Of course, Michael wanted to live and not die. Moreover, this important target can also be used as bait to prevent other robbers from escaping. Of the 2 bullets, one had no luck and only hit the outside of the thigh and penetrated out. The other hit the jackpot and hit the middle of the thigh on the other side and stayed firmly in the robber's thigh. Of course, this is from Michael's point of view. If it were a robber who was shot, he wouldn't have any luck and still win the lottery. He would have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Michael shot and hit the target, decisively and quickly hid in the bunker, took a few steps back, quickly crossed over, and crouched behind the large trash can. Sure enough, the next moment, with a scream and wailing, and the robbers yelled obscenities in surprise and anger, and bullets rained down in Alone's direction. Moreover, Michael found that after this shooting, he sometimes felt tired for a while, just like when he had not traveled back in time. He felt like he felt in the early morning after playing a copy of an online game all night long. He closed his eyes tightly again and reached out to pinch the middle of his eyes. It took a while to recover. What the hell is going on? Michael is a little confused as to what state he is in now. However, in his previous life, Michael was an experienced reader who read hundreds of volumes of online articles. He also speculated that this might be the legendary spiritual breakthrough, or the spiritual power. A brief period of weakness after the outbreak. But Michael couldn't help but be a little worried about his physical condition. After all, this was not about reading online articles, just for fun. This was his own body, and Michael couldn't stand it if something went wrong. Michael also knew that now was not the time to think wildly. It was just his tired spirit that made it difficult for him to concentrate. However, he still endured the fatigue and discomfort and concentrated on the current situation. The boss was suddenly shot, and the gang of robbers went crazy with hatred. They had successfully become a boss, but when they were so excited that they became arrogant, even if they saw roadblocks blocking the way, they would all go crazy. To create an RPG to clear the way, I really don't care about anything. The whole thing was almost done, but the last thing left was a shutter. Who would have thought that Ching Yao Jin would come out halfway and stick a shit stick into a pot of porridge and stir it up vigorously? It would be as disgusting as you want. As a result, the situation was like this. Not only was the car scrapped, but the leader's legs were also disabled. Seeing that he had become a burden, the robbers finally became calm after being restrained by their leader, and then panicked again. The leader of the robbers just sat on the ground, covering the wounds on his legs with both hands, trying hard to hold back the severe pain and stop howling. This man was quite knowledgeable. He knew that if such wounds were not treated urgently, he would risk his life. It only lasted 10 minutes. I made a decision immediately, stopped caring about other things, and started to treat the wound on my leg. The leader of the robbers quickly took out the belt from his waist, and asked the thin man closest to him to give him the belt. He used all his strength to tie the belt tightly to the roots of his thighs, and made 2 more muffled sounds. Humph, I was slightly relieved. The robber leader had just been concentrating on racing against death and had no energy to pay attention to anything else. At this time, his attention turned back to his surroundings. It didn't matter at this glance, but he discovered a scene that frightened him. It turned out that in just a few tens of seconds, the robber leader had no chance to give orders. The other 4 furious robbers were filled with anger and their brains were filled with anger. They discharged all the bullets in the magazine as if to vent their anger and walked towards Michael. Direction of movement. The robber saw that the despicable villain who had just secretly attacked and ruined his family's good deeds had not moved. While changing the magazine, he rushed directly towards Michael's position. However, there was no order for the several people to move forward and retreat. They just swarmed forward without finding bunkers or assigning tasks. One person shot and covered, while the others marched, Otherwise it would have been difficult for Michael. If these were 4 well-trained and experienced mercenaries, Aaron would definitely retreat. However, these people are just reckless, and Aaron feels that these gangsters are not particularly difficult to deal with. Regardless of the large number of robbers and their fierce firepower, after seeing the performance of the robbers, Michael is now completely justified. Just now, the 4 robbers kept shooting, which made Michael afraid to show his face at all. Seeing that the other robbers suddenly stopped shooting, he quickly looked up and saw that he was facing the robbers who had already rushed to the fork in the road. Both sides subconsciously raised their guns. Thanks to the book friend for pointing out the conflict between the skin color of the robber and Nas.I, it has been corrected. Michael and the robber were like a cowboy duel in the West. When they looked at each other, it was a duel with guns drawn. Unfortunately, robbers may be compared to fearless cowboys, but the hidden occupation of a certain time traveler is hanging on the wall. Michael once again entered a state of absolute calmness. This time he directly confronted the 4 robbers. Michael had no intention of capturing them all alive. The 4 robbers had too much firepower. If one of them failed, he might suffer a loss. But at this time, he had to use thunderous means to scare the gangsters. Michael made a prompt decision and quickly raised his hand to raise the gun. As fast, steady and precise as a mechanical arm, one shot hit a robber between the eyebrows, breaking the mask, breaking the skin, and shot straight into the bone and into the head. The robber responded without saying a word. He threw his head back and fell down. In this state, Michael had a clear mind and quick thinking, and was sure to hit all the robbers in succession at this moment. However, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, and his newly recovered spirit felt tired again. Even more tired than last time. After all, it's the 2nd time in a row. What about masturbating for 2 consecutive games? You know, it takes a lot of energy. This time Michael entered a state of calm shooting, but it lasted shorter than the last time he shot the robber leader. He was more tiring and more difficult to maintain. In an instant, Michael secretly screamed something bad and tried his best to concentrate. Mentally, he controlled his body and quickly crouched down and hid back in the bunker. However, during the squatting process, Michael raised his arm, pressed his wrist, and kept the hand holding the gun in its original position. According to the image in his mind, he quickly adjusted his wrist, quickly pulled the trigger, and he fired several shots in succession until he crouched down completely, swinging his wrist, and kept pulling the trigger to fire horizontally until all the bullets in the magazine were exhausted. Michael was trying his luck. He could hit a few blindly with a few shots. Even if he couldn't hit anyone, he could still delay the robber's progress. Sure enough, Michael was lucky. With a dull boom sound of his body falling to the ground, another scream followed. However, Michael tried his luck with a few shots, one of which hit the gunman. The gun's arm, the M4 rifle, was thrown away with a scream, but the robber had no time to care about it, and rolled away with his arm covered. The remaining 3 of the 4 robbers who survived were all scared to death. The 2 with guns fired and ran away. The 3 of them quickly hid in the corner and couldn't get out. The leader of the robbers was also scared to death. Shouted loudly and asked the thin man to pull him and hide behind the car next to him. The situation on the field changed, but it was Michael who suppressed the robber by himself, preventing him from taking the lead. A rough and arrogant voice shouted at the top of his lungs, but with a little bit of confidence, "Hide where you are. Keep an eye on the opponent, don't show up easily, suppress the fire. Hide back after firing the bullets." Michael changed the magazine and put away the polished one. This was not a movie. With a flick of his wrist, the magazine flew away. He looked so handsome and stylish. This was the same as the firearm and was carefully maintained. It passed, and Michael didn't want to throw it away just to look cool. As soon as Michael put away the magazine, he heard the shouts of the robber leader, who was weak due to excessive blood loss. "TSK, this is really troublesome," Michael spat secretly, and the robbers changed their strategy. Now 3 robbers have lost their combat effectiveness, but there are still 3 intact, 2 M4s and an Uzi, hiding in the bunker. It's hard to deal with it when Lee and himself are fighting each other. It's just that alone doesn't have to annihilate all the robbers. Reinforcements will arrive soon. The trend is still on his side. He has achieved enough results now. As long as he can delay the robbers, it is not difficult to do it if he is careful. The only thing he was afraid of was that the robbers would run away regardless, especially the thin driver who was hiding behind the car with their boss. Michael was afraid that the robber would steal the car and run away with their boss, leaving the remaining 3 behind. It would be fun to have 1 robber serve as cannon fodder and then 3 robbers to charge in a desperate rage. Michael took advantage of the stalemate and there was no movement on the other side. He took a few deep breaths and entered that state several times. Michael learned a little bit about it. This time he did not enter that state. He stood up quickly and raised his hand to the 3 the robbers kept firing in the direction where they were hiding. It's just that alone Xiangzhuang's sword dance was aimed at Pei Gong. The real purpose was that 6 of the shots hit 4 cars on one side of his field of vision, plus the 6 tires of Alone's 2 cars on the same side. All of them were destroyed, so that the robber had to run to the other side if he wanted to escape, and Alone could chase the robber and spank him. But this also allowed Michael to empty out the second magazine, leaving only the last magazine. This time Michael seemed to be acting provocatively, which angered the robbers again, and launched another wave of offensive. However, Michael felt that the frequency of shooting was much slower this time, and he probably ran out of ammunition. Michael felt that the wave was much more stable now. He took advantage of the opportunity when the robbers stopped shooting, raised his head and swiped, but immediately squatted back quickly. Then gunshots rang out, and several rounds hit Michael. On the ground in the distance, bursts of dust arose. Michael then cursed himself secretly. He got carried away after such a smooth success. He set up a flag for himself. This is such a troublesome thing. You deserve it. Michael acted like this, but he saw the thin man suddenly jump out from behind the car whose tires were punctured by Michael. He ran and shot at himself, ran back to the pickup truck belonging to the robber, and dexterously turned over. Body. Michael cursed in his heart, thinking of the scene where a robber just threw away an RPG. What does such a skinny little guy want to do? Michael secretly said that it was a fluke. The robber was in a panic and could not think of it. Otherwise, there would be no chance of a sneak attack, and he would have escaped long ago. No matter how he cheated, he was just a busty beauty without a shield. With a killer weapon like RPG, the only option is to run away. But now this issue has come to the forefront again. Michael made a prompt decision and entered the state of absolute calm several times. The mysterious state at the beginning gave Michael the courage and confidence to fight. Cover me. Michael closed his eyes slightly and gathered his energy. Sure enough, the next moment he heard the thin man's slightly sharp, but dull, distorted roar because of the hood. At the critical moment, Michael frowned and his eyes seemed to flash with cold light. He quickly stood up and concentrated all his attention to the maximum extent. As expected, he once again entered the mysterious state where time and space were stagnant, and all the details of everything could be seen before his eyes and in his heart. At this moment, Michael saw the 2 robbers about to raise their guns and shoot, while the thin man in the car opened his eyes wide. He held up the RPG in his hand, his finger on the trigger, and was about to pull it hard. Every movement is clearly visible. This time, Michael clearly felt the rapid loss of energy, but his mood was calm. He didn't care about the splitting headache at all. He just calmly and orderly mobilized all the power in his body to break through the obstruction of the air. 3 points on the front line, he raised his gun and aimed at the RPG warhead, pulled the trigger steadily, felt the reaction force of the gunpowder explosion, and held the pistol steadily. Michael could even observe the flames erupting from the muzzle and the rapidly shooting warheads. The next moment, the bullet flew out and accurately hit the firing device of the RPG warhead, instantly bursting into flames. The fire directly overwhelmed the skinny little man, followed by a violent explosion. The violent shock wave hit the other two gangsters who were about to shoot, and they staggered. The gun was not thrown away, and the body subconsciously squatted back. The one with injured arm was even more unbearable, and he lay directly on the ground, pouting like an ostrich with its head stuck in the sand. Just like in Red Flame Battlefield, Michael shot up the RPG with one pistol and then immediately exited that state. The reaction this time was even more violent than the first time. After Michael squatted back, he hugged himself into a ball. His body kept shaking slightly, panting violently and sweating, and all the exposed veins on his hands, neck, and forehead were exposed. Rise. Michael gritted his teeth so hard that his eyes were filled with stars and he had a splitting headache. The only sound left in his ears was the roar of tinnitus. He just tried his best to hold on and resisted fainting. After a while, his whole body fell into the water. It looks like it was fished out. This lasted for more than 10 seconds before Michael slowly recovered, but he still felt unbearably weak. To say that the two uninjured robbers rushed over with gritted teeth at this time, Michael's weak state was really a bit dangerous, and he would risk his life even if he couldn't help it. It's just that the robbers were not real evil stars who licked blood with their swords. However, the thugs who only went rampant with guns in their hands were completely demoralized by Michael's incredible performance, and their morale was completely lost for a while. Once a person develops a feeling of invincibility or even fear, he will no longer have the desire to fight, but it gives alone a chance to breathe. In this situation, one of the 6 robbers was shot in the head, one of them was blown up all over the ground, 2 were defeated, and the remaining 2 were also desperate. Basically, it can be said that there was no counterattack at all. Of power. At this time, Michael also heard a series of sirens in the distance again. It seemed that the support called by Maan had arrived, but this time, there was no room for the robbers to be arrogant. Sure enough, under Alone's watch, the robber gave up the struggle, was surrounded by police officers who came to support, and surrendered. Only then did Michael see the true face of the robber. He was a middle-aged white man with a ferocious appearance and a fleshy face. He was of typical Aryan descent. He had light yellow hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, beard, and a gray middle band. His blue irises make him look like an albino. Michael noticed that this man had a palm-sized reverse swastika tattooed on his neck, and immediately felt a wave of shuddering, thinking that he was actually a Nazi brotherhood with some bullshit bloodline or something. In fact, this is a group of white hooligans who are at the bottom of society, advocating shit like Nazi, discriminating against all other races, using this as a selling point to attract people, organize dynamic social groups, and carry out criminal activities. Not to mention, in MIDI, a place with a diverse racial composition, and where minority groups are constantly improving their social status through their own efforts, there is quite a market for it among the white groups at the bottom of society who look at it with envy. Where there is high there is low, there is ups and downs. Compared with the hard work of minority groups, the previously superior social status has been invisibly declining, resulting in psychological gaps and damage to economic interests, providing a lot of breeding ground for such discriminatory groups. Originally, Michael saw blood again today. Although it was a legitimate law enforcement and he felt no guilt, after all, no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that he had 2 more lives of the same kind in his hands. Subconsciously, there would be things that hurt the other kind. The idea is also a normal psychological reaction. But now that I see such a virtuous person as the robber boss, I feel quite relieved. Bah, a dog-like thing deserves it. The robber boss's face was bloodless at this time, but he still had a fierce and sinister expression, staring at Michael, as if to say that this matter was not over yet. Michael only thought it was the cry of a negative dog, and knew that with the robber leader's injury, his future mobility would basically be inseparable from crutches. This kind of profession is a robber, and the professional skills are, can shoot a gun, and the person looks more fierce. The person is considered useless. Apart from other things, let's get through the prison first. It's just an ordinary robber, but he is not as arrogant as the big killer RPG. Don't have other plans. Maybe there is a mastermind or backer behind the scenes. But it hasn't been tried yet, and he doesn't know what the situation is. Michael just thought about it for a while and stopped thinking about it. Michael watched the on-site evidence collection personnel open the robber's package, and there were stacks of brand new green US dollars, which fully reflected the charm of money. Although Michael estimated that this amount would be tens of millions of dollars, less than 1/5 of Michael's net worth, Michael felt that this was far more shocking than the string of numbers on the account. If it weren't for Michael's obstacle, the annual heist in New York, Michael always felt that it would be difficult to accomplish with these rubbish. It's just that without investigation, you have no right to speak. The details will be discussed after investigation. Michael. Are you okay? All the robbers were captured without a fight. Aaron was telling the story of the scene under the surprised eyes of the belated SWAT police and the police officers who came to support him, when he heard the anxious and worried voice of his partner Ma and who came later. It's okay, haha. I'm lucky this time. I killed 2 of the big ones and arrested the rest. Michael's voice was full of happiness. He had nothing to hide from his friend and partner. If you are happy, you are happy. There is no need to pretend to be calm, and by shouting like this, your partner will not worry. Are you really okay? I see that you are not in good spirits. Maan was still a little worried. Ever since he met Aaron, he had never seen him look like he was drained of his body. Alone said in his heart, "Brother, you are so right. I really feel like my body has been completely hollowed out now. I am more tired than wrestling with a young lady and beating 10 of them." But Michael didn't want his partner to worry, and he really couldn't explain the details clearly. You can't say, "Brother, there is actually a plug-in, and now he is considered a non-human being. There may have been mysterious changes just now. Maybe he has made a breakthrough, and his skills are about to increase again before his eyes, right?" Michael feels that the way he gets along with his partner is very good now, and he doesn't want his partner to suspect that he just got hit in the head, or that he has a mental problem due to too much pressure. Although it should really be a mental strength problem. Michael could only find an excuse to deal with it, with an expression like, "I'm trying to show my indifference to save face, but in fact I'm still a little scared." He said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I'm just a little nervous. You know, I haven't been through many big scenes like this. It's hard to avoid being a little scared when things are so big, but I'm really lucky this time, I don't know whether Michael's mental power will become stronger in the future, but his acting skills will definitely be greatly enhanced. You kid, you are in such a big limelight again. Tell me, did you deliberately not call me because you were afraid that I would steal your limelight?" Maan looked left and right, patted Michael on the shoulder, and squeezed Michael's arm. After confirming that Michael was really fine, he felt relieved. After feeling reassured, Maan teased Michael a few more words. "That's not it. The most powerful general of the homicide team back then, you are coming, and I am pretending to be cool, so of course I have to rush to come," Michael said following Maan's accent. "Of course, I thought I was the same back then. But of course, alone, you are also very powerful, not inferior to me, so I'll keep an eye on you." Maan still recognized this, but when he heard alone came with a wave of business flattery, followed by boasting triumphantly, and of course did not forget to brag each other. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Aaron was the one who encountered this unexpected situation, Maan would have gritted his teeth and insisted on coming to help. If it had been someone else, Maan would have been far away. The most important thing about good friends is to talk to each other, and there is no need to say anything in the heart. Saying it this way, is nothing more than to relieve stress, relieve tense spirits, and make each other laugh. A mysterious little theater in a different time and space. Michael, Captain America, let me ask you a question. When you were fighting Nazis in a street fight, you lost your shield and only had a pistol. There were 5 or 6 submachine guns on the other side blocking your mouth. What should you do? Rush in and kill? Captain America, how can I? I'm not invulnerable, and I can't outrun the crossfire of so many submachine guns. I can find cover to shoot, hit and run, kill 1 or 2 with a few shots, and finish them off in a few rounds. Don't look at the promotional videos I shot. They were all for publicity purposes. The bullets only hit the shield but not the legs. How can that be a good thing? Michael and Ma-En joked for a while, and the tight string in his mind gradually relaxed, and the headache completely disappeared. Apart from still feeling a little mentally exhausted, there was no other abnormality. This also reassured Michael a lot. It seems that there are really no side effects, and he can masturbate more often in the future. No, he can carefully study what is going on, which is good. The SWAT team was only responsible for combat missions, but they didn't get anything this time. They left with a sad look on their faces, but they were also a little lucky. This means that if a lucky young man hadn't killed him halfway, SWAT would have also suffered from unfavorable actions. But eat and hang down. In addition to the on-site evidence collection personnel, Michael and the police officers who came to support were also preparing to escort the robbers back to the branch. Seeing the dejected robber being pushed into the police car with his head held down, Michael suddenly remembered the game he liked to play before time travel, and responded to the sentence, "Good luck, let's eat chicken tonight." A cheerful smile appeared on his face. Superintendent Stacy called Michael's cell phone and asked about the situation at the scene. He also asked Michael's situation individually. After listening to Michael's story, he felt blamed and worried, but there was also a sense of proud. After talking for a while, he hung up the phone. Michael and Ma-En's police cars were destroyed by a large-scale murder weapon, so the supporting police officers were asked to free up a police car for emergency response. The two left with the large group. Michael sat in the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. The car started and gradually moved away. Michael suddenly turned around and looked at the mess behind him. He recalled the hot gun battle just now and couldn't calm down for a long time. However, what Aaron didn't know was that just as they were leaving, at the other end of the fork in the road where Aaron was hiding, a blue and shabby General Motors GMC family station wagon started its engine and started to reverse. He took a fork in the road and left quietly from the other direction. What Michael didn't even know was that there was a pair of eyes in the car that witnessed the entire process of Michael's battle with the robbers. The car zigzagged for a distance and then found a hidden, uninhabited place to stop. The interior of this car has been modified, leaving only the driver's seat and passenger seat. A curtain is placed against the driver's seat to block the view, and the side and rear windows are also completely blocked, making the back row completely private. Space, and all the seats in the back were removed, freeing up a relatively spacious space and transforming it into something like a mini bedroom. As the saying goes, although the sparrow is small, it has all the essentials, including a floor berth, a few seat cushions, a small locker, which seems to be a bedside table, a small workbench with a notebook and a few unknown items on it. There were many electronic devices, and the 3 sides of the car were covered with papers. There were documents, maps, and notes. There were drawings and circles on them that were filled with unknown things. Except for the very advanced laptop, everything else always feels a bit old. They are all cheap goods that have been used for an unknown period of time. However, it can also be seen that the owner here cares about it and maintains it old rather than shabby or even shabby. The dilapidated state gives people the feeling that this is a home. The car stopped and turned off. The owner of the car also turned around and pulled the curtain, and got into the space behind the car from the driver's seat. The owner of the car looked like a young Asian girl, about the same age as Gwen and Peter Parker, but the way he drove the car just now, he looked like an experienced driver. This girl is not very tall by the standards of the MIDI community. She is about 1.68 to 1.7 meters tall. Her figure is also a bit slender, but her proportions are good. She is not like a model who has both front and back. It's a pair of aces, and their talent and potential should be pretty good. The girl has long, wavy hair that is shawl, and her skin color is slightly darker, like a healthy wheat color. But if you look closely, you will find that her skin is not that shiny and elastic, and her hair quality is similar. She looks like someone who often stays up late, or it's a phenomenon that only people who don't pay much attention to balanced nutrition have. The girl has exquisite facial features, looks a little bit mixed race, has an Asian gracefulness, but has a little sharpness in the corners of her eyebrows, which makes people feel very unique, attractive and charming. The girl has a pair of beautiful big eyes, but there are some dark circles under her eyes. Her expression is slightly tired, but more cunning and agile, and there is a little bit of hidden stubbornness. In short, this is a girl who doesn't care much about dressing up, but even so, the girl's current appearance can be rated as 80. The girl's slightly slender figure curled up in the small space in the back of the car, but she didn't feel cramped. Instead, she felt relaxed and comfortable as she let down her guard, as if she had really returned home. The girl put a cushion on the back of her small waist, leaned against the inner wall of the car, and sat cross-legged on the ground. The girl opened the door of the small cabinet, and inside was a super mini refrigerator. She opened the door again and took out a can of energy drink, opened the ring, and took a few sips of it without any ladylike temperament. His tone and expression relaxed. The girl seemed to recall the scene she had just seen. Her expression could not conceal her excitement, but she was also a little confused, as if there was something she was not sure about or could not make up her mind about. The girl then reached out with a little effort, took the slightly heavy laptop on the small workbench, placed it on her crossed legs, crossed her hands and straightened them in reverse, moved her slender fingers, and then her eyes were bright. He stared intently at the display screen of the laptop, and kept tapping the keyboard with his hands, causing a rhythmic crackling sound. However, the screen of the girl's laptop is not occupied by the almost universal "played to death," but is occupied by several black background dialog boxes of different sizes. Each dialog box is of different lengths and colors. A dense combination of characters, numbers and symbols. As the girl operated, several new dialog boxes appeared on the display. In one of the dialog boxes, the girl wrote, "Sky, Miles, you have no idea what I just saw. It was so shocking." After waiting for a while, a message popped up in the dialog box. Miles. Leiden, hey Sky, what did you see? Sky, wait, I'll send it to you. After the girl finished speaking, she typed on the keyboard again, and a reading box appeared on the screen at the right moment. Apparently the girl was using the online name Sky and was talking to a man named Miles Leiden. While waiting for the other party to accept it, the other party sent another message, which said, "Hey, we recently discussed and set a time for your assessment. I hope you are ready, Sky." When the girl saw the news, she clenched her little fists very excitedly and typed a reply quickly, "Of course, I have been ready for a long time. I can't wait to join the rising tide. Hee hee, I hope you won't treat me badly." The performance was too surprising. I don't know if the person chatting with the girl who uses the online name Sky will be surprised, but if Michael is here, he will definitely be shocked. The one who is surprised. Travelers cannot resist the mystery of fate. Alone never expected that a pair of hidden eyes witnessed the whole process of his battle with the robbers, and even recorded it, and seemed to regard himself as the target of attention. In particular, the owner of these beautiful big eyes is the top hacker named Sky, the future famous SHIELD agent, Inhuman Shockwave Girl, Daisy Louise Johnson. Sky is an orphan who has lost her parents since she was a child. She does not know that her biological father is Calvin Zabo Johnson, Mr. Hyde, who invented the strengthening hormone for self-strengthening. Her mother is a gathering of the Earth branch of the Inhumans. Jia Ing, the leader of the afterlife on Earth. Sky became an orphan because her mother, Jia-ing, was targeted by Dr. Hotwire of Hydra because of her alien ability, Long Life. She was abducted by Hydra and subjected to inhumane and heinous persecution. Die. Then Jia-ying's body mutated, and she awakened the evolutionary ability, Vital Absorption. The ability went berserk and destroyed the birthplace of Sky. Jia-ing was also the village where Sky was born. She came back from the dead and her temperament changed drastically. Sky had to leave her as a toddler to take care of Jia-ing, leaving only the name Daisy Louise Johnson. In order to control Jia-ying's uncontrollable desire to absorb the lives of others and her fierce and decisive temperament, Sky's father had to develop his own strengthening hormones and transform himself. While gaining super strength, he also became violent and difficult to control. Sky's inhuman gene was inherited from Jia-ing, but she has not yet awakened it. She will not be inspired to become Shockwave until she meets a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and explores the Kree ruins. To be precise, Sky had not even met S.H.I.E.L.D. during this period of time, and had just passed the age of admission to a foster family. Sky was originally discovered by a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who went to investigate. The agent felt compassion and did not want this little child to be monitored and controlled as a special being from now on, or even targeted by some forces and reduced to he concealed her life experience as a tool and even an experimental subject, and sent her to an orphanage. Sky grew up in an orphanage, and was taken in by a foster family when she reached old age. She was bounced between several foster homes. Life was very difficult. She experienced all the bitterness of the world at a young age. Fortunately, Sky did not complain about others and never complained about others. He never bows his head, is independent, and develops the talent of a top hacker. This ability allows him to live on his own just after leaving the foster family. The biggest motivation to support Sky is to find her biological parents and understand her life experience. For this reason, she came into contact with the hacker organization called Rising Tide. When she appeared in the original drama, she was already an elite member of the Rising Tide organization. Now it seems that I haven't officially joined yet, and I need to go through some kind of joining assessment. In the original play, Sky became a bit of an angry youth, believing that the American government had concealed the reality of the existence of extraordinary abilities from the people, and was obsessed with extraordinary abilities. However, that was during the time of Iron Man, Hulk, Busted Captain America, and Thor. They all appeared one after another and experienced the battle against aliens in New York. Unexpectedly, this time I saw Michael's miraculous performance in defeating 6 fierce robbers alone. Of course, I say magical here because extraordinary abilities have not appeared to the public in the world. No one has ever seen any particularly awesome sound and light special effects. Everything feels fresh when they see it. Just like Sky, the authorities are obsessed with it and the bystander is clear. Unlike the robber who was highly nervous throughout the whole process and was directly confused by Michael until he collapsed. Sky immediately saw that Michael showed sharpness that was different from ordinary people. So quickly the figure that the naked eye could barely follow, the smooth and precise headshots in the hail of bullets, and even the performance of counterattacking the big killer RPG, all gave Sky a great shock, almost doubting that this was not true. Instead, she was watching a blockbuster movie in her dream. However, Sky was a little unsure. After all, he was an outsider. He was not sure whether Michael was the kind of super policeman he played in the movie or whether he had some special abilities. It was like the United States government was trying its best to conceal the blocked superpower incident. Sky became very interested in this and planned to have time to investigate this super policeman who single-handedly defeated the robbers. Being watched by Sky, who has not yet started the plot, Michael is clueless, let alone what kind of butterfly effect this will cause. At this time, Michael was still escorting the robber back to the police station. Aaron, who was sitting in the car with his eyes closed and concentrating, was paying attention to his own situation that had just undergone unknown changes. Michael carefully recalled the feeling of entering that mysterious state just now, but he was careful not to concentrate too much and accidentally enter that state again. The feeling of having everything in mind and the world in your eyes being extremely clear is really intoxicating, but the negative feeling after exiting the state, the feeling that your head is as big as a bucket, as if a steel brush is brushing your scalp, and your eyeballs are about to explode, is an even more sour comparison. Thinking back on it now, Michael still couldn't help but feel his mind racing, and he quickly calmed down, looking a bit frightened. Michael thought for a while, but still couldn't figure out why he was able to enter that state. He hadn't done much recently, except eating and drinking. That is to say, I recently realized that the Commander-in-Chief of the Family Planning Office of the Multiverse, the King of Naughty Gems, and the Ring-Finger King with a purple potato head will come to the Earth 10 years later to personally guide the family planning work. This is an unavoidable hurdle, and I have truly become stronger. After gaining determination and awareness, I just felt a little anxious, but I was still within the scope of self-control, and there was no sign of anxiety. Is it possible that my friend has more cheats than just the Lucky Will lottery? Is there something special about me? I suddenly woke up when the situation was critical. Michael couldn't help but feel sorry for his sister. It wasn't until he looked through the lottery system of the invincible Lucky Wheel in his mind that he suddenly realized it. There are several additional pieces of information in the lottery system. The user breaks through the mental power threshold, and the mental power is plus 0.5. The user can understand the basic mental skills by himself, use mental power to strengthen the senses, amplify the senses, sharpen the thinking, enhance observation and body control, shield emotions, and enter an absolutely calm state. When using this skill, the mental power is temporarily plus 1.0, but it will consume a lot of mental energy. You can exit the state by yourself, or automatically exit when you have insufficient energy. After use, you will enter a negative state mentally and physically for a certain period of time. The duration of the negative state is proportional to your own mental strength. Inversely proportional. Users can name this skill themselves. Ouch! Self-understanding skills. Chapter 45-46. New skill Super Sense Hunting. Michael carefully read the system prompt information and was shocked, surprised and happy. This was the first time that Michael realized a skill recognized by the system since he traveled through time and discovered the lottery system. Michael is actually very self-aware and knows how much he weighs. Before time travel, he was a member of the common people with average qualifications. He didn't have any outstanding talents or extraordinary talents. He was just lucky. He got lucky and traveled through time. The current achievements are all thanks to the lottery system brought by time travel. Now that he can have an achievement recognized by the mysterious lottery system, Michael almost wants to cheer for it. Although fundamentally speaking, it was also due to the good foundation laid by the lottery system, but he participated in it and even played a leading role, which gave Michael a full sense of accomplishment. Michael's attributes at this time have also changed. Junior Character Card, Michael Walker. Strength 6.5. Agile 6.3. Endurance 7.8. Intelligence 2.0. Spirit 4.5, plus 0.5. Charm 2.7. Elementary mental power usage skills, can be named. It's just that the attribute value increase this time is completely different from the comfort that the whole body was surrounded by warmth like a hot spring when the system strengthened the attribute value for one's physical fitness after the previous lottery. And there is no such thing as the incomparable feeling of cooling down your mind and heart when you take a few big gulps of ice-cold sour plum soup when the sun is blazing in the dog days of summer when you draw a lottery to strengthen your mental power. Michael is a little worried. If he has the opportunity to break through the boundaries of his mental power in the future, will it still be as exciting as this time? In a literal sense, Michael really felt that he had a lot of stuff in his head at that time. He was as angry as a balloon, about to explode. But now that he has the consciousness to become stronger, if this is the price, Michael is also happy with it without any regrets. Michael thought for a while, then suddenly rolled his eyes and remembered the name of a TV series he had watched before traveling through time, and found that it seemed to be very cool when used here. Michael silently communicated with the lottery system in his mind and named the new skill, supersensory hunting. The information in the lottery system has also changed to supersensory hunting, elementary mental power usage skills. There are no changes to the description section. Just when Michael finished naming, feedback from the system came back to his mind. The skill was officially entered into the system, and a series of information poured into Michael's mind. Michael also received a detailed explanation of this skill, how to activate it, etc. Wait. Michael found that he had gone through the mastering process after drawing the skill again. Although he completely mastered the skill, he also felt a little bit ridiculous. What is this? Is this a strong seizure of ownership of the system? Go around in a circle and instill knowledge in turn, does this count as yours? This business was done very carefully. However, Michael and the lottery system are one and the same. From the day he learned about the existence of the system, he instinctively knew that the system was integrated with his soul. Don't worry about these things. After all, you are benefiting from it. Just let the system play whatever tricks it wants. Thanks to the lottery system's help in cheating, Michael suddenly changed from a novice to an experienced player. The skills he had just developed went from being unfamiliar with it to being proficient in sending and receiving with ease. But in general, this is an explosive skill. The pros and cons of the skill are right there. The negative status after using it is clearly recorded in the skill description. This makes Michael unable to use it casually, and even doesn't want to use it at all except in critical moments. Thinking about the negative state that makes people want to fly, Michael's balls ache and his anus tightens. However, Michael also noticed that the skill description also clearly pointed out that the negative status is inversely proportional to one's own mental power. To put it bluntly, this is a mental version. The berserker's violent skills all depend on his own endurance. If he is mentally unable to withstand the limit-breaking explosion, he will need more recovery time, and the negative status will have a greater effect. The time will be long, otherwise it will naturally be short. If Michael's mental strength is enough to support this kind of explosion, he will naturally not take the negative state seriously. When Michael first developed the skill of supersensory hunting, his mental power was 4.0. In an instant it increased by 1.0, which is a quarter or 25%. It is no wonder that Michael felt that his head was going to explode. But what if Michael's mental strength is 10.0? That's just a 10% increase. Think about it, it will be much easier. What if it is 20.0 mental power? With a mere 5% increase, the side effects will probably be minor. Maybe it will just be a headache that will go away immediately. By analogy, to a higher level, it is completely conceivable that the negative state at that time can be completely ignored. It is thought that you can enter that state at any time, and it does not matter how long you want to maintain it, or even directly become a state that can be maintained at any time. Passive skills are also unknown. This is like the classic online article, Infinite Horror, that Michael read in his previous life. The setting of genetic locks in it forces the human body's instinctive protection restrictions to be opened, temporarily gaining powerful abilities, but then suffering a strong backlash. However, as the strength continues to increase, the gene lock can be opened unlimitedly in the later stage, and this state can even be maintained at any time. Of course, Michael's current mental power is only 4.5, and he also knows that it is a little far-fetched to consider the situation when the mental power is 20 points or even higher now, and it is also a bit like, when you have money, drink a bowl of soy milk meme. Maybe the whole person's senses were completely different at that time. Without the realm, everything is just speculation, or down-to-earth progress is the right thing. Michael captured the bank robber, but this was an unexpected incident. After all, this was not Michael's job. The case was assigned to the homicide squad according to the system, and the homicide squad took over and was responsible for follow-up matters. Michael's matter, even if it comes to that's it. Michael has no complaints about this. Anyway, he can't take away his credit. The matter is so big, and the credit must be shared with others no matter what. If you let yourself take care of everything, you will make others appear incompetent, and you will be too greedy and make others dissatisfied. You will also push yourself to the forefront. From now on, you will inevitably have to share the same pot with your colleagues in the homicide department. Michael naturally doesn't want to get things done. Don't say that the West doesn't pay attention to this, but pays attention to self-expression. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Guaren also has human feelings and selfishness. However, the system is more rigorous and the role of human feelings is relatively small. It is not completely absent. There is a crookedness in it. There are just as many twists and turns. Especially since Comrade Ao Guanhai is about to take office, in the future, the mainstream of media will focus on teamwork. Michael also wants to build a good relationship in advance and find opportunities to get in touch with colleagues in the homicide team. Naturally, he will not bite the fat at this time. If you spill the beans, you have to eat it all by yourself. It's just that there may be another hidden story about this group of robbers, and there may even be someone behind the scenes. Michael is still very concerned about it. Except for the leader, other people who are not directly related to the case are paying attention. This is called gossiping. However, as a party involved, Michael should pay proper attention to the follow-up. It is reasonable and will not cause resentment. Michael also plans to talk to his colleagues in the homicide team from time to time. Ask about the situation and find out the details of the robbers to avoid any confusion. The bank robbery had nothing to do with Aaron, but for such a big thing, the news media would not let it go. On that day, the media swarmed the police station and wanted to interview it. Alone, who was named by the media as one of the main protagonists of the 212 New Amsterdam bank robbery, now entrusted all interviews related to Inspector Holt and Superintendent George Stacy, hiding himself. Went. Thanks to the fact that the functions of mobile phones are not very powerful at the moment, there were very few witnesses at the scene of the crime, and no video was circulated on the internet. Alone was very grateful for this, but he did not know that there was a complete video on the dark web. In a small circle called Rising Tide, the news spread slowly. Old George was also frightened by Alone's boldness this time, especially when Alone just returned to the police station. His face was bloodless and his body was drained. A lot of Alone has been arrested in the past few days, and the case has not yet been completed. In the end, the specific situation of the robber gang has not been found out, and they don't want Aaron to be in the limelight, for fear that Alone will become the target of revenge from other robbers' accomplices. Old George was worried that Michael was young and energetic and wanted to be in the limelight. Now seeing that Michael doesn't want to be in the limelight, he is very satisfied with Michael's character. He knows that Michael is still a good kid who is down to earth and working hard to make progress. Well, besides being too courageous, he's big, he dares to rush into anything, and he has no shortcomings. George Sr. treats Michael as his own child, which is good no matter how you look at it, especially because it really helps him earn face, although there are some things that give him a headache. George Sr. simply gave Michael a few days off and let Michael take the rest until the weekend so that he could deal with the troublesome media. Old George also specially told Michael to take a good rest at home, which means that this is not a holiday for you to let yourself go and wander around, but a way for Michael to keep a low profile and avoid the limelight. The rest will be done after the limelight has passed. Michael is naturally no different from a primary school student who is criticized by his parents, nodding like an old monk knocking wooden fish. However, George Sr. also mentioned to Michael privately that this time there will definitely be internal commendations within the police system and awards will be given at the quarterly summary meeting. And half pleased, half worried, some complicated expressions told Michael that to help Michael recover as soon as possible, the police station will consider allocating the most suitable position based on Michael's recent performance. This is to add a burden to Alonga. Michael also heard about this robbery. There was a guy from the homicide team who happened to be near the bank when the crime happened. He was seriously injured when he stopped the robber. There is a real vacancy in the homicide team now. If nothing else, it is probably him. The 14th is a very ordinary day, there are 12 every year, nothing new or special. Unless the 14th is in February. February 14th, International Dog Food Day. This is a festival similar to World Food Day, a day when people all over the world engage in a series of interactions around the spiritual food of dog food. For people, this is a day of happiness and desolation, a day of surprise and a day of terror. Whether you enjoy life happily or struggle to survive depends solely on whether you have a magical creature called a boyfriend or a girlfriend by your side. Well, boyfriend and girlfriend, advanced profession, husband, and wife are also included in this list. Yes, you are a couple dog, and you are qualified to spread dog food. If you are not, you are a single dog, and you will be infected by the mental fluctuations called dog food that the couple dogs unconsciously emit, which can lead to heartache, gull vomiting, and self-pity. Wait for a series of adverse reactions. Biologically, this interactive behavior is defined as spreading dog food. There are even worse people who have independently mastered the use of dog food mental power, and actively target single dogs to release dog food mental fluctuations, and conduct malicious mental attacks on them. Human moral standards define it as stuffing dog food. This is a very inhumane behavior and is strongly condemned by all singles. This is also Michael's first day off. Today, Michael's attribute is that he is single. Michael, whose mental strength is far beyond ordinary people, always feels that the air is filled with the smell of various dog foods, high quality, low quality, unintentional, intentional, with substantive malice that is almost visible to the naked eye, and he feels that this is not an illusion at all. Michael was a little sad about this. Until last year, he was one of those people who spread dog food mental attacks. Although at the end of the night, when I was applauding for love with my little sister, I suddenly received a call from Gwen, and she talked nonsense all night. Michael suspected that Gwen didn't even know what she wanted to say, but there was nothing she could do. Her sister-in-law wouldn't let Michael hang up the phone until Michael doubted life, felt dizzy, exhausted, and had no interest in anything else. Give up. Although the final result made Michael want to bang his head against the wall, at least he was able to withstand the dog food attack very well, and even spread it on the street. The process is still worthy of recognition. Who would have thought that this year, by accident, Michael was busy in the first half of February and never had time to flirt with the young lady. He was also told by thousands of people to stop wandering around. Michael was not willing to bear the burden of being in the streets. Attacked by indiscriminate dog food, the family simply hid in peace. Michael couldn't help but think about this time last year, when he flirted with the pretty girl with blonde ponytail in the bar. Unfortunately, Gwen got mixed up with her unwillingly. In the end, it can't be said that they broke up on bad terms, but they never contacted her again. Yes, otherwise I would still ask this year if there is a chance to form a temporary team to block a wave of dog food or something. Speaking of that young lady, she was also a temporary team at that time. Michael was very busy at this time last year, but he didn't catch up with so many things like this year, but he still managed to hook up with one at the last moment. The young lady with blonde hair and high ponytail is a Caucasian quasi-royal sister under 30 years old. She is very intellectual and beautiful, a bit strong, but not attractive. She has a very calm personality, but she was very depressed when she met Alone. I heard that she is a black-hearted boss. He forced her to work while he went to pick up girls and have sex, so he could only find a place to drink alone. Michael could tell that the blonde girl was very interested in her boss, and he thought that this was a very ambitious, well, that very motivated girl. Michael was a little bit infected by the young lady's depressed mood at that time, so he didn't have much thought about flirting. He just looked at the young lady's lonely and independent look. Somehow, he was suddenly touched by the deepest feelings in his heart. The soft part. Michael's compassion was touched, and he no longer thought of teasing other young ladies. Instead, he stayed and chatted with the young ladies for no other reason than to kill time and get in the way. The ubiquitous dog food attack can be regarded as a shelter. You can escape for one day and that's it. It's just that Aaron underestimated his charm value that was cheated by the system, that is, his very foul face that was enhanced by the system, and his tall and mighty figure with golden proportions and a body fat rate of 3%. The body that is most in line with European and American tastes. The more the two chatted, the more speculative they became. As they chatted, from sending them home to drinking coffee, from drinking coffee to, Aaron answered Gwen's call. Michael and the young lady with blonde hair and high ponytail just broke off the relationship. Fortunately, the blonde girl didn't look at him with disdain or even suspicion. Instead, she looked relieved. The two of them didn't have much or in-depth contact. Michael didn't even know the girl's full name, he only knew her as Virgil. It's just that the young lady left a deep impression on Michael. It's not that the young lady's appearance captivated the country and captivated thousands of troops. 1 year passed, and the young lady's appearance in Michael's impression was much blurred, but the one in his impression was the person, the kind of temperament, and the feeling of getting along with each other are a bit unforgettable for Michael. Speaking of which, Alone has never had a serious and long-term relationship. Although since he was in elementary school, there have been young ladies of all ages who have expressed their love for Alone without any secret. But Michael is the soul of a time traveler after all, and his mental age is superimposed on his age in his previous life. When he was a child, he was too lazy to play house games. It wasn't until his parents passed away that Michael felt lonely again. I have always had this feeling after time travel, but it has been diluted a lot by family and family ties. The feeling that reality is not real and it is difficult to tell whether it is real or an illusion has come to my mind again, and I have a sense of alienation from reality, and my emotions have changed again. It's a bit thin. At least in terms of relationships between men and women, Aaron has always had a happy-go-lucky, do-everything attitude in life. Michael values his family ties with Gwen and his family so much. It is precisely because of this that he accepted himself when he was the loneliest and allowed him to feel at home again. This was an emotional salvation for Michael. Let Michael once again find true and cherishable feelings. The subsequent friendship with his partner Ma-en, in addition to the two getting along well, the most important thing is that the Gwen family allowed Michael to open his heart again and have room to accept other people. It's just that the young lady accepted it later, that was a little too much, but Aaron has not changed yet when it comes to the relationship between men and women. Speaking of which, Michael had a relationship before, and the situation with other girls was similar. Not to mention 419, it was basically a pure relationship between good partners for physical exercise, and none of them lasted long. Michael has no intention of flirting anymore, so this year he just gritted his teeth and folded his arms and endured it. It just happened to let the little Aunt Gwen calm down and save herself from trouble every 3 days. Speaking of which, Michael is actually quite complicated about his feelings for Gwen. Not to mention that Gwen is hazy, Michael is also vague, and he is not very sure of his inner thoughts. After all, we are too familiar with each other. It's not the hesitation of, too familiar to make a move, but too familiar to be sure. Michael is just not sure whether he just loves and cares for Gwen, or whether he is just doting and caring for Gwen. There are real feelings between men and women. And Gwen's own age is also a problem. Although Michael is not very old in this life, only 21 years old, he has already crossed the threshold of adulthood. Therefore, Gwen is still young, both in terms of legal principles and relationships, and Michael also wants to wait until Gwen becomes more mature in her emotional outlook and truly confirms her thoughts. They also waited for each other to confirm their ideas. So just wait until Gwen turns 18. In short, between the two of them, Gwen is the more assertive one, but may not have really determined her mind yet, and is still mixed with some adolescent impulses, while Aaron is more careful and does not want Gwen to be hurt. The friendship has improved a little, and there is a vague hint of it, which is probably the current state of the two. Michael was alone with his family and was in a panic. He had just experienced the exciting battle with the robbers, and suddenly he couldn't find anything to do. He seemed to have no interest in anything. Michael also doesn't have any single comrades to cuddle up with for warmth. After all, they were not in the same camp before. "Hey, Ma-en, are you busy?" Michael, who was so bored that he almost rolled on the floor, still called his partner who was not on vacation. "Can we stop talking directly with our lungs? Ma-en and Aaron have been together for a long time, and they have learned a lot of weird words." He said angrily, "You are taking some time off. You have left all the paperwork to me. I am here today. Since I got beaten to the police station, my butt has not left my seat. What an old man I am." Aaron did not forget to give Ma-en a share of credit. According to Alone's account, during the fight against the robbers, Ma-en was involved in tasks such as calling for support, observing the situation, maintaining order, and evacuating the crowd. It was considered a full participation in the process, big and small. It's still a credit, not as outstanding as Michael, but its internal praise and the year-end bonus will still be there, no matter how small it is. Ma-en is not like Aaron. He doesn't point to this promotion or anything, but he can still show his face at least, and it is beneficial. He praised Alone for his loyalty. Michael curled his lips and replied lazily, "It's not needed anyway, it's a waste of energy to put it there." When Ma-en heard this, he became anxious and shouted angrily, "What? I won't be able to use it. Bah! You brat, how dare you look down on me? I won't be able to use it." Michael. Silence speaks 1,000 words. Sure enough, Ma-en's anger could not be maintained for 3 seconds, and he complained helplessly, "Oh, boss, you know, those brats in my family will go to heaven if they can't stand it for a minute, how can I? It's kung fu." Ma-en was stuck as he spoke, as if he had remembered something. He changed the subject and said teasingly, "Hey. No. Call me now, hee, boy, you were so busy before, and you are alone today. Are you free? Congratulations, blind student, you discovered Hua Dian. Bah, I am very free. Can low-key things be considered leisure? Can it be? Hey, boss, you know. Anyway, that's the trick." The two funny men heard each other for a while, and then gave up. Michael still said to Ma-en in the same lazy tone, "Hey, let's stop talking. Do you have any entertainment today? What kind of entertainment can we have? Why don't we go have a drink at the same place? We just happened to solve another case, so let's celebrate." "Okay, I'll see you tonight." Ma-en still had the same indifferent tone. Michael couldn't see the hint of sadness and slight reluctance in Ma-en's eyes on the other end of the phone. Ma-en is a worldly person. Although he followed the scenery for a while this time, he also saw clearly and knew that this was almost the last time he would show up with Aaron. The credit this time was enough for Michael to be transferred. It's not that Ma-en is greedy for credit, but the two partners do get along well. They have become friends, and it's almost time to part ways. Although they are mostly happy and blessed in their hearts, they can't help but feel reluctant to part with them. It was 11 o'clock in the evening, in a small bar in Queens. Although the place is also full of guests, it is not like other places today, where they are all couples, constantly exuding various mental fluctuations called dog food. People here are in groups, and there are more men than women. The whole bar looks at more than 50 guests, only 4 or 5 women, some wearing police uniforms, but most of them are in casual clothes, and most of them look tired. But it's hard to conceal the aura of marching. As you can see, this is a police bar, not a bar run by the police or a police-style bar, but a bar frequented by many police officers. Many of these bars are opened by retired police officers or relatives and friends of police officers. They can easily become a place where police officers gather to have fun. With a fixed customer base, there are not many bars on the street. Harassment, although it also resulted in the loss of a part of the customer base, but overall it was worth it. Hey, it's me, hey, Gwen. Well, didn't I tell you, I'm drinking with Ma N, what? Okay. In the bar, the two partners were sitting across from each other drinking, and Aaron specifically opened celebrating with a bottle of wine. The two brothers were drinking happily when Michael received a call from Gwen. Michael looked at his watch subconsciously and thought to himself that it was still the same. My aunt was quite good at calculating time, and it was the same as last year. Gwen told you to listen to the call. Ma N drank happily. When he heard it was Gwen, he smiled weirdly at Michael, but saw Michael hand over the phone without saying a few words. Ma N looked at Michael strangely. What does that mean? Gwen is looking for me? Michael rolled his eyes. That means you just need to listen quickly. Hey, little Gwen, he's drinking with Michael. Oh, I know, okay, it won't be too late, I won't let him drink more, that's it. Ma N hung up the phone and threw it away. Michael caught it steadily without even looking and put it back in his pocket. Just as Michael was about to take the wine glass and continue drinking, Ma N held down his hand. Then he saw the old fat bearded man wagging his head and tail, with a smile on his face, and teased in a humorous tone, "Hey," Gwen said, "okay, I won't let you drink more." Michael slapped Ma N angrily and said angrily, "Drink your bar, look at you smiling so obscenely, right here, be careful of someone checking your ID on the road." "Shit, bro, I'm so handsome, like a tree standing in the wind, I remember back then." The two bad friends laughed and embarrassed each other, and they chatted all over the place. The chat was very lively. They both knew that this time it was a celebration drink, but it also felt like a farewell. Alone was transferred to another job. "I am afraid that we will be together less and apart more often in the future, so we cherish the time we have now. From now on, we are no longer partners, but we are still good friends. This friendship will not change." Needless to say, there are many words, good brothers, all in a glass of wine. The two of them were drinking happily when they heard a voice not far away. "Hey, Michael, Ma N, are you guys?" Michael and Ma N looked in the direction of the voice and saw two men walking towards Michael and Ma N from the direction of the door. Two men, one short and stocky, the other lean, both in their 30s but not yet 40 years old. The stocky man is a Latino, about the same height as Ma N. He is over 1.7 meters tall. He is wearing a t-shirt and a leather jacket. His police badge is tied to a chain and hung around his neck. He looks like a fat man, but he doesn't look like a horse. Well, this kind of puffiness is all made of porcelain flesh. There is a sense of strength in the steps of a dragon and a tiger, and there is also a bit of courage between the eyebrows. The lean one is a typical Irishman, with reddish-brown hair, high eyebrows, a high bridge of nose, deep eye sockets, and light blue irises. He is slightly taller than the stocky one, measuring less than 1.78 meters and 1.8 meters tall. He looked like a neat suit. He was not as powerful as the short and stocky man, but his eyes were lively and he was full of intelligence. "Hey, what a coincidence. Yes, you two are here too, Esposito and Ryan." Michael and Mon really know these two people. They are both from the same branch, but they are not very familiar with each other. They are also a pair of partners, Javier Esposito and Kevin. Kevin Ryan is a capable member of the homicide team. When Maan was transferred from the homicide department, these two were still rookies in the homicide department. They were also taken care of by Maan. Although they did not have a close relationship, they still respected Maan as a senior. "Come, sit down and have a drink together." Maan enthusiastically invited the two of them. "Yeah, let's sit together for a while," Michael also said. Both of them were also enthusiastic and generous people. Seeing the warm invitations from Aaron and Ma-en, they were not polite and sat down in the seats vacated by Ma and Alone. Michael asked the waiter to get 2 new cups, poured wine for the 2 of them, asked for another 4 bottles of beer. He was tired for a day, so he wanted some beer to quench his thirst first, and then drank slowly. As soon as Michael looked at the 2 people, he knew that these good friends were 2 of the same kind tonight. They exuded the tragic atmosphere of single dogs and must have come here to escape the ubiquitous dog food. The profession of the police is never day or night. Don't let this happen too often, otherwise the bar wouldn't be so lively today. Why, are you very busy today? Aaron asked casually after a few people clinked their glasses and took a sip. These 2 men were the guys from the homicide department who were responsible for taking over the bank robbery, and it was for this reason that Michael got in touch with them. Both of them were surprised by Alone's skills. They thought it was bragging. Later, after on-site investigation and the results of forensic examination, they believed it and praised Alone very much. Alone was thinking about the follow-up of the case. Those who intentionally make friends and go back and forth become preliminary friends. At least they can call each other by their first names, but these 2 are used to being called Esposito and Ryan instead of Javier and Kevin. However, one of them calls each other Harvey, and the other just calls him bro. They look very affectionate. The 2 of them drank a few swigs of beer first and let out a long sigh of relief. Ryan wiped his mouth and said, "Yes, yes, you know, the same old thing, nothing new." He had an expression on his face that said, "It's not like there are no girls who are handing out dog food, so I work overtime so late." Esposito also nodded in agreement with a, "Yes, that's it." Silence speaks 1,000 words. It can be seen that between Esposito and Ryan, Ryan is the more talkative of the 2, while Esposito is a bit ruthless and doesn't talk much. This is also related to the identities and backgrounds of the 2. Like most people, Ryan went to the police academy and then became a police officer. Esposito, on the other hand, was a career changer from the military. He was originally an E-5 soldier in the Army, which is the rank of sergeant, and served overseas. After being discharged from the military, American soldiers have many problems, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, employment problems, etc. However, soldiers who have performed well during their service are disciplined and understand the rules, but they are very popular with law enforcement agencies, such as police, SWAT, bailiffs, etc., not difficult to enter. Esposito is in a similar situation. He is not a very good fighter, but his behavior is that of a traitor, a veteran, or even a soldier who commits all kinds of evil overseas. Although the results in combat are not outstanding enough, people who observe discipline, behave well, are in good mental state, are capable of fighting, have military literacy, obey laws and regulations, and are highly educated and have gone to university. As long as such people are willing, law enforcement agencies are clamoring for them. But when Michael first saw this person, he knew that this person had seen blood on the battlefield. Although he was not as good as the protagonists in Rambo and Governor movies who never looked back to see the explosion, he still knew that he had seen blood on the battlefield. Duan is a ruthless character. Michael then asked, "What's going on with the bank robbery?" If it were someone else who was not in the same group, it would be a bit rude to ask, but Michael and Maan are both parties involved, so it doesn't hurt to ask. There's nothing unusual about it, you know, it's a one-time job, there's no related case, and they all confessed without any trial, including that bullshit, the robber leader who was playing Nazi stuff. Ryan said with a smile, "Michael, you must have given them some strength. They are all honest." "Yeah, good job, brother." Esposito raised his glass to Michael. Esposito didn't say anything, but he was actually quite arrogant in his heart. Unless he had real ability and easily disobeyed others, he wouldn't have looked at the most powerful person in the police station with a scrutinizing gaze when he first met Aaron. Records of a young detective. Obviously Michael's performance this time impressed him, and then he changed from doubt to approval. You're welcome, you're welcome." Michael smiled and took a sip of wine. Michael later also learned the details of this group of robbers. They seemed to be nothing special, but Michael always felt that a certain time traveler named "Don't Make Things Uncomfortable" was always looking forward to this behind the scenes. Is there something unknown, trigger points, hidden plots, etc.? It's just that you have to stop it in moderation. If you talk too much, you'll be annoying. Michael is about to join the homicide team, but he doesn't want people to think about him before he joins the job. We will have fun together in the future. Michael let go of his thoughts and no longer dwelled on this issue, and the chat between the few gradually became more lively. By the way, how is Detective Montgomery's injury? Michael asked about the homicide officer who was injured in the robbery. Esposito replied, I have been busy these past 2 days and haven't had time to go see it yet, but I heard that it has passed the critical period. Having said this, several people were a little silent. The police profession is like this. It is high risk, requires a lot of effort, and has little reward. Public opinion is not very good. If you want to be a good police officer, you cannot do it without some faith. Michael is very fortunate that many of the police officers he knows are upright, sit upright, and have convictions. Michael raised his glass and said, "Cheers to Detective Montgomery's speedy recovery." Ma-en and the other two also raised their glasses and clinked them with Michael, saying in unison, "Yeah, hear hear." A few people drank for a while before returning home happily. A few days later, Michael was called in for a talk by Superintendent Stacy and received a formal written notice to be transferred to the homicide unit. Michael invited colleagues from the Fenghua team to have a drink again, which was considered a farewell party. He thanked everyone for taking care of him all the time. He received a lot of blessings and small farewell gifts. It was a perfect farewell. Michael's first day on the job in the homicide unit. Early in the morning, 5:30. Michael still got up early, put on a neat British-style tailor-made suit and tie, bought donuts on the way, and came to the police station. At 6:30, Michael arrived at the floor belonging to the homicide team. Unlike the Fenghua team, where almost no one could be seen at this time, there were 2 people lying on the table in the homicide team. It's not that he came earlier than Aaron, but he stayed up all night working, stayed up all night, and was dozing on the table. Michael also felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from that of the Fenghua group. It was more tense, the work was heavier, and there were more emergencies. Michael didn't bother the 2 of them after a hard night's work. He gently put the donuts on the table and went to the gym, ready to exercise. Since I started working here, basically whenever Alone comes, he is the first to arrive at the gym. At this time every day, it is as quiet as the Fenghua group. But today, before Alone arrived, he heard the gym from a distance. A dull thumping sound inside. Michael changed his sportswear. As soon as he entered the gym door, he saw a slender figure in the area where the sandbags were hanging, constantly punching the sandbags. This is a white woman. She looks to be in her late 20s or early 30s, just like the blonde lady with a high ponytail from last year. Of course, if anyone asks, Alone will definitely open his mouth and call her lady. That would be overwhelming. At most 20, he looks younger than himself. This young lady has red curly hair, which is tied up with a rubber band and combed into a ponytail to facilitate movement. Due to the exercise, it is wet with sweat, and the exposed skin shines in the golden sunshine of the morning. The young lady is wearing a set of Nike sports bra, tight shorts and sneakers, which fully shows off her slender figure and elegant curves. It can be seen that the young lady often exercises. Although she is slender, she can be seen to be tight when she punches muscle outline. The young lady looks a bit of Eastern European descent, with a high nose bridge, high cheekbones, and big eyes. Her facial features are very delicate, but the lines are sharp, giving people a heroic feeling. It is more of a cool word than beautiful. Although this must be a colleague, Michael looked a little unfamiliar. He must have not come here often, or the time did not coincide with Michael's visit. With Michael's photographic memory, he only saw him in his impression. We met 3 times, and once our eyes met, we nodded and said hello, but there was no formal contact. Michael didn't go to talk to him, but put on his headphones and went to the treadmill area. Michael usually doesn't go to the sandbags or the ring. First, he's afraid that he won't be able to control himself when he's having fun, and like a big-breasted beauty team, he'll blow up the sandbags with one punch if he's not careful. Secondly, I was afraid that someone would join in the fun and want to make a show of love with Michael. Just like the character card that Michael drew, the senior brother Duan Shui Shui in the King of Destruction said, "I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying that everyone here is a pervert." Michael, as a capable person, the time traveler hanging wall, who said this to senior brother Duan Shui Shui in turn, really has no interest in showing off to ordinary people. Especially since we are all peers here, and we have to take care of the issue of face. If we can win without fighting, we will not be able to fight with our hands tied, so it is not interesting. Why not just run a few steps here and watch the young lady sweating her youth, just to entertain your eyes? But after a few glances, Michael couldn't stand it anymore. With Alone's skills in Lord of Destruction, He Jinin's ancient Chinese boxing, senior brother Duan Shueilio's karate, and John Wick's Brazilian jiu-jitsu, these are the skills of ordinary people who are masters. Vision, and other professional level experience in sanda, boxing, etc. drawn in the lottery. How can I put it this way? This young lady's skills are sincere. To put it mildly, she is very eye-catching. But that's it, I can't say anything else. Michael could tell that the young lady had not received any systematic training, and the few close-quarters routines she had probably learned in the police academy were just empty airs, and the way she exerted her strength was not correct. That is to say, this young lady's physical fitness is quite good. She should be practicing yoga or Pilates regularly. Her flexibility and coordination are good, so she won't be injured due to poor control of her strength. Michael watched for a while, and he really couldn't stand it anymore. In just these 2 moments, it was the limit to deal with a local gangster. He couldn't be a tall and strong one. There were 2 or 3 on the opposite side, so he had to use his gun. If you meet someone who is not stingy, you may be in danger. If this were an ordinary person, this would be called nonsense, and there would be no trace of it. Who would have nothing to do and look for gangsters on the street every day to look at me? She is still a young lady whose overall image can be rated at least 80 points. But for the police, this is called daily work. And they were all eaten from a horse spoon. Forget it if you didn't see it, but if you saw it, Michael wanted to say a few words. Michael walked forward, but the young lady was very attentive. She didn't notice until Michael came to her side. She stopped and saw a tall and mighty handsome guy. She smiled and gasped and asked, "What's up?" "I'm sorry to disturb you, but I looked at your movements and I think your shoulders should be more relaxed, your elbows should be drooped, your chest should be lifted and your back should be lifted, so that the strength of the feet and the strength of the waist can be combined, and then by rotating and focusing on your fists, your footsteps and attack rhythm should also be more compact. This is a very strong girl." When I heard that Alone was here to give advice, I subconsciously felt a little resistant. However, I listened to a few words out of politeness, and then I felt that what Alone said sounded reasonable. The young lady stared at Michael with her big beautiful eyes, and said a little unconvinced, "Then you show me, punch me twice and show me." Okay, I'm a little unhappy, and Michael also feels a little rude to the beauty, but with so much fighting experience in his mind, he really can't help but spit it out. There is no other way, just punch twice, at least don't let it go. People misunderstood that they were here to strike up a conversation, which really didn't mean that. Okay, then I'll make you laugh. Michael didn't say anything about finding a boxing glove or anything, and he really didn't need it. He just stood casually in front of the sandbag, with the same hands and feet, left hand and left foot behind, and right hand right foot forward. Michael moved his body, shook his hands and feet, and pushed the sandbag to feel its weight so that he could adjust and restrain his strength accordingly. The next moment, Michael's figure suddenly rose up. He pushed his left foot on the ground, pushed back with his left hand, turned his body slightly to the right, twisted his waist, pushed his shoulders, reached out his elbows, and punched, all in one go. There was almost no waste of all the strength in his body, all passed to the fist. Then there was a muffled sound, and the long sandbag folded from the point where Michael hit it, and was lifted high like a swing. The young lady's eyes widened and her lips opened slightly. She didn't even think about it until the sandbag fell and was caught lightly by Michael. At first, the young lady was a little suspicious that Alone was here to strike up a conversation, but Michael was very good at brushing off his face, and the young lady was not angry at all. It was eye-catching, but it was actually mutual. Who would have thought that Michael not only speaks one thing, but also has such skills? Could it be that he is really a master? Well, your strength is pretty good. Do you exercise regularly? The young lady blinked, her face turned, and she didn't know what she remembered. She looked at Michael with a wave of curiosity and a hint of provocation in her eyes, and said faintly, "I just don't know what it would be like to actually do it." Michael knew that this had aroused the young lady's interest, but looking at this posture, it didn't seem like he was asking for advice humbly, but that he wanted to use force to make friends. Michael was a little bit defensive immediately. It was one thing to give a few reminders, but forget about stretching his own weight. Michael just wants the young lady to realize her true level, and then sign up for a training class in women's self-defense, sanda, karate, etc., and practice hard, but he doesn't want to teach her step by step. Michael didn't wait for the young lady to continue speaking, and said first, "That's pretty average. I haven't done much with others, I have no experience, and I'm not very powerful. So let's leave it like that. I'll go for a run. I wish you a happy day." One day. After Michael finished speaking, he didn't wait for the little sister's reply, and ran away without any care. The young lady saw that Michael was wiggling away as if he was afraid of trouble, but she was not annoyed. She looked at Michael's figure and smiled playfully. "I don't know what I'm thinking about. It's 9 o'clock sharp. Homicide Unit Office Area." All members of the homicide squad were present. As the most important department of the police department, the homicide unit is directly managed by Superintendent George Stacy. The office is in the innermost room of the homicide unit. The door to Superintendent Stacy's office was opened. Michael turned sideways and asked Superintendent Stacy to go ahead, while he followed behind him. Superintendent Stacy stood in the middle, calmly, and saw that everyone put down their work and focused on him. Then he cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone, please make an announcement. Notice, our homicide team will have a new member, Detective Michael Walker, who will work together with Detective Catherine Beckett." After Superintendent Stacy finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to indicate that Michael took a step forward in time, only one step away from Superintendent Stacy. He straightened his chest and raised his head, standing at attention with a sunny and confident smile on his face. He said generously, "I am Michael Walker. Thank you to the police department for giving me this opportunity to learn from everyone and work with everyone. I hope we can get along and cooperate happily. Thank you everyone." These few words were neither humble nor arrogant, polite and proper, and showed the confidence and drive of young people in a moderate way. If it were the mysterious Eastern country before Alone traveled, these words might be a bit arrogant, but here, they are very appropriate. After Michael finished speaking, he nodded to everyone, and colleagues from the homicide team also gave timely applause to express their welcome. Michael secretly observed everyone in the homicide team. There was no special reaction. They were all polite. After all, he only heard his name but never saw his person. In the 29th precinct, Michael's name was spread, but his reputation was not. Not much, just heard about it, so when meeting for the first time, there won't be much reaction. Michael knew that if he wanted his colleagues in the homicide unit to truly admit that he was a member of the homicide unit, he had to speak with his true abilities, even Esposito and Ryan, who were already ordinary friends. The only thing that made Michael a little uncomfortable was the playful smile in his big, beautiful eyes when he stared at him. Michael also didn't expect that the young lady he met at the gym was a colleague of the homicide team, and it was his new partner, Detective Catherine aka Kate Beckett. We haven't even met formally yet, but they started to strike up a conversation, then gave some advice without shame, and finally ran away. Now looking at the young lady. Well, now it's time to call the senior and his partner. This partner is now like this, looking at himself teasingly. Aaron felt this embarrassment was comparable to when Gwen pulled out a T-shaped piece of fabric from her sofa and bounced it back into the face. Thanks to Gwen, with the precedent, I can barely hold on this time. Not long after the applause, Superintendent Stacy continued, Detective Walker, Detective Beckett will help you familiarize yourself with the work. Get familiar with the situation as soon as possible and keep up with the rhythm here. Yes, Captain. Michael nodded solemnly to Superintendent Stacy, then watched him nod before leaving. Michael turned around and looked at the rather heroic young lady who came forward. He tried his best to keep his smile from being awkward. He also took the initiative to step forward, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, Detective Beckett, I will ask you to take more care of me from now on. The younger sister, Detective Beckett, also put away her previous expression, smiled heartily, stretched out her hand generously to shake Michael's hand, and then said, we will be partners from now on, don't be so polite, just call me Kate, or Beckett. Then call me Michael, too, Kate. Michael looked at Kate for a few times. At this time, the young lady had changed back to her work clothes, with just a little light makeup, a women's suit and trousers, and the top 2 buttons of her shirt were unbuttoned. Wearing high-heeled boots with a height of 10 centimeters not only supports her graceful and slender figure, which is comparable to that of the Victoria's Secret angels, but also makes her height suddenly increase, looking at 1.82 meters. 83 look. This also makes Beckett stand out from the crowd in this homicide unit where there are no tall people. Everyone looks down at him, especially the short and stocky Esposito. Beckett can be more than half a head taller, and his momentum is invisible, overwhelming the other detectives in the homicide unit. Michael had some familiarity with Esposito and Ryan when they were gossiping. Detective Kate Beckett is 27 years old this year. She was Michael's former colleague and friend in the weathering team, and the youngest police officer before Kathy Tamblyn. Exploration records are maintained. Kate is a very hard-working, talented and strong woman who has repeatedly solved major cases. She has a high reputation among the homicide detectives and is also one of the key targets of Superintendent Stacy's training. As a woman, in a police station where male hormones are overflowing, it is really not easy to achieve such results. No one else knows how much hard work and sweat goes into it. The Montgomery police detective who was injured in the bank robbery was Kate's previous partner. However, it was not because he was performing a mission, but when he went to the bank to handle personal business. He happened to meet the robber. Kate was not involved, and the case ended. It fell into the hands of Esposito and Ryan. As a new partner, Michael has broken the height advantage of Miss Kate. Michael is 1.96 meters tall in shoes. Even if Kate is as tall as the sky, she is still half a head shorter than Michael. This makes Kate who is used to looking down at others. He was very unaccustomed to it, so after saying a few words, he quickly led Aaron to his seat. Kate was a little cautious, but it was not easy to say anything during the first formal meeting. After all, work came first. She just introduced Michael step by step about the homicide team, as well as the backlog of cases that Kate and her previous partners had, etc. Hope this helps Michael get started as soon as possible. Esposito and Ryan at the table next to each other looked at each other, but they were both secretly wondering, where is Mr. Beckett, who is very boss-like and queen-like? It was agreed 2 days ago that when the rookie comes, he will show off his power first. Moreover, in their impression, Beckett had never asked the other members of the homicide team to call her Kate. They were all Becketts. Why did it change here? Could it be to confuse the other party and make Michael lower his guard so that he could make a sudden attack? Beckett attaches great importance to this partner. How did these two people know that it was indeed a show of force, but it was Michael who gave it to Beckett in turn? In my mind, the young lady still can't forget Michael's fierce and sharp punch, like a beast attacking its prey. A woman's powerful intuition told Beckett that there must be something different about this young and excessive partner. It's just that Michael is new here, and there is still a familiarization process, so he is not in a hurry. In the past few days, Michael has been following Kate in handling cases, watching more, listening more, doing more, and talking less. He looks humble, polite, hardworking, and willing to learn, which makes Kate quite satisfied. During this period, Michael also invited colleagues from the homicide team to have a drink, which gave everyone a good impression of being cheerful and generous. Here in the United States, there is not as much emphasis as in the mysterious Eastern countries. There is no relationship between seniors and juniors. As long as there is no relative relationship, seniority is determined by seniority in seniority. Everyone depends on identity and social status, but there is rarely a seniority ranking. Get along with peers. No one would be embarrassed to let a newbie errand treat him, or feel that he had lost face or something. They would just think that alone was generous and generous. In private, Michael also invited Kate, Esposito, and Ryan alone several times. These three people and the injured Montgomery detective usually had a good relationship. For many big cases, there were 4 people on staff. Working together to handle the case, these 4 people can be regarded as the elite team of the homicide team. Now there is one less Montgomery and one more Michael. The other 3 are also interested in taking the exam, but they have a good initial impression of Michael, and in principle they have initially accepted Michael. Moreover, Michael learned that Miss Kate also graduated from New York University, and she and Michael were also alumni, so they had something in common. Although it is only the initial run-in, the two of them get along quite well. Bang bang, 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 bang bang bang. Although the day's plan begins in the morning, the 29th precinct in Queens at 6:30 in the morning smelled of exhaustion. Most of the people who were still in the police station at this time had worked the night shift and worked all night. Only in the gym, the dynamic and rhythmic sound of hitting the sandbags could be heard. Since the first meeting in the gym that morning, Miss Kate Beckett has been arriving at the gym with Michael at the same time. In the end, Michael couldn't defeat Miss Kate and agreed to give her some pointers on her fighting skills. On the boxing ring at the gym, Miss Kate was dressed in a sports bra and sports trousers, revealing her graceful collarbones and her abdomen where the outline of the entire abdominal muscles could be clearly seen without a trace of fat. The young lady also put on gloves and head protection, and bit her mouth guard to make her mouth look bulging. Aaron, who was opposite Miss Kate, was wearing a t-shirt and sports pants. He didn't wear any protective gear, but only had boxing targets in his hands. The two kept moving, and Miss Kate kept attacking the boxing target in Michael's hand. Looking at Miss Kate's movements, they have changed slightly from the previous few days. She seems to be much more coordinated, her strength is more restrained, and she is no longer as scattered as before. I saw Miss Kate constantly attacking Michael's boxing target with straight left and right punches. She was not very hard, but very fast. In conjunction with the movement of her footsteps, she then aimed at Michael's deliberately exposed flaw and hit a fierce punch. Right hook. It was easily blocked by Michael, and he followed up with a random wave of his right hand, but it got stuck on Kate's attack, easily breaking Kate's rhythm, but not very quickly, leaving Kate with no time to dodge, and she had to dodge. My sister dodged, nimbly dodged, and then continued to get closer, repeating the cycle. Keep up with your steps, don't mess up the rhythm. I repeat again and again. The most important thing is rhythm, footsteps, shaking, timing of attack, real and fake movements, false and true, wait and wait. Choose the most advantageous and suitable combination, it is yours rhythm. Unlike Kate, who was breathing heavily and sweating profusely, Michael didn't sweat at all, his face was neither red nor puffy, and his voice didn't even rise when he spoke. Michael can concentrate his strength, but not his physical strength. In this regard, he can only explain it by his extraordinary talent. Being able to create versatile combinations will give you a good rhythm. Michael said, and suddenly his rhythm changed. He stepped closer and happened to be in Kate's next step, causing her figure to move involuntarily. After a pause, Michael relaxed his arms and used the boxing target to quickly but not forcefully hit Kate's head, shoulders and ribs 3 times in a row, destroying Kate's rhythm. Just like now, I suddenly changed my rhythm, but you don't have a new combination to deal with it. Your rhythm will naturally be disrupted. At this time, you have to switch to a defensive rhythm. Miss Kate was wearing protective gear and biting her mouthguard, so it was difficult for her to speak, but her expression was extremely focused, and her eyes could not stop the fighting spirit. In the past few days of fighting teaching, Kate has benefited a lot from Michael's cheating, rich experience, and sufficient theory. Not only can he fight, but he can also teach people and explain things in simple terms. Kate has benefited a lot, and she also recognized Michael's skills in this regard. Ability. When working, Michael is Kate's little brother, but when training, he also becomes a mentor, which makes Kate a little bit unconvinced. I think the competitive young lady is indeed training very hard, and don't want to be completely behind Michael on this. After these few days of training, the young lady also knows that Michael is a real master. It is 90% impossible to regain his position in this area, but he must not lose his momentum. At least he must let the other party recognize his efforts and score. After fighting for a while, a total of about 15 minutes had passed from the beginning to now. Michael, who keenly felt that the young lady's physical strength was declining, stopped in time, resisted Kate's punch, and pushed her away. After walking some distance, he said, "Take a rest. We still have work today, so don't waste too much energy here." After hearing this, Kate also stopped moving, bared her teeth and spit out her mouth guard, put her hands into the gaps of her gloves, bent down and put her hands on her knees, panting to regain her strength, sweat dripping down her beautiful chin and falling to the floor. Miss Kate looked up at Michael. She looked neither red nor angry. There was no sweat on her t-shirt. What made her the most angry and irritable was this. This kind of monster-like physical strength was really amazing. Only seen in my life. Michael picked up the boxing target and put it under his arm, walked towards Miss Kate, and signaled to the Miss Kate who had regained some strength and stood upright. When the Miss Sister reached out and bit the braces in her mouth, she started to help the little sister. My sister took off her gloves. Michael was not idle, and continued, "In the past few days, I can play a dozen speedballs to understand the sense of distance, body position, arm distance, how to use force to hit the target at what distance, and how to combine offense and defense. First, what distance is most suitable for hitting? This does not require teaching, but depends on your own feeling. You don't need to train the strength of your limbs, but more on the strength of your core." Michael's advice to Kate was all based on Kate's real situation. As a woman, she has a very slender figure, and she wants to keep it, and she doesn't want to build a lot of muscles. Due to limitations in strength, she has to complement it with skills such as speed, rhythm and balance. With Michael's experience and theoretical reserves, he easily formulated a suitable training plan for Kate. The results were seen within a few days, which made the young lady truly convinced. However, Michael only taught the young lady some sanda and boxing, and had no intention of teaching Kate ancient Chinese boxing techniques or Duan Shui karate. Cut-off water has extremely strict requirements on the body and requires the most vigorous physical fitness. Kate's talent is limited and she is not suitable. As for ancient Chinese boxing, in addition to the so-called psychological tactics that make people angry to death and show off, Michael can make a golden snake with sticky hands and an invincible hot fire wheel. Michael can make Kate come to the truck to train the martial arts, and let go. Behind the truck, go racing in Tumen Mountain, or should you just find an overpass and kick the girl off? Just give me a little reminder to improve the combat effectiveness of the young lady. If in the future, if you encounter a situation where it is difficult to shoot, you can still have a way to subdue the gangster. Michael took off the little sister's gloves and clamped them under the other armpit. The little sister freed her hands and reached out to take off the protective gear on her head. She took off all the restraints and suddenly felt a sense of relief. The young lady let out a long sigh of relief. Miss Kate's hair was all wet with sweat, and a strand of curly hair stuck to her forehead. Coupled with her rosy skin after exercise, she still gasped slightly, giving her a messy beauty. The two walked to the ring, turned over and got off the ring. They each put their props back in their travel bags. The young lady took out a towel and wiped the sweat. After a few times, the towel was wet, and she took out a sports water bottle. He took a few gulps happily. Miss Kate put the towel on her neck, calmed her breath, and asked curiously, "I didn't expect you to be so good, no worse than a professional. How do you know so much, and where did you receive systematic training?" This is not a big talk, you can compare it by searching online. The showmanship is still real, you can see it with one punch, and you can't do it fake. This is the strangest thing about the young lady. The two of them have known each other a little bit in the past. According to Alone's experience, he has excellent academic performance, skipped a grade in high school, graduated early from college, was promoted to police detective the fastest, and has professional abilities. Extremely strong, and has an accurate marksmanship. Where did the time come from? And he developed a good skill and a man with both civil and military skills. Is there really a genius in the world? How can such a genius be a policeman? Miss Kate routinely asked questions that anyone who knew Aaron would ask. Because he's not a genius, he's just hanging on the wall. If Michael knew what the young lady was thinking, he would probably respond like this. Miss Kate went from being unfamiliar with Michael at first to gradually becoming familiar with him. However, she found that he was becoming more and more unfamiliar, and she became more and more curious about Michael. "I am born with divine power. But I can't say this to my partner like this." Michael can only find words to fool him. "What are your hobbies?" "I have taken some classes before. Maybe I have a good talent. But even if I am just getting started, it is better than beginners are a bit stronger, but not enough for professionals." This is not a complete lie. Anyway, Michael didn't say who he didn't like. Kate glanced at Michael angrily. "Does that mean you know that excessive modesty is low-key pretense? If you are a beginner, what has become of me?" Anyone with a bit of common sense will know that this is not a level of strength that a newbie can have, right? They are all vixens who have lived for thousands of years, so don't play chat with anyone. Kate Beckett, who has been a police detective for 4 years, could tell at a glance that Michael was talking too much, but she was not really angry. There was a long time ahead, and there was plenty of time to dig out the secrets of her partner. Miss Kate glanced at Michael with a fleeting eye and said, "Forget it, I'm going to take a shower. I'll see you in the office later." Looking at Miss Kate's look that said, "Let's give you a break, we have a long way to go," which probably meant something like this, Michael shivered for no reason, and secretly cursed himself in his heart. He couldn't help but show off, but this time he was at ease. Already? After cleaning up each other, Michael and Kate returned to the office refreshed. The early morning exercise made the two of them look energetic, which was in sharp contrast to those who stayed up late to work on the case. Why? The two of them were walking side by side, and Michael subconsciously glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that his partner seemed to have grown taller. Before, the lady only reached the tip of Michael's nose, but now it reached his eyebrows. Turning his eyes, he glanced down and found that Kate had put on a new pair of high-heeled boots with increased soles. The heels of the boots were even higher, and she couldn't help but laugh a little. And also admired this partner's strong sense of balance. If he hadn't practiced this, he probably wouldn't be able to walk in this. After leaving the gym and entering the office, Kate and Michael's identities changed again. As a newcomer, Michael naturally has to be discerning. He helped Kate, his senior and partner, make a cup of coffee and then served him donuts from a high-end dessert shop. I've been exercising a lot these days, so I don't mind treating myself to some sweets or something. After taking a bite of donuts, I narrowed my eyes with satisfaction like a cat, and gave Michael a "Xiao Longzi is very winking," a look like this. It gave Alone the urge to formally accept a disciple and then teach him what it meant to respect his master. Not long after, Esposito and Ryan also arrived one after another. They chatted for a few words, and the relaxing time before the official office was over. "Detective Beckett, Detective Walker, come to my office." Michael and Kate were preparing for a day's work when they were called over by Superintendent Stacy, who came to work on time. Michael's heart moved, and he thought that the recent small tasks have been completed, maybe the boss will assign new tasks. Of course, small tasks are bigger than the trivial cases of the manhwa team. The two looked at each other, got up and walked to the superintendent's office. "Sir." "Captain." Kate was in front and Aaron was behind. They entered the house and Aaron closed the door behind him. Although in terms of personal relationship, Michael and Superintendent Stacy are closer, and they are both called Uncle George at home, but in the police station, it is Kate who is Superintendent Stacy's right-hand man, and under his direct leadership I have been working for many years, but in the workplace, I am the one who has a closer relationship, and we get along more casually. That's why Kate nodded to say hello and called sir, but Michael straightened his chest and raised his head, stood at attention and called Captain. Superintendent Stacy said straight to the point, "We just received a report that a female body was found floating along the river at the East River Pier. Now you two are responsible for it. If necessary, call Esposito and Ryan." Kate nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Michael also nodded to show his understanding. Manhattan Island is a long island surrounded by water. The Hudson River connects New Jersey to the northwest, the East River connects Queens and Brooklyn to the southeast, and the upper reaches of the East River connects the Hudson River to New Jersey. A tributary of the Sun River, the two rivers surround Manhattan Island. When Kate and Michael arrived at the scene had been cordoned off by the police. Outside the cordoned-off area were some good-hearted people and a few reporters. The overall number of onlookers was not very large, and there was no sudden death like if this kind of murder occurred in the city. There will be a large group of reporters surrounding it, as if it were conjured up. But it's no wonder. This is a shipping and cargo distribution terminal. There is no residential area. Only workers work here. In fact, there are not many people around. It's not that Wagoran doesn't have enthusiastic people. Kate and Michael entered the cordoned-off area and saw a wet female body lying flat on the ground, making the ground wet. It was motionless and it was obvious that she had passed away unfortunately. The exposed skin of the woman is pale, but judging from the facial outline, she should be an Asian. She has short black hair, just like the character of Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction, and wears a thick red trench coat. The windbreaker was opened, revealing the short jumpsuit underneath. It can be seen that his beautiful body shape during his lifetime made people sigh at the fragility of life. Standing next to the female body was an African American woman, wearing a police uniform with the two larger letters ME marked on the back, holding a file pad folder, and recording something from time to time. The African American woman looks to be several years older than Kate. She is about 32 or 30-year-old, and her appearance is acceptable, but her figure is very plump and sexy. She can easily beat Miss Kate's a pair of A's. Well, at least there are 3 Kates. Majestic. Morning, Renee. Kate took the lead in greeting the African American woman. Dr. Parrish. Michael also raised his hand to signal. Hey, Kate. The African American woman whose full name is Renee Parrish raised her head and smiled in response to Kate, then nodded to Michael, Detective Walker. Laney Parrish, the chief forensic examiner of the 29th Precinct Forensic Laboratory, is also an alumnus of Michael and a talented student at New York University School of Medicine. However, she did not choose to become a doctor, but became a forensic examiner. However, the reason for making this employment choice is not that Renee, a forensic doctor, has a weird personality or is not good at interpersonal communication, but that she has difficulty making choices. She is always hesitant about the treatment plan for patients and is not able to afford it. The responsibility of taking control of other people's lives. After Renee, forensic doctor, was troubled by this problem for a long time, she discovered that the forensic medicine industry can perfectly solve this problem. You don't have to worry about choosing, but you can still fully use the professional knowledge you have learned. After that, you are like a duck in water, working in the forensic medicine field. It went well, and within a few years he became the chief medical examiner of the branch. Forensic Dr. Renee and Kate have a very good relationship. In private, they are best friends who talk about almost everything. However, they are busy at work, so the two don't chat much. What's going on here? Kate asked directly without saying much. Renee replied, Asian female, based on the nature of the wound, the fatal injury is initially judged to be a stab wound on the chest, but we have to go back, check the water accumulation in her lungs, and conduct a toxicology test before we can make a final conclusion. As Renee spoke, she pointed to a horizontal incision on the chest of the female corpse. On both sides of the incision, there were two dot-like bruises. After being soaked in the river water, the color of the wound was somewhat gray. Kate asked, who stabbed her? Yes, a precise blow completely avoided the bones and hit the victim's heart. The person who executed it should have a very good understanding of the human body structure and a strong force. The two dot-like bruises were caused by the pressure on both sides of the knife handle. According to the angle of the wound, if it is the most convenient attack posture, the suspect should be similar to the victim, which is about 1.75 meters, not too different. Michael and Kate listened carefully. Michael looked at the wound on the victim's chest and simulated the scene in his mind. He also felt that the knife was quite powerful and not something ordinary people could do. Renee continued, there are varying degrees of bruises on the arms and torso, and they may be caused by fighting or defense. The corpse had been soaked in river water for a long time. The specific time of death cannot be determined by the temperature of the liver. It can only be judged by the properties of its skin and iris that it was not more than 24 hours. The specific conclusion cannot be drawn until an autopsy is performed. It seems simple, and everyone knows that this is a stabbing to death, but the specific process of handling the case requires scientific judgment and cannot be taken for granted. What kind of knife was used, how it was stabbed, why it was stabbed, whether it was drugged first, whether it fell into the river when it was stabbed, or whether it was thrown into the river later, all need to be further determined. As the saying goes, a slight mistake can lead to a huge mistake. Details determine success or failure. Any evidence may affect the derivation process of the case. Also, because of the immersion in the river water, it is impossible to extract non-personal fingerprints and DNA from his body. These are the conditions at the scene. Others have to wait for further analysis. Okay, thank you Renee, and let me know if you find anything later. Aha. Renee nodded, swaying, and turned around to leave, going to the vehicle sent by the forensic laboratory, preparing to wait for Kate and Michael to examine the female body before pulling her back. The two of them searched with gloves on, but could not find anything valuable. Michael said with some uncertainty, there is no ID, wallet, jewelry, mobile phone, none of these, but there are traces of a fight. Kate, what do you think? The behavior during the robbery was excessive. But it doesn't match the situation described by Parrish's forensic doctor. Well, how much are the victim's clothes and shoes worth? They are just ordinary mass brands, nothing expensive. Kate said directly. It must be the normal experience of being an urban woman that made her make a judgment in her heart when she saw them for the first time. Kate also frowned slightly at this time and said in a deep voice, "Well, it's not easy to explain such a professional method. There is too little evidence left for us at the scene. It is completely impossible to judge whether it is a murder of love, vendetta, or a conflict of interest. We don't even know the real truth. Where is the crime scene, and there is no way to determine the identity of the victim. We can only rely on facial recognition, fingerprints and DNA identification. That's all it can do." Michael replied helplessly. Michael and Kate's on-site investigation was almost fruitless. The case is somewhat difficult, as a large amount of evidence has been destroyed by various external factors. It is considered the most troublesome type of murder case. Kate and Michael discussed it, and they decided to call Esposito and Ryan to help solve the case. Kate knew that the case at hand was about to be concluded. Precinct 29, Homicide Unit. The victim was unlucky, but Kate and Michael were lucky enough to quickly identify the victim through a fingerprint system. "Kate, Michael, there's news." Ryan walked quickly with a document, walked to their desks, handed the document to Kate, and then said, "Javier and I are in the information database of the Immigration Bureau. The victim's information was retrieved. The victim's name is Hiragi Tamako. Ryan is a foreigner. It feels very convoluted to pronounce this name." He stumbled for a while before finishing it, and then said, 25 years old, a Japanese immigrant. Because his father's job was transferred, he immigrated to the United States with his parents and younger sister. The younger sister is Hiragi Yoko, who is 20 years old. Her parents died in an accident 5 years ago. The victim has no criminal record. I haven't had time to investigate further. I just checked the victim's information on the internet. I didn't find much. I only know that the victim lives in the lower DC area of Manhattan. He is a supermarket warehouse supervisor and has a boyfriend, Jed Westwood. Kate took the file and listened and browsed it, then handed it to Michael. After hearing this, she looked at Ryan and asked, "So where is the victim's sister Hiragi Yoko now?" Ryan raised his eyebrows and replied, "Hey, the victim's sister is not a fuel-efficient person. She drove without a license, drank and got into fights. She entered the juvenile detention center twice at the age of 15 and 16, and left home last year. The victim ran away and called the police, but has never been found and is now defined as a missing person." Michael and Kate also grinned when they heard this, and they also inferred something from this. The family suffered a sudden change. The eldest sister matured and took on the responsibilities and burdens of the family, working hard to support the family. The younger sister could not withstand the blow and had a bad temper. Change, even to the point of degenerating and giving up on oneself. It's all human nature. After reading the document, Michael thought for a while and said, "Maybe the disappearance of the victim's sister is related to our case. It's also a clue. We'll ask the police to retrieve the information from the juvenile detention center later and let's study it." "Ryan, you said the victim also had a boyfriend. Do you have contact information?" "Yes, here is the phone number and address." Ryan nodded and replied, then handed Kate a small note. Kate took the small piece of paper and glanced at it, thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then Michael and I will be responsible for questioning the victim's boyfriend. Ryan, you and Esposito will go to the victim's address to investigate. What about the Esposito people?" Ryan replied, "Let us finish the case at hand. I will call him and go directly there later." "Okay, thank you both for your hard work." Manhattan Island, Lower DC high-end apartment. Michael and Kate contacted the victim's boyfriend, Jed Westwood. This guy is still a second-generation young man. His father is engaged in import and export trade. The business is not big and he is not rich, but he is still better than the middle class. Kate explained the general situation on the phone. Jade sounded very sad, but paused and finally said that he didn't have time to go to the police station for questioning. Assisting in the investigation was a consensual matter, but fortunately it was not a flat refusal, so Michael and Kate had no choice but to agree on a time to visit. After the two identified themselves, they were invited into the house. In the living room, sitting on the sofa, was a young white guy, in his mid-twenties, not tall. He was facing Zhou Zheng, but his eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that he had not been here for a while. "I just cried before." Sitting next to the young man was a middle-aged woman, in her 40s, who still had the charm of a mature woman. She would caress her back from time to time and whisper something in her ear. Not far away from the young man, there is a middle-aged man sitting, who looks to be a few years older than the middle-aged woman. He is holding a glass of wine. He has a calm demeanor and a deep face. You can tell at a glance that he is not the same person. "Mr. Jed Westwood?" Kate asked, and when the young man nodded slightly, he continued, "Hello, I am Detective Beckett, and this is my partner, Detective Walker." Jade nodded and said, "Please sit down, these two are my parents, Theo and Elena Westwood." Michael and Kate said hello to the two of them again, and said a few polite words such as condolences, and then got down to the topic. Michael still maintained the principle of seeing more, listening more, doing more, and speaking less. Kate came to do it. Lead the questioning. Kate asked, "Mr. Westwood, how long have you known Ms. Tomoko Hiragi?" Jade, "Almost a year and a half." Kate, "How is your relationship?" Jed, "It's been pretty stable before." Kate, "When was the last time you saw Tomoko Hiragi?" Jade thought for a moment and said, "Last weekend, I didn't see Yuzi for more than a week." Michael and Kate keenly felt that there was something wrong here, and Kate then asked, "Have you been in contact during this time?" Hearing Kate's question, Jade looked a little sad again. "We talked on the phone, but Yuzi was very perfunctory every time. I asked her if there was anything wrong, but she didn't say anything." Kate asked again, "Are there any relationship problems between you two?" Jade's eye circles were a little red again, and he took a breath and said, "I don't know, I didn't think there was anything wrong at all. It was fine before, but suddenly it's like this. I also went directly to her home but couldn't find her. I contacted her place of work and said she didn't go to work at all this week. If I hadn't been able to contact her by phone, would have called the police." The young man was quite affectionate, and both Michael and Kate were moved. They secretly thought that there was indeed something wrong, but it seemed that he had little to do with Jade. "So when was the last time you talked?" The young man smiled miserably and said in a low voice, 3 nights ago, I really didn't want to continue like this anymore, so I finally made up my mind to really talk clearly with Yuzi. Then I heard that Yuzi seemed to be in a noisy environment, and she didn't answer my words. She hung up the phone after saying a few words, and then turned off her mobile phone. After Jade finished speaking, his eyes filled with tears again. His mother hurriedly comforted her for a while, and complained that she knew that Yuzi was not a stable person, but Jade's father next to him looked non-committal and didn't care. "I can't see what's going on in my heart." Alas, the poor kid was suspected of being dumped, but there was no result yet, and then he found out that his girlfriend had been murdered, and there was no one left with this entanglement. Kate thought for a while and asked, "Didn't Okja reveal anything before she behaved abnormally? Anything that you felt might not be right?" Jade frowned and was silent for a while, then shook his head and said in a low voice, "No, believe me, I have thought about this problem countless times. I want to know what went wrong more than anyone else." Although he didn't ask anything substantive, it revealed some problems, and Kate intuitively believed that the case should not have much to do with this sad young man. Kate nodded and asked again, "Mr. Westwood, according to procedure, I'm sorry to have to ask this question, where have you been since yesterday day?" Jade didn't hesitate and answered directly, "I am with my friends. My friends know that I am in a bad mood and come to stay with me." Jed's father, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke when he heard this, "Okay, detectives, let's stop questioning here. This is not an interrogation of suspects, it is all done on a voluntary basis. If there is someone who is uncooperative, they will find a bunch of lawyers and won't say a word, making the police hate them, but they can do nothing. Jade is very cooperative, but he has the right to terminate the conversation at any time. Now that someone has spoken, Kate and Michael really can't continue questioning unless they formally ask for interrogation. Kate glanced at Michael. That means they are not happy, so we can withdraw, right? Michael signaled to wait a moment, cleared his throat, looked at Jade's family, and asked, "I'm sorry, everyone, but the last question is, are you familiar with Ms. Hiragi Tamako's sister Hiragi Yoko?" Jade's parents looked at each other and shook their heads. Jade's mother replied, "I just know that there is such a person, but I have never met him." Jade nodded and said, "I have met her a few times. How should I put it? She is a girl who is not easy to get along with and is very rebellious." The two sisters live together, but Yoko does not go home often and is always hanging out outside. Although Yuzi took good care of her sister was not particularly grateful. Later I heard that after the two sisters had a quarrel, they ran away from home and there was no news from her. Yuzi even called the police, but they were not found. Tamako was very depressed at that time, and she finally recovered. However, she still misses her sister very much, and it makes her very sad when she thinks about it. I usually avoid this issue very carefully and don't mention it in front of Yuzi. Jade said, as if he thought of something, and asked Michael, "Is it something related to Yuzi's sister?" Michael replied calmly, "No, we just want to fully understand the case so that we can make correct inferences." "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Westwood." Jade shook his head and said, "It's nothing, this is what I should do. I also hope that you can solve the case smoothly and give Yuzi an explanation." Michael nodded and said solemnly, "We will definitely do our best." Kate left Jade's contact information again, hoping that if Jade could think of anything else, she could contact him at any time. After receiving a positive reply, Kate and Michael said goodbye to Jade's family and left. Michael and Kate were sitting in the car, drinking coffee and discussing the case. They didn't get much useful information from Jed, but it was also confirmed that the relationship, work and life of the victim, Hiragi Tamako, all changed for some reason. "Something is wrong, I just don't know why. There has been no news back from Esposito and Ryan, so I wonder if they can find any useful clues." Michael said to Kate, as Jed said before, the last time he talked to the victim, there seemed to be something wrong with the background sound. Maybe we can use the mobile phone to locate the victim's location at that time. Kate nodded and said, "Well, as Jade said, the victim hasn't gone to work these days. We should also go to his workplace to understand the situation." Michael replied, "Well, let's go take a look now." I notified the technical department to check the victim's call location at that time, as well as the case of his sister Hiragi Yoko at that time. I also notified the police station to retrieve the records at that time. "Go back and take a look again." The two made a plan and drove to Hiragi Tamako's place of work. After some questioning, the results were similar, except that Hiragi Tamako suddenly behaved abnormally, often distracted, and finally absented herself from work, but she didn't tell anyone why. Apart from confirming part of Jed's previous testimony, there was nothing special about it. After going around a few times, things came back to where they started. "Hey, Ryan, have you found anything over there?" "Well, okay, I understand, let's go back to the police station and talk about it." Kate hung up the phone and said to Alone, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Lien, nothing was found with Esposito, but a laptop was found and will be taken back to the police station for the technical department to unlock." Michael nodded, slightly disappointed, but not surprised. If it's a police officer who finds it troublesome, fools around, and gossiping around, maybe they can just give it a robbery accident. It's not that there are no reasonable reasons, but Kate, the three of them, and Aaron are not the kind of people to muddle along, and with many years of experience, they can subconsciously. I felt that this matter was not that simple. Michael, in particular, has more self-confidence, or the consciousness of being a time traveler, or psychological preparation. If he encounters him, it means that someone is probably causing trouble. However, the world does not revolve around time travelers. No matter how important the case is, you still have to queue up. The murder team is not just 4 people like Alone. The victims here in Alone died unjustly, and the victims in others did not deserve it. I am also waiting for the law and justice to redress the injustice. Applications submitted to the technical department will definitely not be completed on the same day. Michael and Kate returned to the police station. Other things were still waiting, but the file review was very convenient. A police officer had already brought the case of the victim's sister Hiragi Yoko. When the two came back, already on Kate's desk. Michael and Kate looked through Hiragi Yoko's information together, as well as the detailed records of Hiragi Yoko's report at that time. Even though Yoko Hiragi was only 18 years old when she ran away from home, she already had a good criminal record. She was a very rebellious girl with a vague sense of right and wrong. She just thought that the people on the street were cool and fierce and no one dared to do so. Because they often hang out together, they are not serious people, most of them are street gangsters. However, there was nothing that could be linked to the disappearance of Hiragi Yoko. The police detective in charge of the case at the time also talked to relevant contacts and found nothing suspicious. After several investigations, the case became unsolved. Hiragi Yoko also became a missing person. Here at MIDI, children are encouraged to establish self-confidence, independent opinions, and be independent. However, this has both good and bad sides. The good thing is that children can be trained and tempered very early, and they will be more willing and better able to get along with others, making it easier for them to survive in society in the future. The bad thing is that self-values are formed faster, but non-concepts and social views cannot keep up with the pace. It is easy to be distorted by images and even be distorted. If you are not careful, you will be affected by many bad phenomena in society, which will affect your relationship and family. Relationships suffer. As for MIDI, we really don't want too many bad influences in society. This has also led to the number of teenagers who run away from home and even become missing persons every year due to family reasons. Michael looked at it and seemed to have discovered something. Without getting up, he kicked up his feet and pushed the swivel chair to the side of Kate's desk opposite. He handed over the document in his hand and said, "Hey, Kate, look at this. It says here that Hiragi Yoko has a very good friend, a girl named Tanaka Lisa, who is of mixed American and Japanese descent. The two of them are little sisters who mix together, and they are not a waste of money. However, a while before Hiragi Yoko disappeared, she was arrested and sent to a juvenile detention center for selling grass. At that time, the police detectives only focused on Hiragi Yoko's disappearance and did not question her. This girl might be able to do you know something about Yoko that others don't know?" Kate pondered for a long time and felt that this was a way. She had nothing else to do and was still waiting for the result. Kate was also a restless workaholic and immediately nodded in agreement. But with the help of the police, the two of them searched for Lisa Taijong, and the result was a bit surprising. She was no longer in New York, but had moved to New Jersey and was working as a waiter in a small restaurant. Michael and Kate looked at the time and then came back to their senses. They were so engrossed in studying the files that they didn't realize that the sky had already darkened and it was already past the time to get off work. At this point, the traffic volume is at its peak, and Queens can barely cope with it. There is a traffic jam in Manhattan, and I really want to starve the two of them to death. The two of them didn't eat much at noon, so they just ate some casually at the supermarket they were investigating. Kate was okay, and the young lady would only eat a little bit at night in order to stay in shape, but Michael was not good, he was in his early 20s. Great young man, his eyes are almost glowing green now from hunger. The two discussed it and decided to call it a day, recharge their batteries and go there early tomorrow. Early next morning. A satellite city of New York, Jersey City, New Jersey, is separated from Manhattan Island by the water. Compared with the prosperity of New York, although it is only separated by a water, it is in a different state and has a completely different style. It's a bit like a big city and the urban-rural fringe area next to it. The taxes here are much lower than those in New York City, so many working-class people working in New York are willing to buy or rent houses to live in. Most of them are in residential areas, which are relatively deserted. In a 24-hour American diner called Little Owl, Michael and Kate put aside today's fighting teaching activities and rushed here from Queens at dawn. They didn't want to catch up with the traffic jam, so they arrived here very early. Kate was still angry when she got up. On the way to the car, she saw from a distance the stark tower that would be criticized by the big-breasted beauty team for being ugly in the future. Kate had a stinky look on her face and said, "What the hell is this?" Such an expression. Perhaps her aesthetic is very close to that of a big-breasted beauty, or as a self-reliant woman and a law enforcement officer, she naturally dislikes that Playboy Stark. Or maybe it's because Kate has been accustomed to exercising in the morning recently. When she drove here early this morning, she always felt a little awkward and unable to stretch. Michael has a plug-in, and his status is based on attribute bonuses, so it doesn't matter. "Good morning, you two. Is this your first time here? What would you like to order?" A middle-aged African-American female waiter, who was not tall but super fat, and whose waistline looked like it could accommodate 3 Kates, came forward. Holding a coffee pot in one hand and an order book in the other, speaking to the two of them in a typical African tone. "This is an ordinary place. This is not a famous restaurant. Most of them are regular customers. They basically recognize it and there are no people who come here because of its reputation." Therefore, the waiter asked this question. Kate looked at it and saw that this was the only waiter there since she got up early in the morning. She smiled and said, "Yes, we were passing by here. Thank you for a cup of coffee." Kate didn't exercise in the morning, so she remained the same as before. She would only drink a little coffee to refresh herself. If she wants to maintain such a slender figure, she must strictly control her diet. "Do you have any special dishes?" Michael couldn't bear to eat less. He was in a hurry in the morning and had no appetite. He didn't eat much. In addition, his digestion was too good, so his stomach protested when he was on the way. You can recall that when you were 16, 17, 18, or in your early 20s, you would eat quite well in the morning, and then you would be hungry again just after 10 o'clock in the morning. As soon as school was over at noon, you would kill like a hungry wolf. To the canteen, that's pretty much what it means. Aunt Hay smiled a little more when she heard Michael ask this, and said with a smile, "Our bacon omelette is not bad. Here in MIDI, as long as there are service staff, you usually have to tip. In restaurants where there are waiters bringing dishes and water, you usually tip around 10% to 20%, and then round up the whole number and give it as you see fit, but don't, it's too boring, but it's almost okay. If 2 people want 2 cups of coffee, each cup costs 4 yuan, and the total is only 8 yuan. It's just 10 yuan for 1 coffee, so I'll give you a 2 yuan tip." I saw that this tall, strong and handsome guy wanted something. After the meal, Aunt Hay was a little happy. The waiter's salary was very small, and tips accounted for a large proportion of the income. No matter how small the mosquito legs were, they were still meat, and the more they were, the better. "Oh, I think the quality of a restaurant depends on the quality of its omelette," Michael said while looking at the menu card. "Then let's have a bacon omelette, 3 eggs, 1 bacon, and another 1 pancakes, no honey, whipped cream, and a cup of coffee." Michael didn't ask for much. He didn't want to attract attention when he was out. He just ate as much as he could until noon. "Okay, wait a moment, you two." Aunt Hay wrote down the order, poured coffee for the 2 of them, and took out 2 small paper bags of granulated sugar and 2 small jelly-like creamers from her pocket, and placed them on the table. "Go up," then turned around, twisted the waistline that looked at least 4 Kates, and the 2 big round petals of 5 Kates, and left. "You have a good appetite," Kate said to Michael as she added sugar to her coffee. I woke up early in the morning and I don't have much appetite. I'm a little hungry now." Michael fiddled with his coffee, took a sip, and said a little self-deprecatingly, "Well, we police officers are used to drinking. The only good thing about the crappy coffee in Bureau is that the coffee everywhere else is at least okay. As the saying goes, cheap stuff doesn't always make a good product." Michael always suspected that those junk things were made out of dirt. There was that police officer who was a member of the Moonlight Clan. He accidentally didn't have enough to eat at the end of the month and drank all-you-can-eat coffee at noon. Eating dirt really wasn't the right thing to do. Whatever you say. Kate felt the same when she heard this. She took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, "Lisa hasn't shown up yet. The waiter will ask when she comes back later." After leaving New York City, although we are neighbors, we are also across continents. We have to pay more attention to the attitude and method of speaking and doing things. We can't just flash our police badge and say, "NYPD, we have a case to inquire about." When someone says, "This is Jersey," we'll come back to you, but you still need to build a good relationship first so that people will be willing to provide you with information. Not long after, Aunt Hay came over again holding a tray steadily. "Bacon, omelets, and pancakes are all ordered, but you need to call me again." Aunt Black placed the food Michael ordered in front of Michael and was about to leave, but Kate stopped her. "Please wait a moment. Has Lisa come to work today?" "Lisa Tianjing." The black aunt looked at Kate, a white girl who only ordered a cup of coffee, and looked like she never caught a cold. Hearing this, she looked at Kate with a critical look. However, she was a guest when she came over. The black aunt still said, "I haven't come yet." "What are you doing with Lisa? She hasn't caused any trouble, has she?" Michael and Kate both saw the protective look in Aunt Black's eyes, and thought that Lisa was quite popular here. Seeing Aunt Black's defensive look, Michael said softly, "No, it's Lisa's friend, a friend, and I have some news about Lisa's friend that I want to pass on to her." Aunt Hay had a good impression of Alone, a tall, strong and handsome young man, although it didn't quite fit in with Aunt Hay's aesthetics. In Black Auntie's eyes, Michael's hair is not particularly thick, his hairstyle is too simple, his chin is not protruding, and his lips are not thick, especially the nostrils are too small, but he has a good figure, is strong, and he smiles happily. Overall he looks just average, with an ordinary appearance and a decent appearance. But it looks quite pleasing to the eye. After all, is there a charm bonus from the plug-in? Aunt Hay is willing to listen to Alone's words. Michael just doesn't know what Aunt Hay is really thinking, otherwise he would definitely sigh, "It's really great to have a plug-in to help you brush your face." However, Aunt Hay still kept her guarded look on her face, looked at Michael and said, "What kind of friend? It's not that kind of old friend, is it?" As Aunt Black spoke, she looked at Michael and Kate with a critical eye. Aunt Black received guests all day long. She had seen a lot of guests of all kinds and had the best eyesight. She took a few glances to see what the guests were doing. If you follow a line, you can basically guess the answer 90% of the time. It was early in the morning at the beginning, and I hadn't gotten into the mood yet, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Now I heard Michael and Kate ask this, and as soon as I got interested, I immediately felt that Michael and Kate had a businesslike aura, and then I said, "Are you two police officers?" Although Kate and Michael are both young people, neither of them are under 30 years old, and they both pay more attention to dressing up and don't look very rustic. And although Kate is a police detective by profession, she can't dress too fashionably. She should be considerate and fit, and clean and tidy. But it is natural for girls to love beauty. The color matching of clothes, hairstyle, and makeup are also carefully decorated. It should not only reflect smartness and capability, but also maintain a youthful and beautiful atmosphere. Michael doesn't pay much attention to dressing up, but he is not short of money. He always wears the most popular styles of the season, high-end business casual clothes or designer suits. He is also a natural clothes hanger, and he looks very stylish when he wears it casually. It's just that both of them have worked in the public sector for many years, so they are bound to be tainted with the atmosphere of the public sector, especially the police, who work in the sixth door, and deal with crimes every day. Whether it is their eyes, behavior, or momentum, they will inevitably bring it with them. The smell of some policemen can be detected by a sharp eye. After letting people reveal their identities, Michael and Kate looked at each other and there was no need to hide anymore. Kate saw that Black Ant seemed to be more willing to talk to Michael, so she gave a look and signaled Michael to continue. Michael thought for a while and continued, "Yes, to be honest with you, we are the NYPD, but don't worry, what we said before is also true. It is indeed Lisa's former friend, another one who is about the same age as Lisa girl. Something happened and we want to tell Lisa. If possible, ask me some questions about Lisa's friends. Don't worry, Lisa has not gotten into any trouble at all with us." Aunt Hay nodded. She believed Michael's sincerity. After listening to what Michael said, she suddenly asked, "Lisa's friend, that girl named Yoko?" "Ah, yes, you know this name. It sounds like you and Lisa are very familiar." When Michael and Kate heard the Black Ant ask this, they knew that this person must have a good relationship with Lisa. "Maybe before meeting Lisa, you can ask some questions first." After Michael asked the question, he didn't wait for Aunt Hay to answer, and then said, "Sorry, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I am Michael, and this is Kate. I don't know how to call you." As Michael spoke, he stood up and pulled a chair for Aunt Hay and asked Aunt Hay to sit down. Aunt Hay was also very concerned about Lisa's appearance and wanted to ask the matter clearly. Seeing that there were still no other customers in the restaurant, she sat down and said, "I am Joanna, the head waiter here. I am taking Lisa and another girl. Can you tell us about Lisa, Joanna?" Aunt Hay nodded and slowly talked about Lisa. It turned out that Lisa had a hard time, too. She lost her parents when she was a child, and was constantly moving between foster homes. She started living on the streets when she was 16 or 7 years old, hanging out with some street bad boys with similar backgrounds. It was also at this time that Lisa met the victim Hiragi Tomako's missing sister Hiragi Yoko. The two had some sympathy for each other, hugged each other for warmth, and gradually became good best friends. It was in this restaurant that I met Aunt Hay. She was pregnant with a big belly and was 4 or 5 months pregnant. She was alone in the restaurant and looked very pitiful. Michael and Kate didn't feel surprised when they heard this. Based on Lisa's past, it was not difficult to guess that it was nothing more than meeting a scumbag and being irresponsible. Aunt Hay looked at Lisa's pity and went over to chat with her for a few words. She learned that Lisa had done many ridiculous things when she was young and had done many ridiculous things. Later, she accidentally got pregnant by her boyfriend. Naturally, Lisa had no idea at first. Moreover, Lisa was helping her scumbag boyfriend sell grass and was sent to a juvenile detention center. Fortunately, it was her first offense and she was only detained for 2 months. But somehow, Lisa just didn't want to abort the little life in her belly. Because of this, she suddenly realized that she didn't want to live the same life as before. She discussed it with her boyfriend, but her scumbag boyfriend made fun of her irresponsibly. Shaw said a few words and ran away after a quarrel. But it just happened that at this time, Lisa's only best friend Yoko disappeared with her and could not be found. Although the two were good friends, they were not inseparable. Whoever went to hang out somewhere would disappear for a few weeks or even she couldn't see anyone for a month or two, and Lisa didn't even have anyone to talk to or discuss matters with. However, Lisa was not discouraged. Lisa's belly was getting bigger day by day, and her thoughts became clearer and clearer. She regarded this as a self-salvation. She wanted to have a family and a real relative, and she wanted to let the child feel a mother's love that she has never felt before. Lisa completely abandoned her past rebellion, regained her sense of responsibility, and severed ties with the past. However, she was mentally determined, but material problems were still in front of her. Lisa was originally a little girl who couldn't even take care of herself. How can a girl be a pregnant woman alone? The consumption level in New York is even more overwhelming. She has no choice but to try her luck in New Jersey next door. When Lisa came to this restaurant with her suitcase, she was almost out of ammunition and food. It was when she was helpless that she was lucky enough to meet the kind-hearted black ant. Aunt Hay is somewhat famous in the community in this area, and she is also one of the investors in this small restaurant. She just couldn't have any spare time, so she became the head waiter. Aunt Hay sympathized with Lisa's experience and agreed with her idea of appreciating Lisa. After discussing with the other two restaurant partners, she took Lisa in, provided her with food and accommodation, and usually did some work within her ability. A meager salary can be considered as a place to stand, so that the child can be born smoothly. After that, the situation gradually improved. Lisa took care of the children while working hard, working as a waiter in a restaurant, and working several part-time jobs. Finally, she managed to survive, rent a place to live, and finally have a real home. Michael and Kate were a little bit sad to hear this, and even more empathized with her. This is really a very tough and tenacious little girl. Not only Michael himself, but Michael could also vaguely feel that deep down in Kate's heart, there was a heaviness that she didn't want to mention. What happened to Lisa's friend, Yoko? Black Aunt Joanna talked endlessly about Lisa's past, but she did not forget the premise and asked the previous question. There is some very unfortunate news. Hiragi Yoko, Lisa's good friend, has been missing for more than a year, and her biological sister Hiragi Tamako was also killed a while ago. Clang! Crack! Click! Before Aunt Hay, whose eyes widened after hearing this, could respond, the three of them heard a series of sounds of cups and plates falling to the ground. Then a sad young girl's voice came from behind, Yangzi, Yoko, what happened to her? Michael, Kate, and the Black Aunt Joanna heard the sound and turned around to look over, and saw a young woman wearing a waiter's work uniform, with tears in her eyes, looking sadly towards Michael and the three of them. There was a mess in front of them, cups and plates. Knives and forks were scattered all over the floor. This young waitress is thin and small, with short black hair. She looks to be a mixture of white and Asian. Her face is very delicate, but she doesn't look like someone who has had plastic surgery. It looks good, but it has no characteristics at all, or it is all one characteristic. Judging from his appearance, he has the obvious facial features of a Caucasian, but without losing the soft curves of a yellow person. The combination of the two gives him a unique mixed-race charm. Looking at the label on the work clothes, it says, Lisa. Naturally, this is the target that Michael and Kate are looking for this time. Lisa doesn't appear to be very old, but she has a maturity that is different from her age, or in other words, vicissitudes of life. I think it is because of the hard work of life that the traces of the past have been worn away. Michael and Kate couldn't see the original little girl with heavy makeup in the file, let alone the surly and cynical look on her face. Oh, Lisa. Aunt Black heard the noise and turned around to see Lisa. She quickly got up and walked forward quickly, stood next to Lisa, hugged Lisa, and comforted her softly. Upon seeing this, Michael and Kate stood up and walked over. Aunt Hay just told a long story about Lisa's past. At this time, there were some guests scattered in the restaurant. Now all eyes are focused here. Seeing this, Aunt Hay comforted Lisa in a low voice, and then said to Lisha said that the two people in front of her were police detectives from New York and they wanted to ask her something. Hello, Ms. Taijung. Kate said, can you lend me a moment to speak? Lisa looked at Aunt Hay subconsciously, and Aunt Hay nodded to her, and then said to Michael and Kate, promise me not to embarrass this child. Michael nodded and replied, we will, please don't worry, I'm sorry to cause you any trouble. Michael signaled Kate to take Lisa and leave first, and he said a few words of apology to Black Ant, and left a large note with Franklin on it in a forgiveness color as compensation. Black Ant was cloudy. The gloomy expression turned into cloudy and sunny again. Outside the back door of the restaurant, in a deserted corner, Michael, Kate, and Lisa were there. That's what happened, Ms. Taijung. Kate slowly explained the situation to Lisa. Call me Lisa. Lisa grinned and smiled slightly at Kate. Unlike Black Ant, who had a good impression of Michael, Lisa was obviously more willing to talk to Kate, who looked less threatening, but she was slightly wary of Michael, a tall and powerful man. It seems that he is not so handsome that he can be used as a meal anywhere. Lisa took out a cigarette case, took out one and lit it, silently took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Her sad expression slowly turned to bitterness. Lisa only picked up smoking again after the birth of her child. Originally, Lisa had given up smoking and even drinking and smoking for the sake of her child. But later, the heavy pressure of life always required some kind of distraction, and alcohol was not a good choice. After drinking it, I dare not touch grass, but I can't live without the smoke. At that time, ever since I made up my mind to let go of the past, I had completely cut off all ties with the past. Except for Yoko, I could never let go. At that time, we were like sisters. While swallowing the clouds, Lisa's eyes were a little confused, as if she was caught in memories. She had a face that was too sad to look back on the past, but she also had a knowing smile. Thank you both for telling me this so that I wouldn't be kept in the dark all the time. Lisa thought for a while and then said, I know you two are here for Yoko's sister, but Yoko, will you continue to search? Kate nodded and said, if there are new clues, the police station will reopen the case, so we want to ask about the situation when Yoko disappeared. Lisa, as someone close to Yoko, what do you have? Anything you can think of, anything unusual at the time. Lisa took a deep drag on the cigarette, frowned, and said slowly with a thoughtful expression. You should have seen my file and know that my life was a mess at that time, and Yoko was almost the same at that time. Lisa and I hadn't seen each other for a while, and we only contacted her on the phone a few times. I only knew that Yoko was the relationship with her sister Okja is very tense. Speaking of this, Lisa smiled bitterly. At that time, I thought what Yoko said was very reasonable. I didn't like Yuzi very much, and she was very supportive of Yoko. Now think about it, if I had given a few words of advice at that time, maybe Yoko wouldn't have. He will probably run away from home. This is not your fault, this is Yoko's own choice. Kate comforted Lisa a little, and then asked, at that time, Yoko already had the intention of running away from home? Lisa nodded and said, I think so. At that time, Yoko felt that her sister had too much control. She always said that she couldn't stand it anymore and she had been in that home enough. Kate then asked, so Yoko said where she wants to go? Lisa shook her head and said, no, at that time I just thought that Yoko was talking angrily, so I didn't take it too seriously and didn't ask any questions. Kate continued to ask, so, is there anywhere Yoko can go, a boyfriend, or other good friends or something like that? Lisa still shook her head, I don't have a boyfriend. At that time, Yoko had just broken up with her boyfriend, and although the two of us were best friends, we knew different people. Yoko was purely Japanese and didn't want me. He is of mixed race, and it is different from the circle I was in at that time. There are many people whose names I have only heard once or twice, but have never met, and they are not very innocent. This, Kate couldn't think of anything else to ask for a moment. Was the clue going to be cut off again? Michael had been there being a quiet handsome man, listening to the Q/U0026A between Kate and Lisa. Seeing that Kate was a little stuck at this time, she asked warmly, Ms. Lisa, if it were you at that time and encountered a situation like Yoko, where would you go? The first thing that flashed in your mind, a place that is not affected by your original living environment, is safe, has hot food, can take a bath, and rest peacefully. Perhaps because Michael had a harmless expression and sat there quietly, brushing his face silently for a while, Lisa also put down her guard against Michael at this time. And when Lisa heard what Michael said, she seemed to remember something, her eyes lit up, and she said, there is such a place. When I found out that I was pregnant, I originally wanted to go there, but I wanted to completely cut off the relationship with the past. Contact, so I didn't go there in the end. Kate and Michael looked at each other and asked quickly, "Oh, where?" Lisa followed up and replied, "It is a kendo gym opened in Hell's Kitchen. The owner of the gym is named Colleen Wing. She is a very caring lady. She runs that gym and often takes in many runaways and homeless people. Returnable children, help and teach them to get back on the right path. That kendo gym and Ms. Wan are very famous in Hell's Kitchen. When Yoko and I were in trouble sometimes, we would go there for a night or something. But at that time, we didn't have much contact with Ms. Wan, and our impressions were not the same. Very good, I thought I was taking advantage and was complacent, but now I think about it, I'm really ashamed." Lisa finally said with certainty, "I think if Yoko can't find a place to go, she will definitely go somewhere." Kate nodded after hearing this, took out a pen and paper from her arms, and then asked, "What is the name of this kendo gym and what is its address?" Kate didn't hear anything strange, but Michael's heart skipped a beat as he thought, as expected, this was a sign that someone was causing trouble. Lisa told Kate the address and asked Kate to write it down. Kate asked a few more questions and found that she had nothing more to ask. She looked at Aaron and saw Aaron nodded, and then she was ready to leave. After working as a waiter for so long, Lisa also developed the ability to observe people's emotions. Finally, she said in a pleading tone, "Detective Kate, Detective Michael, please don't forget about Yoko. I don't want to ask for too much, I just want to help Yangzi get a result, even if it is the worst result, I don't want it to be so unclear, so please." After saying that, he made a 90-degree bow, bending down and unable to get up. Kate saw this and quickly helped him up, comforted him a few words, and promised to pay attention to the matter as much as possible. Michael also echoed beside him, and then Lisa continued with words of thanks and a greater sense of responsibility. I left with Michael. Michael and Kate still didn't gain much from their trip to Jersey, but fortunately they had a new direction of investigation. Lisa couldn't provide any clues, but from Kate's perspective, Colleen Wing was a person worthy of questioning. According to Lisa's description, this Colleen Wen has been in contact with many teenagers living on the streets and can hear a lot of news on the street. She may have clues in this regard. This is the job of the police. As long as there are clues, they will pursue them until the end. They will not let go of any clues, and then hope that there will be a direction that will lead to the final answer. It's just that the answer this time may be beyond the expectations of many people. This is what the time traveler thought with a slightly subtle expression after learning that Corinne Wen was involved. There was nothing else going on. They were still waiting for the results of tracking calls and autopsy reports. Michael and Kate decided to go directly to Colleen Wing's dojo. On the way, Michael was a little silent, thinking about Colleen Wen and speculation about the case. Although Michael is a policeman and must pay attention to evidence when speaking and doing things, Michael is also a person with many spoilers. A time traveler with posture, he is also a time traveler who believes in Murphy's Law. In the eyes of time travelers, whether it is a superhero, a supervillain, or a major character related to it, as long as it is involved, Michael feels that there is at least a half chance that it will be involved. Kate didn't know who Corinne Win was, so how could Michael not know who Corinne Win was? Colleen Wing, a female superhero in the future, is also the girlfriend of the immortal Iron Fist. The most important thing is that she has a master who cheats her apprentice. One of the 5 leaders of the evil organization, the Hand, the Bow Disciple, uses Colleen when took in homeless teenagers, absorbed them into the Hand, and brainwashed them into slaves and tools. Now that Colleen Wing's name has appeared, this case is not necessarily related. The worst possibility is that it will involve the Hand and even one of its chief boss disciples. Thinking of this, Michael felt a little nervous. The Kunlun traitor is a perverted old monster who has mastered the mysterious life energy of Qi and has lived for hundreds of years. He has been a veteran of a dynamic group for hundreds of years. He has countless subordinates. He is also a martial arts master and a swordsman master, which is equivalent to a real martial arts master, the kind in Jean Gu's novels. This guy is basically the Golden Circle Dharma king in the godly sculpture. How can he stand up to a small body like Yang Guo who just came out of the ancient tomb? It's okay to scare the senior brother with ancient Chinese boxing techniques. Why don't you try to frighten the senior brother? Alone is a small-time hacker who only uses a few plugins. He can at most defeat the fighting masters among ordinary people. The novice village has not even been released yet, and he has to fight the boss of the intermediate copy. To be honest. Really guilty. Michael still has some idea of how much he weighs. The aura of the protagonist and the blessing of destiny are all superstitions and are used when showing off. I believe this when I'm fighting the boss. It's just because I'm so tired of eating and drinking, and I don't want to eat anymore, so I can suppress this thought from the lower part of my body. Is it possible that the matter has nothing to do with Colleen Wing? Yes, very likely, quite a bit, but the problem is not to look at it this way, but the other way around. Even if there is only a 1/10 chance that the matter is related to Colleen Wing, Michael would not dare to take any chances at all. Of course, although Michael intuitively believed that these premonitions and guesses were quite reliable, he could not tell his partner even a single punctuation mark. He still had to follow the process step by step, but he was more prepared and prepared. Kate saw that Michael was a little silent along the way, and she thought that Michael was feeling a little discouraged because he didn't get any useful clues, so she gave Michael a few words of comfort. It also made Aaron regain his mood. No matter how much he thought about it, it would not help the reality. What was supposed to come would always come. It was better to concentrate on handling the case. Everything else was just a matter of time and again. When the car drove back to Manhattan, it was already noon. The two found a cafe with internet access, had a meal, and also searched for some information about Kellen Wen's dojo on the internet. Kellen Wen's dojo does not have a website, but Kellen Wen has a blog and a personal homepage, but there is not much personal information. It is mainly to introduce her dojo. It may be that Lisa didn't know much about this before, and what she told Michael and Kate at the time was not quite accurate. Colleen Wing's gym did not specialize in teaching footbath kendo. Colleen Wing's dojo is located in Hell's Kitchen, called Chikarath Dojo. This is not a kendo gym, but a mixed martial arts gym. It teaches karate, jiu-jitsu, and kendo, and is also available for rental. Dance classes, various AA meetings, various mutual aid groups for addiction treatment, etc. At first glance, the introduction of this Power Dojo sounds like it has a lot of functions, and it sounds like Colleen Wen is quite versatile and proficient in all 18 kinds of martial arts. However, from Michael's point of view, this only means one problem. The business may not be very good. Otherwise, Colleen Wen, who is only in normal school, has held so many classes and still has enough time to make rentals. Obviously, it is not particularly popular. There are too many students to teach. In the afternoon, Hell's Kitchen, on the second floor of a certain building, Colleen Wing's dojo. It is said to be a dojo, but it is actually just a large room of about 40 square meters, connected with several small rooms. It is both a dojo and Kellen Wen's residence. Although this place looks very tidy and every corner is spotlessly clean, it looks quite old, including the training props, sandbags, and bamboo knives, which are all a bit shabby. "Hi, who are you two?" Hearing Kate knock on the door, the young lady who opened the door asked. As Michael and Kate saw on the internet, this was an Asian woman who was slightly younger than Kate and somewhere between Kate and Michael. She was wearing a black sports tight vest and cropped bloomers, with bare feet. Wear shoes. The figure of the young lady is a little petite, but she has graceful lines and curves at the front and back. Michael thinks that this lady is on the same level as Renee's forensic doctor. She must at least have the mind of 3 Kates, and is another person who can miss Kate of A is completely ashamed of herself, and with her body proportions, she looks even more turbulent. Michael assured the time travel master that the flash in Miss Kate's eyes, "I'm so fucking lost," was definitely not his illusion. The young lady's exposed shoulders and arms can be seen with obvious muscle lines. The inside of the thumbs, tiger's mouth, and outside of the index finger of both hands are covered with a layer of calluses. At a glance, it can be seen that they have maintained strict training all year round. Exercise and become proficient in at least one melee weapon combat technique. The young lady wears a braided braid. Judging from her appearance, there are not many traces of mixed race. She has a round face as big as a palm, thick long eyebrows, big eyes, and a gentle and intellectual gaze. Michael could vaguely feel the firmness and sharpness hidden under the gentleness, just like the sharp edge hidden in the scabbard. The young lady has a small beauty mark above the right corner of her mouth. Overall, she looks like a very attractive and gentle beauty with a classic charm. Michael feels that although this young lady goes well with the sporty outfit, she is actually more suitable for wearing a bathrobe. Kate answered, "We are the NYPD. Is Ms. Colleen Wing here?" "Huh? Oh, what's the matter with you two?" Colleen Wing looked at the police badges shown by Kate and Michael, looked at the two of them a few more times, and then asked. Michael also assured the time-traveling master at the flash of disappointment in Miss Colleen Wen's eyes like, "What? She's not here to sign up for classes," was not his illusion at all. There was also the scrutinizing look at Michael, that kind of instinctive reaction between warriors, which made Michael somewhat uncomfortable, and he tried his best to restrain his own aura so that he would not be inspired by Colleen Wen's aura. It's not that he's afraid that the young lady will misunderstand that he's here to play, but the relationship behind the young lady is too complicated, and Michael doesn't want to expose his situation for the time being. Kate then replied, "We have something related to the case that we would like to ask you. You two are from Queens, right? Why are you here in Hell's Kitchen to ask questions?" How could Colleen Wing be able to stand in Hell's Kitchen with just the gentle and amiable personality she seemed to have? That was completely tempered by business needs, and there was no lack of precautions. This is also human nature. Kate explained warmly, "The clues of a case led us here. Have you heard of the name Hiragi Yoko?" Colleen Wing was stunned when she heard this. After recalling it for a moment, she said, "Yes, I have heard of this name. What happened to her?" Kate replied in a deep voice, "Hiragi Yoko has been missing for nearly a year, and her sister Hiragi Tamako was also killed recently." After hearing this, Kellen Wen's eyes widened, as if she was very surprised, and she said, "That's it, you two, please speak inside." Colleen Wing invited Michael and Kate into the small room next to the dojo, which seemed to be her office. She asked them to sit down, and then asked, "Can you tell me in detail?" Kate did not answer directly, but asked instead, "So you know Hiragi Yoko? Where is Hiragi Tamako?" Colleen Wing replied, "Yes, Yoko has been taken in by me once or twice, and she has lived here temporarily for a few days. We are not friends, but we have said a few words. I only heard about Hiragi Tamako. I heard this name and knew she was Yoko's sister, but I haven't seen her before." Kate asked again, "Have you kept in touch?" Colleen smiled and replied, "No, I just try my best to help them, but sometimes, teenagers are difficult to deal with. Sometimes they are willing to talk to you, but more often than not, you don't want to talk to them at all. Know what they're thinking. So among your students, are there any acquaintances of Hiragi Yoko?" "No, Yoko does have a best friend named Tian Jingzhong, Lisa, that should be the name. She is similar to Yoko. I have only met her once or twice." "So, did Yoko Hiragi come to see you some time before and after she disappeared?" Kellen Wing seemed to have thought about it carefully, nodded and said, "No, he didn't come to see me." Colleen Wing said so, but Michael once again assured the time travel master that the flash in his eyes was not his illusion at all. Before Kate could speak again, Colleen smiled and said, "First, that's about all I can think of. If you two have nothing else to do, let's go here first. I have a class soon." Need to prepare first. This young lady's rhythm was really good. With this interruption, Kate's train of thought also got stuck, and she couldn't remember what to ask for a while. Kate turned to look at Michael. Michael could continue to ask, but Colleen Wen's reaction further confirmed Michael's hunch that this matter was related to her. This water may be too muddy, and there is something deep hidden in it. Michael didn't want his partner to be too involved in this, so he shook his head slightly. Kate nodded when she saw this, and left her contact information as usual, just contact her in time if she remembered anything, and then she and Aaron stood up and said goodbye. Kellen Wen really didn't tell lies. When the two of them left Kellen Wen's office, they saw some young people coming to the dojo. Looking at their clothes and eye movements, they all had a street atmosphere. Seeing the unstoppable defensive look in the stranger's eyes, it didn't look like a child from a middle-class or wealthy family.